Yezhi finds himself transformed into the student version of Lucius Malfoy. However, he is ensnared in the apex of Voldemort's reign, where light is obscured and oppression reigns supreme. On a certain night, beneath the fireworks, the Dark Lord's aura is unexpectedly tinged with a soft, blurred gentleness. He glances aside, captivated by Voldemort's striking profile amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The other lowers his gaze to kiss him, as a cascade of vibrant colors spills forth like a waterfall. Each second of this tender moment feels like a meticulously orchestrated punishment, sending tremors through his very core. Chapter 83. The Suitable Combination. Yezhi returns to the alley behind the dilapidated mansion he previously occupied. The musty scent of decaying wood mingles with acrid smoke, with horrors scouring the area. Moments later, a white weasel darts along the wall like a wraith. In the distance, the thunderous roar of spells erupts in succession, perfectly drowning out the subtle sound of his padded feet skimming over the gravel. He climbs up the rusted window frame of the abandoned house, the metal screeching painfully beneath his claws. The wound on his left foreleg bursts open, crimson droplets trailing down his snowy fur. Dust from the attic is stirred into a murky haze as the weasel stands on its hind legs, its pink nose twitching slightly. Pressed against the mottled wall, it rises on its hind legs, its beady eyes peering through the cobweb-laden panes to survey the scene below. In the open space ahead, a group of hooded figures is bound together. He counts 18, with more likely unapprehended, as sounds of struggle intermittently echo nearby. Additionally, a person clad in Ministry of Magic attire lies on the ground, too far for him to discern their identity. The white weasel assesses the terrain, plotting its course of action. Just then, a glass pane shatters 100 meters away, producing a resounding crash. Over there, the aura shouts converge from 3 directions. Yet that silvery blur moves with swiftness surpassing the wind's breath, propelling itself with powerful leaps, its bushy tail raised, soaring over 3 balconies and weaving between several adjacent dilapidated houses. It deftly veers onto the path that the fugitive must traverse, as the silvery fur of the weasel abruptly fades, transforming into the lithe shape of a young man with platinum hair, who presses himself against the moss-covered, weathered brick wall, holding his breath in focused anticipation. A flurry of hurried footsteps approaches, and he unsheathes his wand, cautiously extending the tip against the mottled wall, as a scarlet spelllight suddenly rends the darkness, striking with precision at the hooded figure advancing towards him. A dull gasp emanates from the assailant's chest, and their knees buckle, sending them crashing into the pile of gravel. Yezhi lowers his gaze, concealing the brilliance in his eyes, and when he raises them again, his expression is one of alarm. He stumbles out from behind the crumbling wall, clutching his left arm tightly. "Mr. Malfoy!" the leading aura exclaims in astonishment and joy. Yezhi leans heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, as drops of blood seep through his fingers and fall to the ground. Quick! Another one fled east. Several aurors immediately raise their wands and pursue. The previous administrative auror spoke with a voice trembling with excitement. "When we left, we saw you with Jason, and upon our return, we discovered that Jason was already dead, and you had vanished. We were utterly distressed." "What did you say? Who is dead?" Yezhi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. "It was the person who was just with you," came the reply. The auror guided him towards the center of the square, where Amelia, upon catching sight of him, hurriedly approached and supported him, assisting him forward while using her wand to tend to his wounds. Director of the Department of Transportation, John Wyndham, stood guard alongside William and a contingent of subordinates, with several hooded figures bound at their feet. Lying on the ground beside them was none other than Jason. John walked briskly over, concern etched on his face. "Lucius, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a few scratches." "What happened to Jason?" Yezhi inquired, frowning. "When we found him, he had already ceased to breathe. It was the killing curse," John replied solemnly. Yezhi's heart sank as he murmured, "How could this be?" He recalled that Jason had been running towards the aurors, and logically, he should have been safe. He had been worried that Jason might divulge his whereabouts with Eileen. How could he be dead? Yezhi cast a downward glance at the corpse on the ground. Jason's expression was eerily serene, his pale cheeks unmarred by any abrasions, a clear indication of the unique death inflicted by the Avada Kedavra curse. However, those attackers clad in hooded sweatshirts had previously resorted to ordinary dark magic during their confrontation. Based on their chaotic spell gestures, it was inconceivable that they could accurately execute an unforgivable curse. It is widely known that such high-level dark magic necessitates not only a profound intent to kill, but also a substantial reservoir of magical power to be effective. Inadvertently, Yezhi glanced at John's right hand gripping the wand, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could he be the perpetrator? If so, what could possibly motivate him to act in such a manner? At that moment, the Minister of Magic, Eugenia Jenkins, rushed in, her high heels clicking urgently against the ground. It was evident that she had received the distressing news. Jason! The minister's anguished cry sliced through the air as she suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling fingers caressing her nephew's cold visage. Her meticulously applied indigo and violet eyeshadow blurred into streaks of tears as she staggered to her feet, shouting furiously at the surrounding Orison Department of Transportation staff. You worthless lot! You couldn't even protect one person. Turning to Yezhi, she demanded, I heard you were the last to be with him. Why did you fail to protect him? Yezhi frowned, casting her a cold glare. The minister then realized that this individual from the Malfoy family was not someone she could afford to offend. With her anger boiling over and nowhere to direct it, she abruptly whirled around, unleashing her ire upon William, standing nearby. She raised her hand and struck at William's face with swift, fierce intent. He was taken aback, unable to react in time. In that crucial moment, Yezhi intervened, gripping the minister's arm firmly. Madam Minister, please accept my condolences. Yezhi's cold gaze met that of the Minister of Magic, his voice icy, his tone less one of comfort and more akin to a veiled threat. William stood behind, astonished as he watched Yezhi shield him with his presence, completely taken aback that this young man of noble lineage would come to his aid. The minister's complexion turned ashen as she yanked her arm away, furiously addressing those present. Each of you will return and write me a report, an explanation. I will be reducing your salaries. The director of transportation smiled, seemingly unaffected by the commotion, while Yezhi remained expressionless, clutching his bleeding arm, and the others wore faces that betrayed their inability to voice their discontent. Yezhi, unwilling to remain entangled with the minister any longer, signaled Amelia with a glance and deliberately swayed his body. Instantly, Amelia understood, exclaiming as she rushed to support his faltering form. Mr. Malfoy, are you all right? Has her wound reopened? John quickly added, if you are injured, do not force yourself. You should return and rest. We will handle matters here. Yezhi displayed a look of contrition. I cannot be of assistance here, so I shall take my leave. Without regard for the minister's displeasure, he nodded at John and turned to depart. He first went to St. Mungo's to have his wounds treated and obtained a doctor's note and leave of absence, which he sent to the Ministry of Magic via owl, requesting 3 days off. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, he summoned the house elf, Cece. You must quietly place a wreath of cornflowers at the entrance of Parkinson Manor without being detected. Then, keep watch at the Pearl Boutique located at 12 West Lane in Chelsea, observing the shopkeeper. Should she exhibit any suspicious behavior, report back to me immediately. Having completed his explanation, he turned and entered the study. Septimus sat in an ornately carved armchair depicted in the oil painting, diligently polishing his wand. Yezhi retrieved a scroll of parchment map from hidden compartment, the mineral vein map of the Murray River region in Australia shimmering faintly in the candlelight. Shipu, I have found individuals capable of assisting me in extracting rare earth elements in Australia. Do you possess any means to transport them there discreetly? Yezhi prodded the silvery mineral points marked on the map with his wand. Discreetly? Shipu paused his wand polishing, depicted in the painting, and replied, to evade the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic, we must take the Muggle route and travel by ship. Very well, I shall arrange false identities for them, but they may lack knowledge of commercial operations, necessitating your accompaniment. No problem, simply reduce the frame of my painting in the basement for them to carry, and I shall periodically check on them. By the way, from where did you procure these individuals? The Muggle-born head of Gryffindor and the youngest daughter of the Parkinson family. Yezhi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. One understands the rules of the Muggle market, while the other is adept in the ways of the wizarding world. Is this not a match made in heaven? Shipu's wand struck the frame with a crisp sound. Are they planning to elope? Yezhi rolled the mineral vein map into a cylinder, the candlelight fracturing into cunning stars within his pupils. I am aiding them in escaping their family's control. These two girls will likely be indebted to me for an eternity. As for the rare earth mines in Australia, I can also allow them to earn a bit of dowry along their eloping journey. He could not help but exclaim, I truly am a remarkable benefactor. Chapter 84, Collaboration. The following morning, Parkinson hurriedly stepped into Malfoy Manor, clutching the hem of her velvet gown, her pearl earrings swaying with her rapid breaths. Was the cornflower wreath at the entrance you're doing? Is there news of Eileen? Yezhi leisurely twirled a gilded quill, the parchment before him filled with stipulations. No one knows you came here, correct? No, I first made a round in Diagon Alley before arriving. Has she encountered some peril? Indeed, she has. Yezhi gestured for her to take a seat on the intricately carved sofa, then recounted the events of the previous day. How could she be so foolish? Parkinson wiped her tears. What shall we do now? If she is caught, will she be imprisoned in Azkaban? Yes. Which is why I advised her to hide in the Muggle world. However, it is not a long-term solution. She would be better off leaving England. Leaving England? Yes. Once she departs, you may never see each other again. Parkinson lowered her head, tears still glistening in her eyes, remaining silent for a while. Yezhi, observing her expression, continued, Eileen has always wished to be with you. If I can devise a way for both of you to leave England safely, without detection, would you be willing to accompany her? Leave England with her? Without being discovered? Parkinson looked at him. Where to? Australia. Parkinson's fingertips, gripping the hem of her gown, turned pale as she gazed into Yezhi's gray eyes, illuminated by the candlelight. Suddenly realizing that the platinum aristocrat before her had woven a trap. What do you want us to do? I cannot allow her to assist you in dangerous endeavors. Yezhi set down the quill, smiling reassuringly. Rest assured, it will be quite safe. He personally poured tea for the noble lady across from him. The aroma of the brew entwined with the scent of roses. I need you to pose as Muggle merchants to secure the mining rights for rare earth minerals in Australia. He slid a gilded contract across the table, the parchment revealing a faint blue contract spell. A full set of false identities, permanent residency, and even the blueprints for your seaside villa in Sydney Bay are all included. Once the mine is profitable, you will receive a 30% share of the dividends and a portion of the family trust fund. Parkinson's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as she traced the intricate patterns on the edge of the contract. Your terms are quite appealing. She suddenly chuckled, shaking her head, the pearls swaying gently. I should have anticipated that seeking assistance from a platinum aristocrat like you would come at a price. No, this is a mutually beneficial collaboration. Yezhi raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip. You can free yourselves from family control and build your own business empire under the sun of the Southern Hemisphere, while I gain access to scarce resources. What could be more advantageous? Truly, the head of the Malfoy family possesses a silver tongue and cunning calculations. Parkinson adjusted her hair. Nevertheless, you have persuaded me. She extended her hand to a prosperous partnership. At the moment their fingertips touched, Parkinson suddenly tightened her grip. Now, you must tell me Eileen's whereabouts. A moment later, they stood in an alley of the Muggle district, the glass windows of a pearl boutique reflecting fragments of golden light. Lace skirts and silk scarves swaying gently in the warm glow. Through the window, Parkinson noticed that Eileen was doing quite well here. She had seamlessly integrated into the shop as an employee, enthusiastically bustling between the shelves, organizing the catalogs on the counter into neat fan shapes. Parkinson let out a soft laugh. That's just like her. She can find joy anywhere. The two entered the shop. Welcome, Seraphina, Eileen exclaimed, unable to resist rushing towards her beloved. Parkinson quickly stepped forward, and they embraced tightly. The faint scent of lily of the valley from the former mingling with the aroma of roses from the latter, filling the small shop with warmth. Yezhi cleared his throat lightly, prompting the two girls to part. Eileen's eyes sparkled, while Parkinson clutched her sleeve, unwilling to let go. The lounge is at the back. You can take your time to chat, Yezhi said, stepping aside to allow them passage. The two girls hand in hand made their way to the back lounge to share their hearts. Yezhi leaned against the intricately carved counter, his fingers caressing the silver serpent cufflinks, his gaze sweeping over the array of pearl jewelry on the shelves. Isabella was trimming a branch of lily of the valley with brass scissors at the counter. Thank you for accommodating my friend, he said. Sliding a gold bar across the counter, the sound of metal clinking against wood resonating lightly. Isabella set down her scissors, her lace-gloved fingers brushing over the surface of the gold bar, the pearl bracelet at her wrist swaying gently. You are too kind, sir. Miss Eileen has helped me immensely these past few days. I believe I still owe her wages. Yezhi chuckled, then suddenly shifted the conversation. Ms. Isabella, I find you to be quite an intriguing person. He picked up a dusty rose-colored headband from the counter, the silk gliding through his fingers in a gentle arc. When you first met me, I was clad in black robes. You did not find it strange and even initiated a conversation. The second time, I arrived with an injured companion, and you showed no fear upon seeing blood. Aren't you concerned that I might be a villain? As he spoke, Yezhi raised his gaze, scrutinizing Isabella. Those of us who run small shops have encountered all sorts of peculiar characters, Isabella replied, seemingly oblivious to the intensity of his stare. She turned to pick a pair of pearl earrings from the shelf, polishing them against the light. Her tone as gentle as ever. Besides, you strike me as quite the gentleman. You surely cannot be a bad person. But I still haven't shared my name with you, and you've never inquired. A name is merely a designation. Isabella shook a box of mint candies from the counter. Take this candy. What matters is whether it is sweet or not. No one cares what the wrapper is called. Although I do not know your name, I have already earned 2 gold bars from you. Isn't that sufficient? Yezhi raised an eyebrow, smiling. I must trouble you to accommodate these 2 unfortunate girls for one night. I will take them away tomorrow. Lovers whose parents oppose their union always require someone to facilitate their escape. He glanced at the closed wooden door of the lounge, from within which the muffled sound of suppressed sobs emerged. Ms. Isabella would surely not wish to disrupt the union of lovers, would she? I do adore fairy tale endings. She turned to tidy the shelves, her back to Yezhi, a smile lingering on her face, especially when lovers finally unite. Yezhi nodded and approached the lounge door to knock. Serafina has told me everything, Eileen said, opening the door and stepping aside for him to enter. As long as she agrees to go to Australia, I have no objections. Wherever she goes, I shall follow. The light in her eyes shone brighter than the pearls in the window, radiant with joy at the thought of living in a new place with her beloved. Yezhi unfurled a map on the table, marking the ferry route scheduled to embark the following day aboard the Poseidon. Its bow adorned with the emblem of a Muggle shipping company. The ferry departs from Southampton at 5 in the morning, he said, pointing his wand at the marked harbor. I will have a house elf deliver your luggage, which contains Muggle clothing and forged identification. Should you require anything else, write it down, and I shall prepare it for you. Do not go anywhere today, Yezhi instructed as he rose, tracing protective spells on the doors and windows. I will deliver the ferry tickets at dawn and escort you to the port. He glanced at the 2 girls still in each other's embrace. Eileen gently placing Parkinson's hand in hers, fingers entwined, both smiling as if they had just discovered a pot of honey. No one was listening to his words anymore. With a resigned shake of his head, Yezhi exited the room, and just as the door was about to close, Eileen's voice, hushed yet brimming with excitement, drifted from behind. Once we arrive in Australia, I want to fill the yard with cornflowers. These 2 love-struck maidens had already begun to envision their future together. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Yezhi sensed that something was amiss. As he stepped into the drawing room, he beheld, illuminated by the resplendent light of the crystal chandelier, a man in a black robe seated gracefully upon an intricately carved sofa, sipping tea. His long, bony fingers delicately grasped a celadon teacup, while an untouched plate of curd cake lay before him. A cadre of house elves stood nearby, their breaths held in anticipation. Chapter 85, Loyalty. He quickly surveyed the bowed house elves, and, lifting the hem of his wizarding robe, knelt in respect. Voldemort raised a hand, gesturing for him to take a seat opposite, then waved dismissively for the house elves to depart. Amidst the swirling tea vapors, he remarked, "You take a leave to recuperate, yet still find time to venture out?" Yezhi sat upright in the chair opposite him, his back straightened. Under the scrutiny of those crimson eyes, he blinked, betraying a hint of trepidation. "Master, I'm nearly healed. I merely wish to indulge in some leisure and avoid returning to work." At this, Voldemort could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Oh, you dare to speak of laziness with such audacity? With your demeanor, do you truly believe you can ascend to the position of head of transportation within a year? Isn't that what having a master is for?" Yezhi countered with a smile, then hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps I should return to the ministry tomorrow? I ought to exhibit a more proactive attitude." "Forget it." Voldemort waved his hand. "There's no haste for a day or 2. Continue your recovery at home." "Yes, master." Yezhi acquiesced, but then he heard Voldemort's casual inquiry. "What transpired yesterday? Amelia reported that you went missing at the scene and returned injured." "I went after a fugitive," he said, his hand subtly tightening the fabric of his sleeve. "Just you?" Voldemort raised an eyebrow. "You actively pursued someone? Given your nature, I would have expected you to find a place to hide and await rescue." Yezhi's fingertips stiffened slightly, aware that he needed to divulge some truths to navigate this conversation. He dared a glance at Voldemort, whose piercing gaze was fixed upon him, and quietly confessed, "I encountered a former classmate, Eileen, the head girl from Gryffindor. She suddenly mingled with the fugitive, and I suspect the Order of the Phoenix is colluding with the anti-government factions, hence my pursuit." He deliberately infused his tone with a hint of frustration, regrettably. She escaped, and even retaliated with a cutting curse. Voldemort nodded. Last night, Amelia reported that during the interrogation, the captured criminal revealed a companion, a brilliant student from Gryffindor. I sensed something amiss. As the candlelight flickered, his crimson serpent-like eyes narrowed into perilous slits. The old bee now seems to embrace anyone, even the dregs of the anti-government. His words carried an air of skepticism. After all, Dumbledore typically would not stoop to such depths. Gooey lowered his gaze to the serpentine embroidery on the carpet. A cold sweat forming on his back. He silently thanked his fortune. It appeared that the captured individual had already divulged Eileen's involvement. Had he concealed her participation earlier, he might now find himself in dire straits. I said a mere street thug would not have been able to harm you. It turns out it was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort's long, bony fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest. Those lunatics fight with reckless abandon, reminiscent of Moody's mad antics. Gooey responded with a nod, relieved that Voldemort's suspicions had temporarily dissipated. However, before he could fully relax, a new question arose from above. Where did you go this morning? Voldemort scrutinized him. Your house elves are remarkably loyal. None of them uttered a word. Gooey had expressly instructed the house elves to maintain silence regarding his whereabouts, bound by the magical contract that forbade them from disobeying family members' commands. Yet he suddenly recalled the exception named Dobby. He needed to find time to deal with this ticking time bomb. It was I who instructed them to keep it confidential. Please do not blame them, Gooey replied with composure, producing a gilded gift box from within his robe. He presented the ornate box with both hands, its edges etched with serpentine patterns. I wish to surprise you, master. With his eyes cast down, his voice soft and tinged with a hint of bashfulness, he continued. You have bestowed upon me many gifts, and I have long pondered how to repay your kindness. Thus I prepared this modest offering. As the lid of the box slowly opened, a pair of elegantly designed cufflinks revealed themselves. Crafted from pure silver, they shimmered with a cold luster, the engraved defensive enchantments barely discernible on their surface. I am aware that you lack for such things, yet this represents my heartfelt intention. These cufflinks had been custom-made alongside Snape during a recent visit to a jewelry shop, and he had just retrieved them. Apologetically, he thought to himself, forgive me, Professor Snape. I shall return to order you a different pair. Voldemort, evidently taken aback by this unexpected gesture, felt his expression soften momentarily. I noticed you frequently wear plain black robes, so I chose this design. Gooey observed the fleeting softness in Voldemort's demeanor and quickly leaned forward, bending to help him fasten the cufflinks. His warm breath brushed against Voldemort's ear. These cufflinks are understated yet exude authority, making them most suitable for you. He carefully fastened the cufflinks, his arched back forming a graceful curve, and as his platinum hair cascaded down, the tips inadvertently brushed against Voldemort's hand, akin to feathers gliding over a lake's surface, creating subtle ripples. Before he could straighten up, an arm suddenly encircled his waist, pulling him into a firm embrace. The scent of cedar enveloped him, and his lips were captured in a kiss that brooked no refusal, the warm tongue prying open his mouth, stealing away all breath in an intoxicating embrace. A heated palm glided up his spine, pulling his trembling form closer, while his platinum lashes fluttered, and a whimper escaped him. Swept away like spring water into a deeper whirlpool, his fingers spasmed, clutching the folds of the fabric against his chest, then slowly released, trailing along the heated skin upward, ultimately wrapping around Voldemort's neck, allowing his platinum locks to cascade like a curtain, weaving a hazy web of light around their entwined figures. His lips curled into a soft smile, fully aware that this drama, cloaked in the guise of loyalty, had finally reached its most exquisite denouement amidst the mingling warmth and breathless sighs. The vapor rising from the steaming bath enveloped the cold marble floor, while his outer robe lay discarded upon the stone tiles, rendering his flowing platinum hair sprawling across the ground, reminiscent of uncut brocade. Each strand glistening with moisture and refracting shards of light, akin to a forgotten river of stars flowing through the realm of mortals. The chill of the marble seeped into him. Despite the summer's oppressive heat, he shivered involuntarily, even through the fabric. As delicate droplets of water slid down the curve of his curled knee, they left a faint blush upon his snow-white skin, spreading from his collarbone to his earlobes, like petals kissed by the morning dew. The contrast of pale skin with a hint of pink shimmered with a lustrous sheen. Instinctively, he attempted to draw himself together. Yet he was ensnared by the shadow cast above him. No matter how he turned, he remained exposed beneath that smiling gaze. What are you hiding? The tone carried an alluring charm, and a kiss imbued with the scent of cedar gently brushed against his dampened eye. Uncontrollable tears slipped into his platinum hair, casting trembling shadows beneath his lashes. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, yet he knew he was being observed. that gaze caressing him as if it were tangible. Suddenly, a muffled sound escaped his throat, and his fingertips caressed the soft fabric beneath him. As he arched his back in an attempt to resist, it felt as though he were inviting embrace. Thus he was drawn even tighter, enveloped in irresistible warmth and strength. The platinum nobleman, caught off guard, let out a soft sob, instinctively curling into a smaller form, yet he could do naught but burrow deeper into that embrace. A bony hand caressed his trembling back, gliding from the crown of his head to the tips of his hair, again and again, until the figure nestled within his arms suddenly went limp. Subsequently, the young heir of the Malfoy family seemed to have succumbed to slumber, his eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. He curled up quietly and obediently, his warm breath brushing against the neck of the tall man beside him, akin to a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web. This fragile and compliant posture appeared to touch a soft spot deep within the Dark Lord, his crimson eyes glimmering with a dark light. His thin lips descended upon the sweat-drenched forehead, lingering on the trembling eyelashes, before finally resting upon the slightly parted lips, bearing a kind of near-reverent predation. The black robe sprawled on the ground gradually soaked up the ambient warmth, quietly staining the fabric with dark, spreading dampness. Chapter 86. Revenge. The moonlight, akin to crumpled silver foil, streamed through the intricately carved window, casting its glow upon the disheveled sheets. Yezhi abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching out for the space beside him, where the empty bed still retained a faint scent of cedar. The Dark Lord's figure had long since vanished into the night mist. The clock on the bedside table pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning, the copper pendulum swinging gently, emitting a subtle ticking sound in the stillness. He bore the ache throughout his body as he propped himself up. The bite mark on his neck sent a stinging sensation coursing through him. After retrieving a potion from the bedside cabinet and drinking it, his foggy mind gradually cleared, and his body regained some vitality. He hurried out the door. Under the streetlight, Yezhi donned a sharply tailored black suit, a suitcase in one hand, his polished shoes clicking crisply against the bluestone pavement as he made his way directly towards the Pearl clothing store. Aaron was clad in distressed denim jeans and a loose sweatshirt, while Parkinson wore a delicate lavender chiffon dress. The two had been waiting for him outside the store. Isabella accompanied them, watching as Yezhi handed the two their tickets, inquiring, "Are you heading to the port? I can drive you there." She jingled her bright pink car keys, adding, "I just happened to be going to the port for a delivery." Behind her, a pink and white beetle was parked beneath a sycamore tree, its rounded headlights exuding an endearing charm. Yezhi initially contemplated using apparition to transport them to a neighborhood closer to the port, allowing them to walk and thus evade any magical traces that could lead to their whereabouts. However, a muggle vehicle was undoubtedly a more perfect choice. The four exchanged glances. "Then we shall trouble you." The compact car felt a tad cramped as they all squeezed in. Yet no one minded as they set off towards the port. As the pink beetle bounced along the coastal road, Parkinson nearly pressed her face against the window, her excitement palpable. She leaned over to Aaron and whispered, "Wow, this is my first time in a car. It's so much more elegant than a broomstick." She poked at the genuine leather texture, reminiscent of a cat scratching. "When we get to Australia, we should buy a sky blue convertible and drive it along the Gold Coast." Aaron affectionately grasped her hand, replying, "All right, it's settled." The iron-framed bridge at the port loomed through the fog like the skeletal remains of a giant. As the pink beetle came to a halt, the sea breeze rushed in, carrying the briny scent of seaweed. Yezhi and Isabella exited the vehicle to accompany the two onto the ship. Yezhi handed the suitcase to Aaron, its magical runes glimmering softly in the moonlight. "The Muggle bank card is in the side pocket. The password is Parkinson's birthday. There are also 20 gold bars inside for emergencies. If you encounter trouble, use the Confundus charm. Safety comes first. I've brought a portrait of my family. Should any issues arise, you can reach me through it." Isabella waved them off, wishing them happiness. Yezhi patted the shoulders of the two, reminding them, "Once you arrive, don't forget to arrange another wedding for Parkinson." As Aaron accepted the suitcase, Parkinson suddenly embraced the platinum aristocrat, the floral scent of her hair mingling with the sea breeze. "Once we settle down there, you absolutely must come visit." As she turned to dash towards the spiral staircase, the hem of her lavender dress fluttered in the wind, resembling a butterfly poised to take flight. The ship's horn shattered the morning mist, and the vessel slowly departed from the shore. Yezhi watched the two lively figures on the deck. Parkinson waved goodbye, while Aaron tidied the wind-tousled braids in her hair, the colorful flags fluttering behind them. Yezhi waved back, a smile lingering at the corners of his eyes. When suddenly he felt a sharp object jab into his lower back, the sensation piercing through the fabric of his suit and digging into his side. "Don't move, Mr. Malfoy." Isabella's voice, wrapped in the sea breeze, caressed his ear. "You wouldn't want the ladies on deck to witness your bloodshed, would you?" Her tone remained gentle, Yet the words were far from benevolent. Just as Yezhi's right hand began to move, his wrist was seized fiercely. The hard object at his back pressed even tighter, nearly embedding itself into his bones. "Mr. Malfoy, please refrain from attempting to wield your wand. My reflexes are swifter than yours." With no choice left, Yezhi ceased his movements and turned to Isabella. "You won't kill me. You have had ample opportunities to do so. There's no need to choose this moment. Sometimes, being overly clever is not a virtue, Mr. Malfoy." Isabella's fingertips slid along his sleeve, gently extracting the wand, which she placed into her pearl handbag. "You need not futilely resist. Simply accompany me, and I assure you will remain unharmed." With his wand taken, Yezhi found himself devoid of any means of resistance and had no choice but to follow her. The two walked side by side towards a bar at the edge of the port, their posture resembling that of a pair of enamored lovers, though the tip of her concealed wand pressed firmly against his lower back. The morning bar was closed, shrouded in darkness. The side door closed behind them with a dull echo. Utilizing the faint light seeping through the window cracks, they made their way to the center of the dance floor. With a buzz, the spotlight sliced through the darkness like a sword, the blinding light forcing Yezhi to shut his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, he beheld a figure seated on a leather sofa illuminated by the harsh light. The brightness was too intense to discern who it was. Suddenly, a kick struck the back of his knee, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, his knee colliding with the marble floor with a dull thud. Yezhi struggled to rise, but the icy wand pressed firmly against his temple rendered him helpless. Reluctantly, he knelt in the center of the stage, his gaze icy as he fixated on the shadowy figure. The marble floor of the dance area was intricately designed in a six-pointed star pattern, with the spotlight illuminating the center. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit that accentuated his muscular form, Yezhi maintained an upright posture, his piercing gaze unwavering. Undeterred, even in kneeling. "Mr. Lucius Malfoy indeed lives up to his reputation. Your appearance is truly remarkable." A woman's voice emerged from the shadows. The woman stood, stepping slowly out of the darkness. She wore men's shoes and trousers, topped with a short wizard's robe that hung open, revealing a white shirt and a loosely tied black tie at her neck. Under the spotlight, her sharply defined cheekbones cast striking shadows. Her meticulously styled black short hair held firmly in place, and her elongated eyes scanned him coldly, exuding an oppressive air of authority. "Who are you?" Yezhi forced himself to maintain his composure, his platinum locks shimmering under the spotlight. "Mr. Malfoy, the affluent often have fleeting memories." The woman's lips curled into a chilling smile. "You killed my brother, and then turned to act as if nothing had transpired?" Yezhi faltered. Having repeatedly analyzed the Order of the Phoenix as the primary suspects throughout his journey, yet never anticipating that what awaited him was an act of vengeance. A vivid image of Augustine Rocher transforming into a desiccated corpse flashed through his mind. He was the only person he had killed during this period. "I am Dendro Rocher, the current head of the Rocher family." Yezhi's heart skipped a beat. Was today truly the day he would meet his end? This thought barely took root before he forcefully suppressed it. He pressed his lips tightly together, compelling himself to remain calm. If she genuinely sought his life, she had countless opportunities to strike during his frequent visits to the Pearl clothing store over the past few days. As I pondered this, a flicker of hope ignited within my heart. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of maneuverability. "I do not comprehend your words." He feigned calmness, his voice laced with an appropriately measured confusion, attempting to buy himself more time through an act of ignorance. "Someone has orchestrated this flawlessly for you. I know who it is." Vandar Rosiel narrowed her eyes. "And I am also aware that my brother is a fool." She scoffed, her fingertips tracing the intricate carvings on her wand. "My foolish brother serves the ministry as a hound, oblivious to the fact that they intend to use his blade to sever the claws of the aristocracy. Yet, no matter how one may argue, he bears the blood of the Rosiel family." Her voice suddenly turned frigid, the tip of her wand igniting with a ghostly green spark. "Without such a direct heir, the young Malfoy patriarch, do you truly believe our family will simply acquiesce?" She advanced slowly, her polished shoes shattering the light and shadows beneath her. "Your sleight of hand has indeed bewildered me for a time." Her tone was low and filled with malice. The wand pointed menacingly at his throat. "Now, it is time to settle the accounts." Chapter 87, Maneuvering. Yezhi found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. His gaze fixated on the wand aimed at him. "Wait, Lady Rosiel." Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, strands of hair dampened against his temples. "I admit that Augustine Rosiel's death is indeed connected to me, but it was entirely accidental." He spoke hurriedly. "This was not my intention. I am profoundly sorry and willing to offer restitution." He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes colliding with Vandar's, whose elongated pupils held neither hatred nor sorrow, only a calm scrutiny, akin to a cold-blooded creature observing its prey. This unnatural tranquility stirred an unsettling sensation within him, further validating his next words, prompting him to continue boldly. If you truly wish to kill me, why wait until today? Keeping me alive merely indicates I possess something you desire. Why don't we sit down and discuss this amicably? He stared directly into those cold eyes. I offer you double the stakes. What say you, Aunt? Standing behind him, Isabella prodded his head with her wand. Show the esteemed envoy some respect. Esteemed envoy? What is that? Nevertheless, he had wagered correctly. Vandar Rosiel gradually lowered her wand, elegantly snapping her fingers, and a velvet sofa materialized out of thin air. She reclined leisurely upon it. Little Malfoy, Vandar leaned against the backrest, gently lifting his chin with the pointed tip of her shoe, her tone dripping with disdain. I advise you to save your flowery words. In my eyes, you are still rather inexperienced. Yezhi frowned, turning aside to evade the offensive shoe tip. However, Vandar suddenly leaned forward, the faint scent of tobacco enveloping him with an oppressive aura. As for our conversation, I shall sit while you kneel. I find this arrangement quite fitting. Yezhi gritted his teeth and endured. You mentioned earlier that I remain because I possess something you desire. Vandar lit a slender lady's cigarette. Pray tell. What value do you believe you hold? That depends on your needs, my lady. Yezhi smirked, revealing a prickly smile. We Malfoys have never lacked for these currencies, wealth and power. Vandar took a deep drag of her cigarette, then exhaled gently in his face. Do you truly believe we Rosiels would lack such things? Yezhi turned his head to avoid the smoke, suppressing the rising anger within him, and retorted. Then what else do you seek? Vandar Rosiel leaned closer to him. Do not play the fool. What I desire is information regarding the person behind you. I am terribly sorry, but I genuinely do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Yezhi's gaze remained steady, his tone unruffled. Vandar let out a cold laugh, her eyes full of mockery. The entire wizarding world knows that the Malfoy family has always been Voldemort's most loyal lapdogs. Yezhi suddenly laughed as well. He extended his left hand, leisurely unfastening his cufflinks, his knuckles prominent as he pulled back his shirt sleeve to reveal an arm as smooth as jade. It seems your intelligence is flawed. He fixed his gaze upon her narrow eyes, his fingertips brushing the unmarked skin devoid of the dark mark. I have no connection to that esteemed gentleman. Vandar's expression remained unchanged, merely snapping her fingers in disdain. A small silver recording device hovered before her, and she pressed a switch, causing the previous conversation to resonate throughout the air. Particularly, Yezhi's statement, I have no connection to that esteemed gentleman, reverberated sharply in the silent room. This sound struck Yezhi's nerves like a heavy hammer. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Should such evidence fall into Voldemort's hands, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The facade of calm he had desperately maintained began to crack, his pupils slightly constricting, betraying his inner turmoil. Vandar observed the sudden tautness of Yezhi's jaw, letting out a derisive scoff. With her palms overlapping, she clapped lightly, and from the shadows emerged a figure, the director of the transportation department, John. He bowed respectfully, envoy. Upon seeing John, Yezhi recalled the information Amelia had disclosed to him, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the brooch on Vandar's attire, a crow in flight, set upon a triangular base, resembling the eye of eternal night that Amelia had described. Realization dawned upon him, his voice tinged with disbelief. You are of Grindelwald's faction. Vandar regarded him with keen interest. As far as I know, you have never reported John's true identity to Voldemort. Why is that? Yezhi's heart sank. His recent reaction had already revealed too much. She twirled the tape in her fingers. Consider this. If your master were to discover your clandestine activities, how do you suppose he would deal with you? Her lips curled into a cruel arc. At that point, we need not lift a finger. Your suspicious master will personally send you to your doom. I see you are not particularly loyal to him. Why subject yourself to such suffering? Compliance is the only way to preserve your life. Very well. Yezhi realized that this matter indeed had no connection to Dumbledore. He bit his lip. What is it you require of me? First, tell me, what task has Voldemort assigned you? Yezhi glanced at John, aware that through the transportation department's resources, he could report the movements of the Order of the Phoenix, opening transportation routes for Death Eaters when necessary. And what else? To become the director of the transportation department within a year. That's all, nothing more. Yezhi took a deep breath, his tone restrained. The Dark Lord does not trust me. You have seen it for yourselves. I lack even the Dark Mark, rendering me unqualified to be a true Death Eater. My father met his end in a foreign land due to incompetence, and the Malfoy family has long since fallen from grace. Recently, the tasks assigned to me have been trivialities of no consequence. Wenda twirled her wand, exchanging a meaningful glance with John, seemingly pondering the veracity of his words. A profound silence enveloped the air. At that moment, Isabella, who had remained as quiet as a shadow, suddenly spoke softly. My lord, I believe he is lying. Chapter 88. No Other Choice. Yezhi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by how Isabella had discerned the flaw in his facade. Before he could fully form the question, the cold tip of a wand abruptly pried open his collar, and a bright light shone down upon his collarbone. A series of varying shades of bruises bloomed across his pale skin, the deepest bite mark still tinged with a purplish hue, creating a stark contrast with his feigned calm demeanor. It became evident that Isabella had been standing behind him all along, positioned perfectly to view the marks concealed by his collar. Yezhi's heart sank. Wenda's eyes narrowed, and her wand traced a silver arc in the air. Yezhi instinctively tilted his head and closed his eyes, bracing himself for an anticipated strike, his neck forming a fragile curve as cold sweat dripped into the hollow of his collarbone. Yet, the anticipated pain and blood did not materialize. Instead, there was the sharp sound of fabric tearing, as the fine material of his suit was rent asunder by her magic, a chill spreading across his chest. Dark red fingerprints intertwined with the bruises, resembling serpents coiling around his pale skin, the still swelling flesh contracting in the cool air. In the rush of leaving home early that morning, he had entirely neglected to conceal these ambiguous marks. At this moment, Yezhi's cheeks flushed crimson, shame and fury surging within him as he abruptly grasped his collar, attempting to hide his disarray. However, the tattered fabric could not fully obscure the evidence. The bite and finger marks had long since been laid bare before the onlookers. The shocking marks exuded brutality and wildness, unmistakably beyond the capabilities of a woman's hand. And whom could the noble head of the Malfoy family possibly submit to? The outside world deemed the Malfoys as loyal henchmen of Voldemort. Yet why did he lack the dark mark that symbolized subservience? Thus, the truth dawned upon Wenda, who suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. This explains why he did not brand you with the dark mark, yet still chose to trust you. The merciless Voldemort actually believes he can bind a person through flesh. No, wait. She abruptly ceased her laughter, a wolfish gleam igniting in her pale blue eyes. Voldemort is not one to act on emotion. He would not extend his trust based solely on carnal pleasures unless. Wenda fixed her keen gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with fascination. It is you. You have led him to believe he can control you, to lower his guard with a tyrant. You are more capable, more beautiful, and more manipulative than I had imagined, even to the extent of using your own allure. Leaning back against the intricately carved armrest, Wenda lightly tapped her wand on the ground, and a sofa materialized beside Yezhi. To make the Dark Lord willingly break the rules is worth my time to spare a seat. She raised her chin slightly towards Isabella, who promptly withdrew her wand and tossed Yezhi's wand to his feet. Yezhi grasped his wand tightly, and as he rose, the deep green robes enveloped him like a tide, his platinum hair cascading down. The eternally elegant and noble Malfoy was back. Taking a deep breath, he faced the scrutinizing gazes of 3 pairs of eyes and slowly took his seat. This time, Wenda regarded him with a touch more admiration. It seems you need not act any longer, Wenda remarked with a smile. We are well aware that your position has long been evident. Yezhi's long fingers unconsciously stroked the dark patterns on his cuffs as he lowered his gaze, listening to her unravel the details of the past. You have always come to the shop ostentatiously clad in wizard robes, deliberately exposing your identity. Wenda elongated her tone. I initially thought it was a mere oversight, but now it appears you were testing the waters. I believed Isabella to be a spy for the Order of the Phoenix, Yezhi replied, raising his eyes with a cold voice. Wenda pondered for a moment before laughing. I see. If a member of the Order were to witness an outstanding Gryffindor graduate in distress, they would undoubtedly come to his aid. At that point, you could smoothly present them with 2 capable allies, and through this matter, establish a connection with Dumbledore. A brilliant scheme indeed, though regrettably, she is not one of them. Indeed. A miscalculation, Yezhi said, his gaze lowered, a light chuckle escaping his lips, laced with self-deprecation. Who could have anticipated that the old man trapped in Nurmengard could still stir the winds of change in Britain? Fear not, you have successfully made contact with us. I can share another piece of information. Sending your father to France is your master's scheme to eliminate him, aimed at completely controlling the Malfoy family. The Malfoy family will eventually be drained of its last drop of blood, and you are merely a trinket on the spoils list. You are submitting to a father's murderer, praying for his protection. Yezhi's eyes widened, his grip on his robes tightening to the point of whiteness. I had my suspicions, so it is true, but I have no other choice. He appeared profoundly pained and desperate, thinking to himself that had he not known the truth, he might have been deceived by their words. You now have a choice, poor child. Join us and take revenge for your father. Furrowing his brow, he bit his lip, and under the expectant gazes of the others, he gradually raised his reddened eyes, his carefully crafted vulnerable expression revealing just the right amount of hesitation and anguish. Rest assured, we are all family. Would I harm you? Wenda gently patted the young man's knee, enticingly stating, "As long as you nod in agreement, you will immediately become my confidant." The platinum aristocrat seemed to relent, his shoulders sagging as he hoarsely replied, "Fine, I agree." Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, cold sweat beading at his fingertips. "But I have one condition. Do not touch Augustine Rocher. I have been in contact with him, and if he is exposed, the Dark Lord will suspect me first." He deliberately emphasized his words. "Moreover, keeping this pawn allows you to ascertain the Dark Lord's movements at any time. Augustine is likely already in contact with my father, and if he is captured, he may very well reveal my father's whereabouts. We must protect this person. Deal." Wenda smiled as she extended her hand toward him. Yezhi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended his hand in return. Their hands clasped. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, the morning sun pierced through the clouds. Yezhi trudged forward, the fatigue from an all-night vigil and excessive mental exertion crashing over him like a tide. Yet he steeled himself and made his way directly to the study. "Has there been any news from grandfather's portrait?" he asked hoarsely. "Abu has established contact with the 3 trustworthy individuals you provided. All is proceeding smoothly," Sipu replied. Yezhi sighed. "Next time, inform him that Augustine has been exposed. Don't ask me how I know. Tell my father to sever all ties with the Rocher family." Understood. Once the message was conveyed, he could no longer muster the strength to care about anything else, stumbling back to his room and collapsing onto the bed without even removing his clothes. The heavy velvet curtains blocked out the external light, and he curled up in the darkness, finally allowing himself to succumb to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the evening. The crystal chandelier swayed before him, blurring into a phantom, and a burning sensation gripped his stomach. He had scarcely eaten all day. In the dining room, Yezhi scooped a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup and turned to Cece. Recalling something, he inquired, "Do we have a house elf named Dobby?" Cece replied anxiously, "Dobby is young and not very bright. He tends to cause trouble. Consequently, Gatsby only allows him to work in the kitchen and forbids him from coming out." Yezhi nodded. "Have him come to me. I wish to have a word with him." Chapter 89, Dobby. After a while, a small figure wrapped in a faded tea towel emerged from the shadow of the table corner. The house elf Dobby, with his ears drooping, twisted his fingers nervously before him. Stammering, "Dobby is at your service, esteemed Master Malfoy." "There's no need to be anxious, Dobby," Yezhi replied, resting his spoon on the edge of his plate before forking a piece of apple pie. "I would like to hear your perspective on Dumbledore. What kind of man do you believe him to be?" Dobby's ears perked up suddenly, and his large, bulging eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "He is a great white wizard." "Sir." His voice trembled with excitement. "And what about the Dark Lord?" Yezhi asked languidly, wiping the corner of his mouth. "He is an evil dark wizard." Dobby shrank back in fear, retreating slightly. "Who taught you to say that?" Yezhi inquired, observing him closely. Dobby's unusually large eyes were filled with trepidation as he replied. Dobby thought it himself, "Sir, am I, in your eyes, also an evil dark wizard?" Yezhi questioned, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Dobby. The little elf recoiled, unable to muster a response. Yezhi chuckled softly and waved his wand, causing a hefty tome to land on the table. The cover bore a portrait of Dumbledore with his silver-white beard, swaying gently in the flickering candlelight, while the gold lettering slanted awkwardly, reading, "The legendary White Wizard, the secret history of Albus Dumbledore." The corners were already frayed, and the ink smudged, revealing it to be a shoddy, pirated copy from the black market. Such pirated biographies are typically the tools of mediocre writers seeking profit, brimming with all manner of dubious historical accounts and indistinguishable gossip. "Listen well, Dobby," he said, tapping the book with his finger. "From now on, you must stay by my side and read this book to me from cover to cover, word for word." "Yes, master," Dobby replied, blinking his large eyes. Thus, for the ensuing hours, Dobby read aloud with his high-pitched voice the tumultuous, yet noble life of Dumbledore. He followed the platinum-haired master from the dining room, illuminated by golden candelabras, to the study piled high with parchment, and finally to the bedroom draped in velvet curtains. As the moon hung high in the night sky, the pages fortuitously turned to a fateful passage. They forsook the vows made under the starry skies of Godric's Hollow. Dobby suddenly choked up, sobbing uncontrollably. Yezhi rubbed his throbbing temples, the clock striking 2 in the morning. "Why are you crying? He was so good," Dobby sobbed, lifting the apron of his pillowcase to wipe his tears, his prominent eyes overflowing with drops of sorrow. Yet he was abandoned by his beloved and burdened with so much infamy. Yezhi scoffed. "Abandoned? You underestimate that white wizard greatly." A smirk curled his lips as a calculating glint flickered in his eyes. His old lover is still secretly aiding him against the Dark Lord, even reaching into the Ministry of Magic. The naive little elf stared at him in astonishment. "Dobby, Just imagine if Dumbledore knew that his estranged lover had never truly let go, Yezhi drawled, watching Dobby's eyes gleam with growing excitement. Wouldn't that bring him joy? Dobby nodded eagerly. Is Dumbledore your hero? Do you wish to make your hero happy? Yes. I have always taken pleasure in fulfilling desires. Go ahead and do what you wish. Yezhi waved his hand, his tone suddenly turning serious. But if you dare to leak even a word about the Malfoy family. He left the sentence hanging, casting a meaningful glance at Dobby. Dobby understood and nodded fervently, exclaiming, Dobby only wishes to tell Mr. Dumbledore, to let him know that someone is protecting him. With that, he vanished with a pop. Yezhi surveyed the now empty room, a satisfied, cold laugh escaping his lips. Dumbledore, your old lover's minion was a real nuisance to me yesterday. You shan't find rest tonight. He leisurely extinguished the candle on his bedside table and, with a contented smile, drifted into slumber. On the final day of his 3-day sick leave, he awoke late, the sun high in the sky, and then headed to the glimmering jewelry shop to reorder cufflinks for Snape, intending to present them before the start of the school year. Previously, he had received a letter from Snape, who was in France, mentioning that the vineyard's experimental fields were progressing well and that the production of magical irrigation techniques for potions was imminent. Meanwhile, Dobby had successfully disturbed Dumbledore in the dead of night. Word had it that the headmaster had rushed to Germany, and as for the outcome of their clandestine talks, Yezhi hoped they would be too preoccupied to trouble him further. The 3 days of sick leave flew by, and upon returning to work at the Ministry of Magic, he encountered John in the elevator. He paused momentarily, and John, as usual, nodded and smiled at him. Lucius. Good morning. Good morning, Yezhi replied expressionlessly, nodding. He had expected a mountain of work piled up on his desk after his absence, yet found it impeccably tidy. He stood at the office door, momentarily stunned, until he heard William's voice. Mr. Malfoy, you were late by 1 minute and 20 seconds this morning. The elevator was a bit slow, you know, otherwise I would have arrived right on the hour, Yezhi replied with a smile, turning back. Is there something you need from me? William wasted no time, lifting his hand to place 3 floating stacks of documents onto the desk. I've processed all the approvals from the past few days. Any problematic applications have been sent back for revision. All that remains is for you to sign these. Yezhi was taken aback by the old employee's enthusiasm and quickly praised him. I truly appreciate your efforts during my absence. Our department is so fortunate to have someone like you. However, William did not seem to appreciate the compliment and merely huffed before departing. Yezhi shrugged in resignation, just as Amelia entered the room. What happened to William? Yezhi inquired. Ever since you stood up to him and the minister last time. He has been like this. The past few days, it's just been the 2 of us in the department, and he has taken on a considerable workload. Utilizing the skills of a 10-year veteran, Amelia reflected. Honestly, you have a knack for winning people over. You might not believe it. But I didn't think much at the time. I simply couldn't stand by and watch, so I intervened. I hadn't intended to win anyone over. Yezhi shrugged. By the way, what did you come in for? The task assigned by the master yesterday requires you to handle these 2 transportation applications. Amelia handed him 2 application forms. I've already forged the applications. Just sign them and file them into the transportation department's backup archives. She tapped the documents lightly with her fingertip. When the time comes, the enforcement department's magical monitoring will automatically mask any activity in that area. Yezhi glanced at her, took the parchment, and noted the date, July 12th, at a coordinate, 2:15, in the outskirts of London, setting a non-apparition zone spanning 20 kilometers. The second application was for 3 keys leading to this location. All right, I understand, Yezhi said as he picked up a quill to sign, casually asking, do you know what this is for? Not really. I was privately assigned this task. Usually, the Dark Lord doesn't disclose the complete details of the mission to us, Amelia shrugged. Yezhi nodded, stamping the 2 applications before placing them in his drawer. Chapter 90, Passing Time. In the remaining time, he signed off on all 3 stacks of applications on his desk, and when he looked up again, it was already time to clock out. Employees began to leave one by one, and as the sound of footsteps in the corridor gradually diminished, Yezhi pondered for a moment, pulled out a few ordinary application forms, mixed them with the forged ones, and pocketed them as he made his way to the archives. The head of the archives is a young lady named Nilu, who is currently slinging her leather bag over her shoulder, her cartoonish hair accessories swaying adorably with her movements. Mr. Malfoy, is there something you need? She inquires. Regarding that case that had a mishap last time, Yezhi rubs his forehead, his platinum blonde hair falling to obscure his calculating gaze. I should have been more diligent. I wish to re-examine that application form to avoid repeating the same mistake. Your dedication is commendable, Nilu remarks, biting her lower lip as she glances at the clock on the wall. But it's already after hours, and I have a prior engagement. Ah, my oversight. He responds, displaying just the right amount of contrition. I finally managed to clear the backlog of work today, and I completely lost track of time. How about this? You head home, and I will lock up for you later. That would be splendid, Mr. Malfoy. The archives for the Flu Network are located on that bookshelf. You may access them at your convenience. Please do remember to lock the door for me. She replies before disappearing down the corridor. Yezhi swiftly casts 3 locking spells, securing the door tightly. He then approaches the shelves to examine the various classified archives. He pauses before a walnut bookshelf marked Magical Transportation Control. Finally locating the archive for applications to non-apparition zones, he slips the forged document into the files dated July 1972, and then proceeds to rummage through the archives for the application key. At that moment, a knock resounds from outside the door. Mr. Malfoy, are you still there? The door isn't locked. Why can't I get in? Nilu has returned unexpectedly. He hastily shoves the application for the door key into the nearest file folder. The folder scraping against the edge of the cabinet with a jarring sound. He strides to the door and raises his hand to undo the locking charm. I had merely left the door ajar. How could it be locked? Yezhi feigns confusion as he opens the door. Perhaps it was the wind. I forgot my hat, she exclaims, dashing to her desk to snatch her fluffy beret. As she turns, she notices Yezhi still standing at the doorway, unmoving, and questions, haven't you found the documents yet? I'm still searching, Yezhi replies. But isn't it stated on this cabinet that it's for Flu Network applications? Why have you moved to the other side? Before she finishes her sentence, she has already clicked her heels towards another shelf, retrieving a piece of parchment and handing it to him. Please remember to put it back once you're done. Certainly. Thank you, Yezhi smiles. Nilu hurries away, and Yezhi turns to place the door key application in its rightful spot, only to hear John's voice echoing down the corridor. Nilu, why did you leave without locking the door? John inquires. Mr. Malfoy is inside. I had an urgent matter today and asked Mr. Malfoy to lock the door for me, she explains. I see. John's voice grows nearer. I also need to check some documents. Yezhi quickly returns to the Flu Network cabinet. As John approaches the archives, he leans against the door frame, appearing casual. Yet his fingers are caressing the handle of his wand. Yezhi raises the application form marked with a red stamp reading investigated and declares. After the uproar over that forgery case, I wish to study the flaws of such counterfeit documents. John steps closer, his long black robe whispering against the floor. As he halts beside Yezhi, their shoulders almost touch. Have you discerned any insights? None, Yezhi replies. If we solely base our decisions on the terms to approve applications, we cannot truly identify such fraudulent submissions. Before he can finish, John suddenly thrusts his hand into Yezhi's pocket. Reacting instinctively, Yezhi grips John's wrist with his left hand, his wand slipping into his right palm. Their eyes lock, neither willing to relent. Produce what you have in your pocket. John's voice is icy, commanding. After a moment of tension, Yezhi shakes off his hand and retrieves several application forms from his pocket. John inspects them, each one meticulously filled out with neat signatures and ministry seals, leaving no room for error. I told you, I merely came to see if there were any discernible flaws in the counterfeit applications. I brought these to compare. Yezhi responds impatiently. Why choose to come down here just as the day ends? John queries, still suspicious. Director, would you care to see how many documents I signed and stamped at my desk today? Why do you assume I came now? I've only just finished. I've been so busy that I lost track of time. Yezhi exclaims dramatically. John studies Yezhi for a couple of seconds, then chuckles, giving his shoulder a light pat. Well done, Lucius. With that, he turns and departs. Yezhi exhales in relief, noting the absence of any further interruptions. He returns to place the door key application in its proper location, then secures the door behind him. He refrains from inquiring about what transpired on July 12th. Nor does he wish to delve into the specifics of the tasks he is assisting Voldemort with. He feels weary, desiring only to drift through the days in a haze. At home, the Dark Lord can come and go as he pleases, while within the Ministry, 2 factions are constantly watching him. He possesses no true private space of his own. Each day, he dutifully attends the Ministry to stamp and sign documents, concurrently completing the tasks assigned by Voldemort. When it becomes apparent that many are aware of a particular task, he discreetly relays the information to John, garnering his trust. This strategy ensures that even if discovered, the blame does not easily fall upon him. Dobby occasionally informs Dumbledore of Grindelwald's movements in Britain. Since he began passing along information, the audacity of those Germans has somewhat diminished. Over in Australia, local policies are lenient, and with the assistance of the Seep clan, 2 young ladies have adeptly utilized magic to navigate shortcuts, successfully securing mining rights, and are currently engaged in exploration and extraction work. Voldemort frequently visits Malfoy Manor, sometimes inquiring about the progress of tasks, and at other times, offering guidance on work and magic. Yet ultimately, those bony fingers always ensnare him within the soft fabrics of the bed, or upon the blankets by the fireplace, amidst the folds of the sofa, before the gilded mirror, or even beneath the cascading wisteria curtains, surrounded by the inquisitive white peacocks. The white peacocks in the greenhouse unfurl their tails, adorned with myriad patterns. These ethereal beings, born with wings akin to flowing clouds, are nonetheless trapped within gilded cages, confined to this opulent realm, where they must delight their master with their innate elegance. Time passes swiftly, and 4 months slip by in the blink of an eye. The yellowed leaves whirl about the fountain at Malfoy Manor. As the chill seeps through the intricately carved window frames, Yezhi realizes that winter is approaching. He had intended to relish a languid day at home over the weekend, but that evening, Amelia arrived at his doorstep. Death Eater Assembly. She stands at the door in her black robe, interrogating members of the Order of the Phoenix. Everyone must be present. As she explains, she urges him to hasten. Reluctantly, Yezhi conjures a black robe and follows Amelia, using apparition to travel. The thought of witnessing the interrogation sends a shiver down his spine. The last so-called baptism had frightened him to the point of fainting, and he desperately wishes to avoid a repeat experience. The meeting place is not Voldemort's manor, but rather a tranquil grove. That night, dark clouds loom low, and a group of hooded figures quietly gathers beneath the shadows of the trees, the occasional rustle of their garments punctuating the stillness. In a clearing amidst the trees, 2 figures lie crumpled upon the dry grass, strangers to Yezhi. Once everyone has assembled, Rodolphius Lestrange steps forward, treading upon the brittle branches. Since Abraxas departed for France, Lestrange has exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, becoming a new confidant of Voldemort. He waved his hand to awaken one of the men. The unconscious man jolted awake, his eyes wide open as he surveyed the fallen companions around him, along with the throng of Death Eaters and the Dark Lord before him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 91. The Traitor. Lestrange's polished leather boot pressed down on Jack's quivering hand, and a hoarse, agonized scream mingled with the sickening crack of dislocated bones echoed through the silent woods. TSK, TSK. How disappointing. He leaned in closer, his voice hissing like a serpent. You dared to conspire with members of the Order of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, your trusted comrade is no stalwart. He has confessed everything. It's impossible. Jack struggled to rise, but found his fingers heavily crushed beneath the boot. He promised he would protect my wife and children. Protect? Lestrange chuckled darkly. He was begging me to spare his mother's life. He waved a piece of parchment stained with dried blood. Look at this confession. David has clearly detailed the dates of your tickets for smuggling into America. The Dark Lord's eyes are everywhere. Did you think you could escape? In the darkness, the contents of the parchment were indecipherable, yet for a man nearing madness from fear, it was undoubtedly the final straw. No. I can provide the locations of 2 Order of the Phoenix hideouts. Please don't kill my family. A wand pressed against Jack's violently throbbing throat, the coldness eliciting a whimper. This is your last chance. Speak. Why yes, the church basement. And the clock shop on the north bank of the Thames. Jack's face was streaked with tears. Please, master, I beg you, I was bewitched. Your accomplice speaks of neither of those places. Lestrange deceived him. I swear it's true. He is the liar. Jack exclaimed, his panic escalating into incoherence. I know more. I know there's a traitor among us. There's a traitor in the Ministry of Magic. Yezhi, with his hood drawn low, suddenly lifted his head, his pupils constricting sharply beneath the brim. Jack gasped. I swear it's true. I'm not lying. He nearly screamed, his chest heaving. This person has access to internal secrets. He could leak the Death Eater's operational routes. Yezhi felt his throat go dry, his body tensing. He was uncertain if he had revealed himself. He was certain he had never seen the man before him. Yet he feared that his actions had already betrayed him through some oversight. Cold sweat dripped from his palms. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. He discreetly retracted his fingers into the voluminous sleeves of his robe, digging his nails into his palm, using the sharp pain to combat the engulfing terror. Though he could not suppress the thunderous beating of his heart. Who is he? I don't know who he is. I only know that he holds significant power within the ministry. Upon hearing the frantic admissions, Yezhi exhaled with relief, feeling as if he had just been resurrected from death. Lestrange turned to Voldemort, who cast legilimens on Jack, and then nodded. Jack had become worthless in the next moment. The Cruciatus curse lashed out like a venomous serpent. Jack's body contorted in agony, writhing on the leaf-strewn ground, his shrieks tearing through the night. The surrounding Death Eaters tensed, their eyes beneath hoods reflecting either terror or indifference. Jack's pupils began to fade, and Lestrange timely ceased the curse, a pale blue glow of the Imperius curse enveloping him. Jack, who had previously struggled, suddenly froze, his formerly terrified eyes growing vacant and devoid of life. Under the spell's control, Jack stood dazedly to the side. Lestrange turned to another fallen man, waving his wand. The sleeping brown-haired man, David, awoke. His pupils still bore the haze of the sleeping curse. But upon catching sight of Jack, they widened in shock. The companion he had met with was now standing beside him, arms limp, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Open your eyes wide, rat of the Order of the Phoenix." Lestrange pressed his wand to David's throat. "Surely, you don't believe Jack would truly work for you? He is merely a pawn of the Dark Lord. Today's meeting was a trap laid for you." Lestrange turned to the nearby Jack. "Isn't that right?" Under the influence of the Imperius curse, Jack replied, "Yes, I am wholly loyal to the Dark Lord." David erupted into maniacal laughter, suddenly rising, dragging his broken right leg, and lunging his head toward a nearby tree, seeking death. However, just before he could reach the trunk, he was petrified in place by Bellatrix's binding spell. "If you tell us who else has been secretly passing information, we can make your death swift and painless." Bellatrix circled him with her wand. "Even if you don't speak, I can pry the truth from your mind, though you might end up a madman. You will never succeed." David forced the words through clenched teeth, and before he could finish, he broke free of the binding curse with an extraordinary will. His bloodied hands seized Bellatrix by the throat like a vice. Yet, barely a meter away, he was violently hurled back by Voldemort's dark magic. Crashing against a tree with a dull thud, sliding down the rough bark to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, barely clinging to life. Voldemort immediately cast legilimens. David convulsed on the ground as if electrocuted. Yezhi stood in the shadows, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Able to envision the fragments of memories exploding before Voldemort, terrified that one of those frames contained something about himself. As David's body went limp, devoid of breath, the forest was left with the sound of Voldemort's fingers tapping against the ornate armrest of a chair. The rhythm was deliberate, each beat striking against Yezhi's heartbeat. After a moment, the Dark Lord spoke. "Lucius, Amelia, Bailing, Leo, come forth." Yezhi shuddered at the mention of his name, his legs threatening to buckle beneath him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he resisted collapsing and forced himself to approach Voldemort. David was dead, Jack alive, his Imperius curse lifted, while Bellatrix and Lestrange stood by, conducting their dark ritual. The screams pierced Yezhi's mind like nails, akin to a rusty saw dragging across his temples, leaving him dizzy. He hardly knew how he had arrived before Voldemort. His complexion must have been ghastly, for as he drew near, Voldemort glanced at him. And when those serpentine eyes swept over him, Yezhi felt as if his very soul were about to escape his body. Unexpectedly, Voldemort let out a derisive laugh. "Lucius, why is your courage still so feeble? The last time you fainted, Abraxas carried you to the study. This time, if you faint in the woods, no one will be there to carry you back." With a flick of his wand, a silver-blue ripple spread through the air, isolating Jack's heart-wrenching cries from the surroundings. Yezhi caught a glimpse of the ongoing ritual from the corner of his eye. Voldemort had cast a silencing charm. Seeing Voldemort's demeanor, Yezhi felt reassured that he had likely not exposed himself. He steeled himself and stole a glance, meeting those red eyes. The gaze was not one of suspicion, but rather akin to observing a ferret terrified by thunder, the corners of Voldemort's lips curling into a mocking smile. He hurriedly lowered his eyelids, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and forced a smile, saying, "My master, you jest again. I possess a naturally timid disposition. Yet I must admit this time marks a step forward. At least I did not faint, and can still converse with you while standing." Chapter 92, Fireworks. Voldemort chuckled softly as he surveyed the individuals before him, stating, "Within the Ministry of Magic, you four are my visible agents, while others lurk in the shadows. However, given the emergence of a traitor, you must exercise caution. Immediately report any suspicious individuals you encounter." Yezhi scrutinized the others beside him. Amelia required no introduction. Both she and he hailed from renowned pure-blood aristocratic families, their allegiances well known. The other two included Bellatrix, the journalist he had first encountered in the Ministry's hall on his first day, evidently serving as Voldemort's mouthpiece. The last was a man named Leo, with gray hair and a stern countenance. Leo Moore, captain of the 3rd Squad of Horror Investigations, Voldemort introduced. "I summoned you because of the vital intelligence he has brought. Leo, the floor is yours." Leo began. "Last week, while investigating a case of illegal alchemical material sales, we uncovered a possible connection to the Jenkins family." "Jenkins? The Minister of Magic?" Bellatrix reacted swiftly. "Indeed," Leo unfolded a map marked with several red dots. "She has repeatedly abused her position to approve the transport permits for banned materials. Her nephew Jason was placed in the Department of Transportation to establish a dedicated transport route. Since the incident involving Jason, she has resorted to black market routes, which, paradoxically, have left traces in the transport records. Should I mobilize the resources of the Department of Transportation to assist in the investigation?" Yezhi inquired. Voldemort turned his gaze towards him. "Lucius, To ascend to the position of Director of the Department of Transportation, you require achievements. This presents an excellent opportunity. Collaborate fully with Leo's Auror team to solve this case. He paused, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Bellatrix, you will be responsible for following up on this case in the Daily Prophet, highlighting Lucius's contributions while simultaneously using this case to undermine the minister's reputation, ultimately displacing her and clearing a path for our allies. Understood, Bellatrix replied respectfully. After assigning tasks to the group, the external ceremony concluded. The bodies on the ground were nearly unrecognizable. Yezhi dared not look. Voldemort waved his hand, signaling the meeting's end. The cloaked figures bowed in unison before dissipating into wisps of smoke, merging into the dense forest. Just as Yezhi was about to join the others in retreat, he found himself rooted to the spot by that familiar voice. Lucius, come with me. Beside him, Bellatrix and Amelia raised their eyebrows, casting inquisitive glances his way. Yezhi straightened his back, disregarding their stares. Voldemort did not use apparition to transport him, instead strolling along a path through the woods. The night wind tousled his slightly curled black hair, casting fragmented shadows across his pale visage, imparting an aura of languor and amiability. How have you fared in practicing the practical combat techniques I taught you last time? He turned to regard the platinum-haired youth. Beneath the tree shadows, the moonlight brushed against his prominent nose, accentuating the deep contours of his eye sockets. I have been practicing diligently as you instructed, but I can still only face 5 dummies at once. In situations of widespread encirclement, the blasting curse and slashing curse are far more pragmatic than relying solely on the killing curse, he replied, his voice low, imbued with a patient guidance. Combat is not merely a contest of brute strength. The crux lies in skillfully employing the most appropriate spells. The two walked side by side into the moonlit clearing, their cloaks dancing in the night breeze, resembling a pair of close friends. It was then that Yezhi realized that not far beyond the woods lay a bustling Muggle event area, the silhouette of Leeds Castle barely discernible in the moonlight. At such a late hour, I wonder what has drawn this lively crowd together, the platinum-haired youth mused, perplexed. Do you know what day it is today? Voldemort inquired with a smile. Yezhi thought carefully, even contemplating Voldemort's birthday, yet nothing seemed to fit. Today is November 5th, the Muggle bonfire night, Voldemort said, his tone elongated. It was my favorite day as a child. His expression appeared to drift into recollection, though not of fond memories. Rather, it bore a hint of wicked amusement. Yezhi regarded him in confusion. Voldemort waved his wand, adorning both of them with exquisitely tailored black woolen coats. As the night wind ruffled the knee-length hems, their elongated figures appeared even more upright, passing a small cart roasting chestnuts on the lawn. The vibrant atmosphere of bonfire night enveloped them. A towering bonfire, saturated with gasoline, stood before them as several Muggles climbed ladders to bind a scarecrow atop the wooden structure. Nearby, on a makeshift stage, actors clad in medieval garb recited lines from Macbeth. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow with a roar. When the torch ignited the gasoline-soaked bonfire, a towering column of flames erupted, shooting sparks into the night sky like a dragon tearing through the darkness. The orange-red blaze illuminated the faces of the surrounding Muggles, painting them in a radiant glow, the intoxicating blush climbing each cheek. The crowd joined hands, joyfully circling the bonfire, laughter rising and falling like waves. It was unclear who initiated the singing, but soon a clear voice rang out, like a spark igniting a wildfire. More and more voices joined in, weaving a sea of song that intertwined with the crackling of the flames, bursting forth with vibrant, fervent life. On the highest walls of Leeds Castle, the Platinum Aristocrat and Voldemort sat side by side. An invisible veil of notice-me-not enchantment descended like a gossamer curtain, shielding them from the Muggles' gaze. The biting night wind howled past, tousling the young man as platinum locks, and he could not help but ask, Master, did you also come here for bonfire night as a child? Voldemort gently shook his head. No, I did not visit many places in my youth. Yezhi's brow furrowed in confusion. Then why are we here? Shoo, we are nearly there. Voldemort's voice was deep and enigmatic. No sooner had he spoken than a star streaked across the night sky, trailing a golden red tail. With a thunderous boom, countless luminous sparks cascaded down like a brilliant river of stars. The sudden explosion startled Yezhi, causing him to jump. He looked up, his eyes wide with wonder at the dazzling fireworks above, the vibrant bursts reflecting in his clear gaze. Voldemort was amused by his reaction. He wrapped his long arm around the waist of the Platinum Aristocrat, pulling the startled youth into his embrace, the coat instinctively enveloping him. The gesture gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible force. In the cold winter night, Yezhi nestled within Voldemort's embrace, gazing up at the fireworks. His eyelashes brushed against Voldemort's chin, the proximity of their breaths mingling with the explosive sounds of the fireworks, sending tremors through his chest. The flames illuminated their intertwined figures, the kaleidoscopic lights casting reflections upon their faces, fragmenting the moment into shards of dreams and reality. He had never viewed fireworks from such a close distance. When they exploded, it felt as if a celestial body had suddenly collided with his gaze, the crackling of the fireworks resonating alongside the rapid beating of his heart. The young head of the Malfoy family could distinctly feel the warmth and heartbeat emanating from behind him. The once terrifying aura of the Dark Lord was now softened and obscured by the glow of the fireworks. He turned his head and fortuitously met the profile of Voldemort, outlined by the brilliance of fireworks, a visage so strikingly handsome that, amidst the interplay of darkness and the flickering lights, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Voldemort lowered his gaze to meet his, then inclined his head to bestow a gentle kiss. Above them, the fireworks cascaded like a galaxy spilling forth, golden reds and emerald greens flowing between their intertwined silhouettes. The crackling of the bonfire below merged with the laughter of muggles, rising in a heat wave that faded into a distant background hum. The night breeze entwined their platinum and ebony locks, rendering the kiss dreamlike. This moment was so ethereal that the platinum-haired youth found himself entranced. He was both brutal and elegant, bloodthirsty yet tender, fierce and gentle, all of these facets embodied in one. Countless images spun in his mind. Which aspect truly represented the Dark Lord? At this instant, was the figure before him the authentic Voldemort? Chapter 93, Memories. Yezhi sat alone in his study, the curtains drawn behind him, and before him lay an open blank notebook. The current Voldemort had enveloped himself in a facade of hypocrisy. If he wished to glimpse the true essence of that individual, perhaps he must start from earlier, from the time when he was still known as Tom Riddle. And before him lay the very essence of that youth's soul. He understood the risks of his current actions, yet they were undoubtedly safer than directly conversing with the Dark Lord. He donned dragonhide gloves, picked up a quill, and dipped it in ink. I have heard you possess considerable insights on the study of souls. He pondered over his words. What do you believe a soul to be? The ink vanished onto the paper, and after a moment, an elegantly written line emerged, curling like a serpent. The soul is the most precious vessel of magic. I am ahead of all in my research on souls. Yezhi continued to write. You say, if a soul is torn asunder, is it a chance for rebirth or an eternal curse? Sometimes, fragmentation is merely the inception of new life, akin to a snake shedding its old skin or a phoenix rising anew. He countered, a complete soul is the cornerstone of a wizard's power, much like a family's bloodline. Once tainted or severed, purity becomes nearly impossible to reclaim. Do you know Abraxas? What? He once uttered similar sentiments, likening the integrity of the soul to that of pure blood. How antiquated. Yezhi felt a stir within, inquiring, how did you respond to him? Just as the ink faded, the yellowed pages began to whirl violently under an unseen force, finally settling on a specific page. In the corner, the word soul was hastily scrawled. Immediately, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the center of the page, and blinding white light burst forth. Yezhi instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but was instantly consumed by the flow of light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the spiral staircase of Hogwarts, the ancient castle's distinctive musty scent filling his nostrils. The red brick walls and flickering candlelight felt astonishingly real. Yezhi looked up, and there, leaning casually against the ornate railing, was a young Abraxas Malfoy, the head boy's badge gleaming on his deep green robes. In those gray eyes, so remarkably similar to his own, shimmered the innate arrogance and scrutiny of a young aristocrat. At the foot of the stairs stood Tom Riddle, standing upright, gazing up at his superior. The Slytherin uniform clung to his slender frame, the coarse fabric starkly contrasting with the fine tailoring of Abraxas's attire. Only the enigmatic smile etched across the youth's handsome face bore a slight resemblance to the Voldemort of his memories. Yezhi had never witnessed his father look at the Dark Lord with such eyes. He had not anticipated that during his school days. His father appeared far more formidable than the Dark Lord. Abraxas leisurely twirled his family ring, shadows deepening beneath his eyes, his posture exuding a natural caution akin to a hunter wary of a venomous serpent. Tom, do you know what you are doing? Abraxas's voice was laced with frost. The young Tom Riddle offered a slight smile. I am merely a bit curious. His deliberately affectionate address contrasted sharply with the cold glint in his eyes. That is not your reason for pursuing those studies on souls. So, the head boy also spies on others' diaries? Tom scoffed, his long fingers caressing the banister. Your foolish theories on soul-splitting should remain confined to your journal. Some costs are beyond your capacity to bear. You will render yourself irretrievable, Abraxas stated gravely. Tom Riddle was undeterred. He ascended the steps with a deliberate slowness, each stride measuring the chasm between them. Head boy, are you genuinely concerned for me? Tom, with your capabilities, a bright future awaits you. Abraxas softened his tone unexpectedly. There is no need to pursue power so urgently. Moreover, it is uncertain whether you will gain it, as it may instead backfire. Tom Riddle ascended the final step, standing directly before Abraxas Malfoy. He raised his hand, brushing against the head boy's badge. My dearest friend, you were born superior. He suddenly laughed, a sound mingled with a near-manic obsession, surrounded by a loving family, boundless wealth, and an existence steeped in admiration and praise. Yet beneath that facade, darkness churned in his eyes. You will never comprehend how I arrived at this point. My research on souls has surpassed that of all others. I will show you. He suddenly seized Abraxas's collar, his breath hot against the ear. I am right. And you are wrong. Then the scene warped, and as clarity returned, the corridors of Hogwarts were adorned with silver-frosted fir branches. The candlelight flickered in the Christmas wreaths, yet failed to illuminate the undercurrents in the empty classroom. Abraxas loosened his green and silver tie, his knuckles turning pale with fury. I know you are behind all of this. The professors may have been deceived by you, but I will not. Tom Riddle, if you do not cease your actions, I will bring you to trial. I do not know what you are speaking of, Tom replied nonchalantly, polishing his wand. It was already clear Hagrid would be expelled. Before he could finish, he was forcefully thrust against the stone wall, a spell narrowly missing his ear, embedding itself into the wall and sending shards of stone flying. Abraxas pressed against the wall, trapping Tom Riddle in the shadows, desperation swirling in his gaze. If you still consider me your friend, stop, Tom. Spare those innocent students, and spare yourself. Those words ignited a spark. Tom exploded, his knuckles digging into Abraxas's wrist as he glared. Spare myself? It is not that I do not spare myself. It is that this world spares no one. He raised his left hand, adorned with a massive obsidian ring. If this world cares not for me, then I care not for anyone. I only care for myself, hatred burning in his eyes. You. Abraxas furiously drew his wand, but astonishingly, in the instant he drew it, Tom unleashed a spell, a dark green whip of light ensnaring the platinum noble and toppling him to the ground. As Tom's boot pressed against his chest, Abraxas realized that his opponent's magical prowess had far surpassed that of his peers. Those forbidden experiments hidden within the diary had borne fruit long ago. I told you. I am right, and you are wrong. Tom yanked Abraxas up, pinning him against the frosted window frame. Abraxas's breath formed white mist against the icy glass. What purity, what completeness, are but symbols of weakness. He suddenly leaned in, whispering a serpentine hiss into Ab's ear. Abraxas's pupils constricted sharply. It was Parseltongue, a language only the true heirs of Slytherin could wield. What are you saying? He inquired. Snake tongue, came the nonchalant reply. Impossible, Ab protested, struggling to turn his head to face him. Yet the truth remained. Tom Riddle laughed maniacally. Isn't it the purebloods who hold bloodline in the highest regard? He raised the obsidian ring, addressing Salazar Slytherin's direct descendant. You ought to show me some respect, Ub. Yezhi was abruptly jolted from his memories, finding himself once again seated in the study. The flickering candlelight cast shadows around him, and the chill from the Hogwarts corridors still lingered at his neck. The notebook bore the words, only when the soul breaks free from its shackles can it touch true power. Yezhi refrained from responding to that statement, instead writing, have you severed ties with that senior friend of yours? No, he ultimately bowed to my power and status. I beg to differ. He would never admit to gaining strength at the cost of a corrupted soul. This time, the words materialized with astonishing speed, as if the person were fervently scribbling in a fit of emotion. Clearly, once one attains a certain level of strength, all these pale ideals become meaningless. Absolute power can compel anyone to submit. Yezhi hurled the quill forcefully onto the table, tossing the notebook back into the dragon hide bag. He reclined against the velvet chair, a sigh escaping his throat. Submit, he murmured repeatedly, then let out a self-deprecating scoff. Chapter 94, Investigating the Case. For a time thereafter, Yezhi followed Leo in a clandestine investigation into the Jenkins family's illicit transportation of alchemical materials. They explored 2 suspicious locations. But whether it was due to the other party's prior knowledge or their meticulousness, the warehouses had been completely emptied, leaving not even the faintest trace of magic behind. As the investigation hit a deadlock, the group's vigilance gradually waned. Upon reaching a 3rd location, they once again found no leads, prompting several to scour the vicinity for clues. This was a Muggle park, and with inclement weather, it was deserted. A figure curled beneath a slide caught Yezhi's attention. It was a Muggle girl in a floral dress, her hair speckled with grass and tears glistening on her lashes. Brother, I can't find my mommy, she whimpered, her voice laced with sorrow. Yezhi's fingers, imbued with magic, swept around the girl, confirming her to be merely an ordinary Muggle child. and he quickly scanned the area for any lingering magical traces. He signaled Leo to continue searching, then crouched down, concealing his wand in his sleeve, and offered her a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid, brother will take you home." The little girl clutched his sleeve, her small shoes, lacking their bows, leading the way as she hopped along the damp cobblestone path. Turning a corner, they stopped before a rusted apartment door. The house appeared empty, and he hesitated to leave the child on the doorstep. He murmured the unlocking charm, the copper lock clicking softly as he ushered the girl inside. The entrance was scattered with cartoon slippers, and a faint scent of milk wafted from the children's room. Dozens of photographs adorned the walls, showcasing the smiling girl, identical to the one holding his hand. This was indeed the little girl's home. He crouched down to her level, saying, "You be a good girl and wait for your family to return." No sooner had the words left his lips than a whoosh of air surged from behind. He spun around, waving his wand to deflect an attack, and upon seeing the assailant's face, his brow furrowed in astonishment. It was none other than Minister Eugenia Jenkins of the Ministry of Magic. Her once meticulously arranged hair was now disheveled, her robe stained and appearing disheveled and haggard. "Malfoy, killing my nephew wasn't enough. Now you come to slay my daughter?" Minister Jenkins screeched, her wand rapidly shifting through various offensive spells. "What?" Yezhi frowned as he defended himself. "No need to feign innocence. It was you. It's undoubtedly you. You Death Eaters have no humanity." Yezhi, unwilling to engage further, simultaneously defended himself while producing a parchment scroll. "Minister Jenkins, please explain why you are here. We have detected traces of illegal transportation of dangerous goods nearby. Does this concern you?" "Huh, a backstabber." Jenkins suddenly erupted with a shrill laugh, tears of fury welling in her eyes. "All those clandestine transports were executed at your behest, and now you want to cast me aside to take the fall?" Her spells grew increasingly vicious, disregarding the terrified little girl at her side. Yezhi tightened his grip on his wand. It became clear that the illicit transportation was a trap set by Voldemort to lure the minister into complicity. No wonder he had such precise coordinates before the investigation even began. From the suspiciously emptied warehouses to the minister's current state of desperation, everything seemed meticulously orchestrated, a mere pawn in a grand chess game, while he was merely a knife in play. The platinum-haired youth felt a chill course down his spine once more. In this intricately crafted game, none could escape the fate of being used. Yezhi shielded the weeping child behind him, and with a flick of his wand, he cast a precise, stunning spell, incapacitating Jenkins in 2 exchanges. She collapsed to the ground. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a coldness gripped his lower back. He turned in shock to find the little girl trembling, clutching a bloody dagger, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Don't you dare hurt my mommy. You're a bad man." Yezhi swiftly knocked the dagger away, pressing down on the wound from which blood flowed copiously, the warmth seeping through his fingers into his waistband. He stood upright with difficulty, signaling an alarm through the window with his wand, followed by the cacophony of apparition sounds echoing around him as horrors burst into the apartment. Apprehending the suspect, after a quick treatment and bandaging at the ministry, Yezhi headed straight to the interrogation room. The sound of iron locks unlocking reverberated sharply in the silent corridor, and upon entering, he found Jenkins bound to the interrogation chair, her once elegant features now marred by madness and despair. "Look at this." Leo pushed the interrogation record toward him, the ink still wet on the parchment. Yezhi's gaze raced over the lines, his brow furrowing deeper with each revelation. It turned out that the child was indeed the minister's daughter, born mute and suffering from severe congenital heart disease. The girl possessed no magical ability, rendering her unable to utilize potions, while Muggle technology could not remedy her affliction. To secure the support of the elite and maintain her ministerial position, Jenkins had hidden her own daughter in a Muggle apartment. She had used the Imperius curse to compel Muggle couples to care for the child, while exploiting her position to illegally transport magical materials to sustain her daughter's life. "I did nothing wrong. It's you all. You are all executioners." Jenkins suddenly began to thrash violently, the binding spell cutting into her wrists, drawing blood. Her maniacal laughter reverberated through the interrogation room, the glass rattling, her eyes ablaze with despair, almost coalescing into a tangible substance. "Kill me. Let me die with my daughter." "The medical department says that girl won't survive the night," Leo stated. "In truth, that child has long been beyond saving. She survives solely through dark alchemical magic. If those alchemical materials are interrupted, she will suffer organ failure and die." Yezhi clenched the parchment tightly, his knuckles whitening with the effort. What kind of alchemical materials possess such power? "Hearts." Leo's wand unconsciously tapped the table. "Fresh hearts. Do you understand why the 3 warehouses were empty? Because those goods cannot be stored." He looked up at Yezhi. "They are transporting living muggles, to be vivisected when needed." A chill coursed up the spine and settled at the nape of the neck. In the throes of madness, Jenkins' bellow echoed, a thunderclap resounding in my ears. Yezhi's left hand trembled slightly within his sleeve. The vacated warehouses and illicit alchemical materials now materialized before him as a grotesque tapestry of dark spots, weaving together a nauseating crimson web. A profound chill enveloped him. Was this the handiwork of Voldemort? Had he so audaciously enlisted the Ministry of Magic to facilitate human trafficking? Did he truly possess any semblance of humanity left? Or had he transformed into a monstrous specter clad in human skin, rampaging through the mortal realm? Chapter 95, Reputation. With the capture of Minister Jenkins from the Ministry of Magic, a tempest swept through the British wizarding community. The Daily Prophet swiftly responded, headlining this sensational case of Muggle trafficking, delving into the details for an entire week, from the motivations behind the crime to the methods employed, from the harrowing experiences of the victims to the numerous obstacles encountered during the investigation. Each pivotal moment was meticulously chronicled, leaving the entire magical community in a state of shock, fury, and sorrow. Amidst the public's fervent quest for truth and urgent call for justice, Lucius Malfoy emerged as a key figure in the resolution of this case, granting an exclusive interview to a reporter from the Daily Prophet. Clad in a finely tailored robe, his demeanor austere and serious, he unhesitatingly articulated his stance. Human trafficking is a violation of the very foundations of civilization, an act of absolute evil and an unforgivable crime. This atrocity has wrought devastation upon countless families, sowing seeds of fear throughout society and inciting immense panic. The wizarding world has always championed equality, justice, and peace. Any force attempting to undermine these noble ideals will face our most resolute opposition. We shall devote all our efforts to accelerating the investigation, thoroughly examining every lead, and bringing every perpetrator lurking in the shadows to justice, restoring tranquility and purity to both the magical and Muggle worlds, allowing the light of justice to illuminate every inch of land. Lucius Malfoy's words resonated with conviction, showcasing an unwavering commitment to justice and an unyielding intolerance for malevolent forces. This declaration ignited a fervent response within the wizarding community, with the public expressing eager anticipation for the case's resolution and placing high hopes on the Malfoy patriarch and the investigative team. As a representative of the pure-blood aristocracy in the British wizarding world, Malfoy stepped forward with a thunderous presence. This clarion call for justice, aimed squarely at the darkness, was perceived as a collective shift in the attitude of the pure-blood elite. Those ancient families, once labeled as arrogant and malevolent, now seemed to collectively unveil the veil obscuring their conscience. The Daily Prophet emblazoned the headline "Pure-blood leader raises his voice, justice never absent," accompanied by an arresting image of the platinum aristocrat gripping his wand, a golden shield composed of case files suspended behind him, creating a striking visual impact. Street vendors vociferously proclaimed Malfoy's vow for retribution against the dark forces, igniting the fervor of the populace. Ordinary wizards in Diagon Alley's cafes and taverns began to fervently discuss the matter, as past prejudices against pure-blood families quietly dissipated. Young witches commented on social platforms. It appears the true spirit of nobility is not derived from a sense of blood superiority, but rather from the responsibility to protect the weak. Even William Cruz, an employee of the ministry who had worked alongside Malfoy for 6 months, voluntarily accepted an interview. Known for his stern demeanor, this ministry official uncharacteristically revealed genuine emotion before the camera, recounting his observations over their time together and openly declaring Lucius Malfoy to be a man of exceptional grace, integrity, and humility. Within just a few days, Malfoy Manor was inundated with letters, penned in neat or hasty scripts, each brimming with almost fanatical praise for Lucius Malfoy. His name rapidly ascended to remarkable prominence within the community, becoming a new emblem of spirit in the wizarding world. In this tempest of reputation, his striking appearance undoubtedly served as a crucial catalyst amidst the wrinkled visages of political figures. A young man with hair like spun gold and silver eyes akin to cold stars shone with unparalleled brilliance, swiftly becoming the dream of countless young maidens. However, at the center of this whirlwind of public adulation, the esteemed image of Mr. Malfoy portrayed in the Daily Prophet was entirely absent. He knelt upon the floor, his eyes reddened, hands aloft holding a thick stack of letters, the topmost envelope adorned with a vivid lipstick imprint. It had been long since he had been punished with kneeling, making this experience particularly arduous. Though resting on a soft carpet, the passage of time rendered his knees painful and his arms weary. His raised arms trembled slightly, slowly beginning to sag, by the time he realized. His elbows had already bent. "Lucius, what did you just promise me?" the young Malfoy murmured, his throat constricted, fixating on the intricate patterns of the floor. "If your arms fall, you shall drink a glass of water." Drink. A cup of tea was personally offered to him by Voldemort. the platinum youth tilting his head back in compliance. The amount of tea was not substantial, but crucially, he had already consumed 8 cups, with the intervals between each one growing increasingly brief. His arms were on the verge of collapse, and he felt that in the next moment, the letters would scatter across the floor. "Master, I was wrong." The boy's voice quivered, pleading softly. Voldemort perused the Daily Prophet, his tone laced with amusement. "What did you err in?" He suddenly recited a passage from the newspaper, his deep voice tinged with mockery. "The Malfoy patriarch is of exceptional stature and moral integrity, a paragon for us all." I was wrong, Master," he stammered, his ears flushing at the Dark Lord's magnetic voice reciting those embarrassing accolades. "I should not have allowed Miss Baling to directly publish the report without consulting you. My words were too extreme." His arms drooped lower. "Drink." The Platinum Patriarch was once again compelled to consume another cup of tea. "Are you aware of your extreme rhetoric? Observing those rose-scented letters, I would surmise that you rather enjoy the taste of adulation." "No, Master," he hastily defended, "I did not think that deeply. I acted impulsively, on my own accord. Do you know that for the past few days, Lestrange has been incessantly complaining to me about your grand accomplishments?" Voldemort cast aside the Daily Prophet. Yezhi looked up. "Lestrange? What connection does their family have with this?" The Dark Lord sipped his tea, replying nonchalantly. "Their family monopolizes a significant portion of the alchemical black market. The smuggling route you so ostentatiously pursued was a lead provided directly by Rodolphus. It was agreed that you would cease once you traced it to the Jenkins family. Yet, here you are, with your wand pointed at his chin, making a grand declaration, forcing them to transfer their goods overnight, resulting in the complete severance of the entire line. That was Lestrange's route?" Yezhi gazed into Voldemort's eyes, seeking confirmation of this assertion, yet Minister Jenkins had stated herself that she was acting on your behalf. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. Yezhi pondered for a moment, deliberately raising his voice. "Are you suggesting that the Lestrange family is utilizing your name to smuggle illegal goods?" Voldemort cast him a sidelong glance. Yezhi recoiled slightly. "Forgive me, Master, I should not have spoken so freely about matters concerning the elders." Chapter 96. Tea. Voldemort did not respond, merely reminding, "Raise your hands." He then offered him another cup of tea. The platinum-haired youth tilted his head back to swallow, tea spilling over his lips and dampening the embroidery at his collar. The young head of the Malfoy family strained to lift his arms to the required height, his limbs beginning to tremble uncontrollably, sweat trickling down his jawline and soaking into his clothing. He had consumed a considerable amount of water, and his abdomen felt increasingly bloated. Struggling against the fatigue in his arms, he softened his voice to plead, "Master, I did not intend to be so aggressive. You initially suggested using this matter to bolster my reputation, and I thought the greater the spectacle, the better." "You only see the surface," Voldemort remarked, tapping the rim of his teacup with a finger. "Fame is as fragile as thin ice. The higher you rise today, the more shattering your fall will be tomorrow. You speak too definitively. If one day you fail to meet the expectations of those highborn, they will be quick to drag you down from the pedestal of pure-blood excellence to the depths of disgrace. You are digging your own grave." Yezhi looked up at Voldemort, realizing he was genuinely concerned for him. "Then I shall keep my word," he replied, his voice tinged with youthful arrogance and confidence. As soon as the words left his lips, a cup of water was brought to his mouth again, and Yezhi noticed that his hands had dropped. He drank, and then, summoning the last vestige of his willpower, he raised his trembling arms once more, every muscle screaming in protest. For a fleeting moment, he nearly surrendered the stack of letters, a wave of resignation washing over him, contemplating whether it would be better to endure the worst punishment than to persist in this torment. Yet in the end, he did not dare to act so recklessly. "You must understand, if you continue probing, it will be tantamount to declaring war against the Lestrange family, severing their financial lifeline," Voldemort warned. "Master, will this affect your finances?" he asked, raising his face, damp strands of hair sticking to his forehead. "Not at all. I have never esteemed Muggle possessions, let alone their blood and flesh. The mere thought of it sullies my hands." The realization that the smuggling had no connection to Voldemort brought him an unexpected sense of relief. Thus, he revealed a sincere smile. "As long as it does not impact you, Master, I am unafraid." He then glanced at Voldemort. "Surely, you would not assist their family in dealing with me?" "Of course not." Voldemort's fingers brushed across his sweat-dampened cheek, a smile blooming in his crimson eyes. "If I were to assist anyone, it would be my little white ferret." The youth immediately wore a proud and satisfied expression. Observing this display of triumph, Voldemort chuckled softly and reminded him, "Drink some water." That moment of pride crumbled into a grimace, the platinum aristocrat pleading, "Master, I truly cannot hold on any longer." His arms were visibly shaking now, and Voldemort surveyed his pale knuckles before finally conceding, placed the letters down, read them one by one. The breath he had just released caught in his throat again. The topmost envelope bore a glaringly red lip print, and with just a glance, he could foresee the ambiguous and embarrassing contents contained within. As his trembling arms finally lowered, blood rushed back into them. A tingling sensation surged like countless tiny needles from his fingertips to his shoulder blades, rendering his entire arm, as if bereft of bones, utterly unresponsive. He shook so violently he could barely grasp the envelope. The parchment danced in his palm, producing a soft, rustling sound. Finally managing to unfold the letter, he stammered as he began to read aloud. Dear Lucius, the first time I saw you in the newspaper, I fell deeply in love with you. Your photograph with the white peacock looks angelic. In just 6 months, you have become even more charming. I know you have dated Parkinson and the daughter of the Black family, but master, absolutely not. Yezhi hastily clarified. Continue reading, Voldemort urged, clearly entertained. Yet Yezhi found himself mortified by the words he was compelled to recite. He gulped, his throat constricting as he continued. I do not seek to develop any feelings for you, but merely wish for a chance encounter. If you are interested, you may come to the Star Divination shop to find me. Yours, Bessie. At the letter's conclusion, an accompanying photograph revealed a girl with shockingly curly hair blowing a kiss at the camera. Upon finishing the letter, Yezhi felt as if he would spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Reply to her, Voldemort instructed. Yezhi exclaimed in shock. Reply? What should I say? A piece of parchment and an automatic quill floated beside him, awaiting his words. Consider what you wish to respond with, Voldemort suggested playfully. Are you inclined to pursue a fleeting acquaintance with her, or? And no, absolutely not. Yezhi protested vehemently. Then clarify that in your reply. Voldemort raised an eyebrow as he observed Yezhi's flustered demeanor. Glancing at the automatic quill, Yezhi reluctantly began to dictate his response. Dear Miss Bessie. Voldemort interjected with a hum. This is merely a formality, master. All right, scratch that first line. Yezhi sighed in resignation. He continued, regarding your affection, I feel quite. Meeting Voldemort's raised eyebrow, he had no choice but to awkwardly amend. I feel rather troubled. The rumors you have heard are entirely false. I am not as perfect as you believe. As a scion of nobility, I must adhere to my elders' arrangements, and I regret that I cannot accept your invitation. Yours, scratch that, Lucius Malfoy. He pressed on, reading the next letter. After each one, he stumbled through his replies under Voldemort's watchful gaze. With each cold snort from Voldemort, Yezhi's responses not only bore incorrect formatting, but were also coarse and discourteous, tarnishing his reputation with every letter sent. Do you care so much about the opinions of these women? Voldemort suddenly inquired, tapping his wand against the armrest. Of course not. Yezhi immediately denied. Then, that is correct. What value do their affections hold? What truly matters is the support of influential figures. Yezhi mused that the initial intent had indeed been to garner public favor, yet he felt as though he had been reading for ages, responding to numerous letters, and had only just completed half of them. However, the discomfort in his abdomen had become impossible to ignore, and he longed to visit the restroom. He looked at Voldemort imploringly. Master, I wish to go. To his dismay, Voldemort maliciously raised his leg, using his toe to press against the youth's swollen abdomen. Yezhi stifled a groan, arching his back as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The booted foot began to roll gently. Desperately, he reached out to press against it, his knuckles turning white from exertion, as he gasped, Master, please, let me. I cannot hold on any longer. Have you truly reached your limit? Voldemort's voice was laced with laughter, his wand lifting the damp platinum strands from the youth's cheek. Master, The boy anxiously sought to convey his need, only to be interrupted by Voldemort's commanding voice. Think carefully before you answer me. Have you truly reached your limit? Voldemort elongated his words, his tone laden with significance. The platinum-haired youth hesitated, his fingertips unconsciously clutching the fabric of Voldemort's trousers, casting a timid glance at him. He seemed to genuinely assess the pressure within him, before biting his pale lip and murmuring, No, master. Oh. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. So you can endure further? The boy's eyes glistened, the moisture shimmering beneath his lashes. He nodded laboriously, his voice hoarse with restraint. Why, yes, master. Voldemort studied him, noting the quivering tips of his ears, the slope of his shoulders, and the tumultuous depths of his gaze. The sight of the obedient platinum aristocrat stirred something within him, as if vines were wildly growing through the conduits of his heart, entwining this fragile, yet resilient figure deeper into his very soul. Chapter 97. Raindrops on Banana Leaves. Then let us continue reading the letters, Voldemort said, his tone indifferent. Yezhi endured the discomfort with great restraint, continuing to stutteringly read those dreadful letters, mechanically and laboriously crafting responses one by one. After he had read about a third of them, the dual torment of his physical and mental state became unbearable. His eyes brimmed with tears, the corners reddened, as he shamefully and helplessly gazed at the malicious man with red eyes. "Master, I beg you. I wish to go to the restroom." Voldemort lowered his gaze, observing the flush in his eyes and ears, and lifted his leg once more. The young man realized the vile act that was about to unfold, watching nervously as the shiny leather boot approached him, sending shivers down his spine even before it made contact. Yet, he dared not move, neither shifting his position nor bending to hide his soft abdomen, helplessly watching as the boot drew nearer. Indeed, the immaculate sole gently pressed against his abdomen, moving languidly. The platinum noble let out a muffled sound, collapsing forward onto that leg uncontrollably. A wave of overwhelming shame engulfed him, curling him into a trembling ball. His previously flushed face drained of color, lying on the ground motionless for a long while, every inch of his skin burning with humiliation. Voldemort, observing his pitiful state, easily deduced what had transpired. He relished the control he wielded and the amusement of toying with the young noble, taking pleasure in the struggle and despair reflected in his expression. Yezhi remained oblivious to how far Voldemort intended to push this game, though he didn't mind occasionally indulging this wicked man in his favorite games. The current situation was excessively beyond his limits. He could not bear it, nor accept it. It was far too shameful. "I beg you. I truly cannot endure this any longer." He trembled, pressing his face against Voldemort's leg, tears spilling uncontrollably. "Please, let me go to the restroom. I implore you." He pleaded with tearful eyes. He could not fathom whether Voldemort would acquiesce, if this villain intended to see it through to the bitter end. He doubted his ability to persist. Voldemort gazed down for a long while, silently admiring the wretched expression on his face, tears glistening at the corners of his reddened eyes. His lashes clumped together from moisture, and his trembling lips nearly biting into themselves, resembling a young beast caught in the rain. Finally, he withdrew his foot with a languid motion, chuckling softly, his voice casual yet tinged with a hidden delight. "As you wish, go ahead." The lingering sound of his laughter left one uncertain whether it was a benevolent concession or a deeper form of punishment. The platinum noble, with his rabbit-like eyes, cautiously and anxiously looked up at Voldemort, his lashes fluttering in trepidation, confirming that his captor truly intended to release him, before hastily extending a hand to push against the ground to rise. However, his knees had long since grown numb from kneeling, and as he exerted force, a sharp pain shot through his nerves, causing his legs to buckle, and he fell heavily back to the ground. With that fall, he lost control once more, the dampness of the fabric becoming increasingly pronounced. He realized he would likely not reach the restroom. This man had undoubtedly planned it this way, pretending to grant him mercy while secretly calculating his fate, leaving him with no other options. Was today destined to be a day of such disgrace? The inner embarrassment made him tremble uncontrollably, sweat mingling with tears as they dripped onto the thick carpet. The Malfoy heir lay on the ground, curled up like a sinew-stripped weasel, utterly defeated, lacking even the strength to struggle. He surrendered, awaiting the inevitable, humiliating conclusion. A profound sense of grievance and sorrow caused his shoulders to shake, his sobs muffled by the plush carpet, his platinum hair spread across it. Voldemort gazed upon his pitiful form, letting out a low sigh. In the next moment, he strode over to the youth, stooping to lift him effortlessly, carrying him toward the restroom. The Dark Lord's strides were steady, while the platinum noble nestled within his embrace, the scent of cedar wafting into his nostrils, transforming the humiliation of his predicament into an indescribable blush. As dusk enveloped the window panes, the sound of water trickling from the restroom echoed softly, like rain pattering against banana leaves. Occasionally, it was interspersed with muffled sobs, akin to the sound of waves trapped within a shell. Pink envelopes lay scattered across the fluffy wool carpet. The flames in the fireplace danced joyfully, crackling with the scent of pine, the warm yellow glow spreading across the wallpaper, bathing the entire room in a honeyed haze, the very air turning thick and languorous. With Voldemort's tacit approval, the Malfoy heir began a vigorous crackdown on the underground alchemy market, with news of illegal alchemical materials, transport routes, and underground alchemical exchanges being dismantled almost daily. As the Malfoy heir's reputation soared, the Lestrange family suffered significant losses. Thus, it came as no surprise that, on this day, the platinum noble found himself cornered in his office by Lestrange. Lestrange stood before his desk, teeth clenched, demanding, "You little brat, what exactly do you intend to do? I have never wronged you." As the quill hovered above the parchment, Yezhi looked up innocently, responding, "Uncle Lestrange, what are you saying? Our families have been on good terms for generations. How could you ever offend me? Then what are you doing now? Don't think that just because you have the master protecting you, you can act recklessly," Lestrange growled, his voice low and suppressed. "Your words only confuse me further. The master is clear in his rewards and punishments. When has he ever favored anyone? The platinum noble replied with a smile, "Moreover, I am merely acting on the master's orders. Do you believe, uncle, that the master's decisions are flawed? Nonsense." Lestrange's hand, veins bulging, slammed heavily against the edge of the desk, closing the distance between them. "You have disrupted the entire underground alchemy market. What else could that be but recklessness?" "Oh, so you are referring to the underground alchemy market. Indeed, that is my fault." Guyi lowered his gaze, feigning a look of contrition, as Lestrange's taut jaw began to relax. He noticed the silver-gray eyes lifting once more, glimmering with cunning light. The young man's voice concealed daggers beneath its cottony softness. "It is all my youthful arrogance to blame. I spoke too indiscreetly during interviews." He twirled the silver thread at his sleeve, an air of regret in his tone. "The Dark Lord simply instructed me to create an impression, and in my eagerness to show loyalty, I made promises that were perhaps overly ambitious." The light danced in his eyes, rendering his expression even more innocent. "But now the Dark Lord requires me to maintain a positive image, and I can only stubbornly continue down this path." "Absurd," Lestrange erupted, drawing his wand sharply, pointing it at the platinum youth. "For your empty reputation, my Lestrange family must pay such a price?" Guyi chuckled lightly. "Mr. Lestrange, this is unavoidable. I trust you would not wish for the noble image we have worked so hard to salvage to crumble once more, would you?" He gently pushed against the side of the wand with a finger, his tone earnest. "Mr. Lestrange, should we disrupt the Dark Lord's plans? Neither of us can bear that burden. Why not take a step back and work together for the revival of pureblood glory?" "Work together? What have you contributed?" Lestrange roared. "You are just like your father, a cunning wolf at heart. Do you think with your meager tactics, the Malfoy family can return to the core of the Death Eaters?" He leaned forward, fixing a derisive gaze upon the young head of the Malfoy family, his tone laced with mockery. "Do you recall the last time the Dark Lord summoned you? You couldn't even reach the edge of the table, reduced to kneeling beneath it, wagging your tail in desperate supplication. And now, you dare to speak of collaboration?" The smile on Guyi's face vanished abruptly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light akin to ice. Rising to his feet, he emanated an aura of pressure that belied his youth. "If you deem my actions inappropriate, feel free to report directly to the Dark Lord." He returned the gaze unflinchingly, his voice devoid of warmth. "Since we both serve our master, and you are my elder, I hope you will overlook my shortcomings. I shall certainly speak well of your contributions and sacrifices to the Dark Lord." His final words were delivered with a profound tone, rich in implication. Lestrange glared at him for a prolonged moment before grunting disdainfully and turning to leave. The intricately carved wooden door was slammed shut with a resounding bang. As the case concerning the underground alchemical market gradually intensified, an unforeseen shift occurred among the wizards, who began to whisper not about the destroyed alchemical workshops, but about sharper inquiries. How had the illegal transportation networks, sprawling throughout the British magical community, managed to take root under layers of regulation? The oversight of the Department of Magical Transportation is utterly ineffectual. An elderly man in a pointed wizard's hat waved the Daily Prophet in a cafe in Diagon Alley, exclaiming, "Lucius Malfoy, as the head of the department, has allowed these illegal networks to flourish, and now he is heralded as a hero striving to turn the tide?" The once celebrated reports of achievements in the Daily Prophet had now become a target of public ire. This is hardly a case of delivering the populace from harm. It is clearly a self-directed farce. Regardless of the external discourse, the platinum aristocracy remained impervious to such tumult, enjoying their weekend life. The winter sun poured through the ornate stained-glass windows of the Dark Lord's manor, casting a gentle glow upon the cold, hard marble dining table. At the table, the Dark Lord perused the Daily Prophet, while the sound of dragging footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase, the hem of a silk robe brushing against the intricately carved steps. The young head of the Malfoy family descended slowly along the banister, the robe hanging loosely from his slender shoulders, revealing delicate collarbones adorned with faint red marks. His platinum hair fell messily over his pale forehead, and weariness flickered in his eyes. He grasped the ornate banister and descended deliberately, each step feeling as though he were treading upon clouds. Despite it being well past midday, the youth appeared distinctly fatigued, yawning as he took a seat at the dining table. A breakfast appeared before him seemingly by magic, the fried eggs sizzling from residual warmth, while the aroma of smoked ham and buttered bread wafted enticingly. Without reservation, he seized the silver knife and fork, the tip of the knife slicing into the runny yolk, allowing the golden liquid to cascade over the crisp toast. He indulged in his meal, as though he were not in the dreaded territory of the Dark Lord, but rather in the comfort of his own dining hall. Once he had eaten to a point of satiety and began sipping apple juice, the Dark Lord set aside the Daily Prophet, his long fingers tapping rhythmically against the table as he inquired, "Are you aware of the current direction of public opinion?" The platinum-haired youth glanced at the newspaper, blinking as he responded. I know they claim I am incompetent in my oversight, inflating mundane duties into grand accomplishments. He shrugged, his tousled hair swaying, his long fingers tracing circles around the rim of his glass, his tone tinged with just the right amount of resignation. Ever since Mr. Lestrange paid a visit, these comments have proliferated. His voice shifted to a sigh, filled with genuine remorse. It is entirely my fault for being overly eager to achieve merit, which has caused the Lestrange family significant loss. It is only natural for them to seek retribution. The Dark Lord snorted. So you acknowledge that you have caused this turmoil. What do you propose to do about it? I intend to observe the situation unfold, he replied. I have only been in my position for half a year. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unreasonable to expect a newcomer to shoulder all the blame. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, a calculating smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. Once the situation escalates, I can conveniently find a scapegoat. A scapegoat? The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow. An excellent candidate who can absorb all the blame for me, the youth stated, taking the Daily Prophet and scanning the criticisms directed at him. Master, may I borrow Miss Bellatrix Lestrange for this purpose? She writes daily reports of your achievements. Is that not considered borrowing? The youth pressed the cool glass against his cheek, casually replying, what I mean is, I wish for her to publish articles without needing your approval. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes, his voice frosty. What? Is the last punishment not sufficient? The youth quickly waved his hands. It is more than enough. I merely wish to prove myself. I assure you, I will not produce any nonsensical news. I know you would not want to cause trouble for the Lestrange family on my behalf, considering they have done much for you and have committed no wrongs. Allow me to clean up this mess. I promise it will ease your concerns. Ease my concerns? There are few in this world capable of easing my concerns. I am keen to see how you plan to achieve that, the Dark Lord said with growing interest, leaning back in his chair with a smile. Let me make it clear, if you mess this up and then come seeking my assistance, what will be your punishment? Isn't it true that you can impose whatever punishment you wish? I have no grounds to voice any objections, the youth retorted, retracting his neck slightly. Are you complaining to me? The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow. How could I dare? The youth responded with a smile. Humph, your tongue seems to be becoming increasingly eloquent. The Dark Lord stood, leaning across the table, and gently pecked the youth on the lips. Thus, under the watchful eye of the young Malfoy, the Daily Prophet's disparagement of Lucius Malfoy grew increasingly severe. Meanwhile, journalist Bellatrix ceased her positive reports under the directive of the Platinum Aristocrat. Once occupying the front page, the Malfoy legend quietly vanished, replaced by a barrage of probing questions, with a bold headline glaring from the parchment. Department of Magical Transportation Dereliction. The Malfoy family's facade? The media, which had previously fawned over the Malfoy family, now turned their guns around, wielding the sharpest language to condemn the Department of Magical Transportation's complacency and Lucius Malfoy's self-serving reputation. Although Lucius Malfoy's supporters were outraged by the slander in newspapers and magazines, they were insignificant voices and failed to stir any significant commotion. Within a mere week, the Ministry of Magic's bronze mailbox overflowed with protest letters, prompting the ministry to finally take action. The head of the Public Relations Department demanded that Lucius Malfoy respond to the public's comments within 2 days to salvage the ministry's public image. Chapter 99, The Game of Power. The rain in London fell like a fine mist, drenching the glass windows of the Pearl Boutique. The young head of the Malfoy family sat in the store's lounge, clad in a black robe, his long fingers lightly caressing the carved tabletop, his gaze drifting through the fragrant haze of tea to the tranquil figure of Wendell Rosier across from him. Ms. Rosier, I find myself truly in trouble this time. He spoke in a low tone, tinged with helplessness and anxiety. Wendell leisurely set her bone china teacup upon a gilded tray, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. The front page of the Daily Prophet has become your personal domain, oscillating between adulation and condemnation. The speed at which the headlines shift rivals the capriciousness of London's weather. Her narrowed eyes swept over him. So, you have come to us to seek assistance? Gui let his gaze fall, releasing a sigh. The Dark Lord has instructed me to cooperate with the Aurors in investigating the illegal alchemical materials case. Initially believing this to be a sign of his favor, but in truth, it aims to pit me against the Lestrange family. His slender fingers interlaced beneath his chin, a contemplative gesture as he spoke of the cunning old foxes who wielded their familial influence to tarnish his reputation, casting all blame upon him. The bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic, those insidious parasites, were all too eager to capitalize on the chaos, compelling him to step forward and accept guilt. His chest heaved with a palpable exhaustion, his voice tinged with the weight of his solitary struggle. Leaning forward earnestly, he declared, Once the Dark Lord deems me devoid of worth, I shall be cast aside like a tattered garment. He paused deliberately. The intelligence network you have painstakingly cultivated within the Death Eaters will lose its most vital ears and eyes. And so, came a nonchalant chuckle from across the table. Yezhi fixed his gaze upon Wanda. The Dark Lord has granted me a year's time to ascend to the position of Director of the Department of Transportation. Surely, assisting me in this endeavor should prove effortless for you. Wanda toyed with her lighter, scrutinizing him for a moment, her eyes probing as if to unveil his hidden intentions. For a fleeting instant, Yezhi felt a shiver of apprehension, fearing she might discern his ulterior motives. Very well, Wanda finally responded with a light laugh, the sound of her cigarette case striking the table punctuating her words. As she ignited a mint cigarette, the tendrils of smoke formed a barrier between them. The members of the Order of the Phoenix, who pride themselves on their sense of justice, have been watching far too closely. We are preparing to withdraw in batches back to Germany. Let me pave a path for you before we depart. A wave of relief washed over Yezhi, his shoulders relaxing. He managed a grateful smile. Thank you, Your Excellency. Should the need arise in the future, regardless Lucius. Wanda interrupted, flicking her fingertip, ash cascading into a silver tray. You have long since entered our game. Do not entertain notions of easily extricating yourself. She exhaled a ring of smoke. After all, our intelligence network consists of more than just you as a pawn. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Her words held a weighty significance. The rain intensified, drumming against the eaves. In the shadowy recesses of the Muggle alley, a figure cloaked in black glided through the dampness. And when thunder illuminated the scene, only a few withered leaves upon the cobblestones remained as evidence of the fleeting presence. The following day, at the behest of the Director of Public Relations, Yezhi publicly issued an apology. The marble corridors of the Ministry of Magic were transformed into a blinding sea of lights. He cast his eyes downward, staring at the apology draft thrust into his hands, then glanced at the director, who stood in the shadows below, nodding at him. Raising an eyebrow, he folded the sheaf of parchment twice and tucked it into his pocket, preparing to speak extemporaneously. Regarding the recent incident involving the illicit transport of alchemical materials, I stand here burdened with profound remorse. His voice, just the right amount of gravelly, swept over the frantically dancing quills of shorthand writers below. Having only joined the Department of Transportation for 6 months, I have processed over 1,000 application documents. Yet, it is precisely these seemingly stringent procedures that have exposed alarming systemic flaws. He paused. I failed to identify the problems in a timely manner, betraying the trust placed in me. A reporter from the Daily Prophet interjected, Mr. Malfoy, do you attribute the root of the issue to individual negligence or systemic defect? The young head of the Malfoy family slowly raised his pale face, his eyes clear and filled with an undeniable earnestness. The current review processes have long since become obsolete. Even when meticulously cross-referencing the regulations, those transports, disguised by magic, can still slip through the layers of scrutiny like phantoms. He paused again. As the youngest member of the Department of Transportation, I wish to seize this incident as an opportunity to advocate for a comprehensive reform. This is not only an accountability to the public, but also a commitment to the future of the Ministry of Magic. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. The flash of cameras buzzing like a swarm of bees, as Yezhi's platinum hair shimmered with a cold metallic sheen amidst the interplay of light and shadow. He uttered a few more grandiloquent phrases, and the meticulously orchestrated apology conference drew to a close. Finding Balin, he instructed, Miss Balin, please direct all reports to highlight 6 months of experience and systemic flaws. He discarded the crumpled apology into the wastebasket. Also, find a few ringleaders to shift the public's ire toward John Wyndham. For 3 consecutive days, the front page of the Daily Prophet bore bold headlines about Wyndham. Failures of the Department of Transportation. John Wyndham's decade of inaction culminates in catastrophe. In the accompanying images, Wyndham's photograph was superimposed atop a pile of decaying documents. The series of articles crafted by Balin ignited public sentiment. As the detail of Mr. Malfoy having graduated merely 6 months ago was reiterated, it became evident that this long-standing affliction should not be blamed on him. Whom, then, should they hold accountable? Naturally, it was the long-standing director of the Department of Transportation, John Wyndham. The public's fury redirected its focus. Outside the Ministry of Magic, someone ignited a pyre of decayed wood, illuminating the protest banners that boldly proclaimed, 10 years of directorship cannot escape blame. Once the floodgates of public opinion burst open, it spread like wildfire. Though the Lestrange family wielded ruthless methods, they could only watch helplessly as the meticulously crafted narrative shifted, toppling the director of the Department of Transportation. John Wyndham reacted swiftly, promptly announcing an emergency press conference. On the day of the conference, the crystal chandelier illuminated the hall as if it were midday. John stood at the podium, his deep purple robes billowing without a breeze, exuding the composure of a seasoned politician. Before he began, he cast a sidelong glance at the platinum aristocrat seated nearby, having presided over the Department of Transportation for 12 years. I am acutely aware of the systemic maladies that cling like a festering sore. He intentionally slowed his cadence. Yet, the young Director Malfoy has, in merely 6 months, ripped away the veil that concealed these chronic issues. His insight and resolve are qualities I find myself lacking. No sooner had he finished speaking than the flashes of cameras cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Yezhi barely had time to comprehend before John strode over, his hand landing heavily upon Yezhi's shoulder, pulling him to the forefront. The veteran politician's voice rang out with conviction. Mr. Malfoy's decisive investigative methods are precisely the spark of innovation the Department of Transportation so desperately requires. At this moment, I solemnly request to resign, vouching for him with my 12 years of experience. Only Director Malfoy can bear the mantle of leadership and enact the necessary reforms. The press erupted in chaos, quills dancing feverishly as questions erupted like a tempest, nearly toppling the crystal chandelier above. In the rear of the crowd, the expression of the Lestrange family representative darkened considerably. Amidst the frenzied flashes of light, Yezhi subtly took a step back, easing the weight of John's hand from his shoulder. He lowered his gaze to mask the coldness in his eyes, his lips curving into a polite smile. Yet as he leaned closer to John's ear, he whispered, "You've set a trap for me." Likewise, John's smile concealed a chill. As he released his grip, his fingertips brushed against the Malfoy family crest on Yezhi's chest. "Young man, I am eager to see how long you can endure on this precipice." The tide of public opinion had spiraled completely out of control. The Lestrange family, despite their attempts to redirect the narrative, was drowned out by the public's clamor for reform. Faced with the boiling sentiment of the populace, the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic were compelled to condense what should have been a month-long appointment process into a hasty affair of merely 1 week. Parchments flew. Approval stamps were hastily applied, as though they were eager to rid themselves of this searing hot potato. Thus, as Hogwarts students began to anticipate the Christmas holidays, Yezhi found himself standing at the threshold of the Director of Transportation's office. The gilded nameplate of John Wyndham remained affixed to the wall. With a flick of his platinum wand, incantations of silver-blue light danced across the metallic surface, reshaping into elegant calligraphy, Lucius Malfoy. The platinum aristocrat understood that John's impassioned resignation letter, though seemingly a gracious handover of the directorship, concealed a venomous blade. In this intricate game entwined with public opinion and conspiracy, there are no true victors. However, he has adeptly transformed public sentiment into a sharp blade, severing the watchful eyes implanted by Grindelwald in Germany, while simultaneously adding a vibrant stroke to the canvas before the Dark Lord. The power struggle is an unending saga, and he has merely turned the page to a new chapter. He is determined to construct his own new order amidst the ruins of power. "William," he called to his subordinate, "retrieve all approval records from the Transportation Department over the past 5 years." His fingertips glided across the cold window frame, tracing serpentine patterns on the frost. Since the mask has been torn away, let us delve deep into the truth. Upon assuming the role of director of the Transportation Department, Yezhi's first act was to elevate William to the position of Chief of Inspection, ensuring that this capable tenure veteran would not feel disheartened. He then assigned Amelia to the archives, where she would manage the records alongside Miss Nilu. This served a dual purpose: to showcase his reliance on Death Eater colleagues to appease Voldemort, and to ascertain whether Nilu had any affiliations. Monitoring her seemed prudent. Since he gained full control of the Transportation Department, every search warrant he signed has been meticulously aimed at the illicit alchemical market controlled by the Lestranges. A week before Christmas, the Inspection Department, in collaboration with Aurors, launched a surprise raid on the underground exchange in the West End, seizing a trove of illegal alchemical materials. However, the retaliation was swift and brutal. The enforcement team encountered a meticulously laid trap on their return, resulting in 6 Aurors sustaining serious injuries. From that moment on, conflicts between the two factions became a recurring theme in their law enforcement endeavors, as Yezhi engaged in both overt and covert rivalry with the Lestrange family. The shop windows lining the streets were adorned with colorful lights, and the mingling scents of gingerbread and butterbeer wafted through the cold, snowy air, heralding the quiet arrival of the Christmas holidays. Before the chimes of Christmas Eve rang out, his long-absent father, Abraxas, sent a message through a portrait, announcing his return for Christmas without specifying an exact time of arrival. Utilizing his authority, Yezhi arranged for an emergency official passage for his father to use freely during the festive season. The Platinum aristocrats had once again extended an early invitation to Severus Snape to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor. Voldemort summoned Snape privately this time, expressing great interest in the improved version of the Wolfsbane potion developed by the heir of the Prince family. They engaged in a lengthy conversation, the details of which even Yezhi was unaware. This year's Christmas banquet at the Dark Lord's Manor was more boisterous than in previous years, with numerous elite figures from both political and business realms in attendance. The gilded candelabras cast distorted serpentine shadows upon the marble staircase. Mr. Malfoy, as impressive as ever, the head of the propaganda department remarked, raising a diamond-studded goblet towards him. Yezhi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He took a delicate sip from his champagne, his gaze sweeping over the swirling crowd on the dance floor. Opulent guests clinked glasses. The ministerial candidate engaged in light-hearted banter with the chief cursebreaker. The owner of the largest wand shop in Diagon Alley toasted with the sponsor of the Quidditch League, while a young lady from the Lestrange family twirled in a waltz with the commissioner of international magical trade. It was evident that Voldemort's influence had grown increasingly vast, infiltrating various aspects of the nation and even extending beyond its borders. As guests continued to raise their glasses in tribute to Voldemort seated upon the throne on the second floor, the intricately carved doors swung open with a resounding crash, ushering in a biting chill. Two tall figures strode into the banquet hall, parting the crowd like a tide. Yezhi's gaze snapped towards one of them. The figure stepping through the snowstorm bore the same hair and eye color as his own, clad in a black velvet cloak. It was none other than his father, Lucius Malfoy. The appearance of the former head of the Malfoy family, once the subject of numerous obituaries, elicited gasps of astonishment from the many dignitaries present. Is that the old Malfoy patriarch? A suppressed murmur rippled through the guests. The words of the elder Malfoy that followed left the audience in shock regarding Voldemort's sphere of influence. Standing beside him was an unfamiliar face, a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, adorned in a robe embroidered with intricate iris patterns. Abraxas descended the stairs with a measured grace, bowing deeply to Voldemort. "My lord," he intoned, his voice deep and resonant, echoing beneath the lofty dome. "The French Ministry of Magic is now under our control." He gestured to the golden-haired man beside him. "This is Etienne Serra, the newly appointed minister of the French Ministry of Magic, here to extend his greetings to you." Etienne inclined his head slightly, his voice imbued with a French accent as he clearly stated, "Great Dark Lord, I wish you a Merry Christmas." When he lifted his gaze again, the glow in his cerulean eyes shimmered beneath his golden bangs. Voldemort bestowed upon him a rare smile, slowly descending the staircase to shake Etienne's hand. "The French Ministry of Magic has finally liberated itself from a dreadful leader, and you, as a representative of the noble pure-blood families of France, possess the keen insight to lead the French magical community to new heights." Etienne clasped Voldemort's hand firmly, his blue eyes curving into a flattering arc. "Thanks to your strategic guidance, my lord," he said respectfully, "the Serra family will certainly remember this favor. Under your direction, the French Ministry of Magic will expand the Dark Lord's grand ambitions and uncover even greater benefits." Voldemort turned to Abraxas Malfoy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "You have performed admirably," he remarked, patting the elder Malfoy's shoulder. "Lucius has spoken of you often. Now that you have returned, take some time to rest." Chapter 101, Etienne Serra. As dawn broke over Malfoy Manor, the small sitting room was filled with the fragrant steam of tea from an ornate silver pot. Abraxas's long fingers rhythmically tapped on the redwood table, while the platinum-haired youth sat upright in the intricately carved armchair opposite him. Yezhi methodically reported on recent adjustments to the family business and the significant tasks assigned by Voldemort. When the conversation turned to the Purity Party, he leaned forward slightly, a note of caution in his tone. "Their stronghold in London's underground is quietly relocating. The emissary secretly sailed to France last week." Abraxas narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "So, Grindelwald's Purity Party has begun to withdraw from Britain in phases." "Indeed," Yezhi paused, his expression growing more serious. "Moreover, their emissary, a core member directly accountable to Grindelwald, has gathered substantial intelligence on the Dark Lord during this time, including some unfavorable information regarding myself." His jaw tightened. Abraxas placed a hand on his shoulder. Though the elder Malfoy's demeanor was grave, his eyes shone with pride. "To have navigated the precarious space between the Dark Lord and Grindelwald, and to maintain your footing on both sides surpasses my expectations of your fortitude. Every step is a perilous gamble. One misstep could lead to ruin." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the youth's hair, his touch gentle. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass etched with the Malfoy family crest, casting intermingling shadows upon them, as if cloaking the father and son in a soft, hazy glow. "Not only have you survived amidst overwhelming crises, but you have also transformed an almost insurmountable deadlock into a brilliant maneuver. I am proud of you, my son." Yezhi's previously tense shoulders finally relaxed, a relieved smile gracing his lips. "With father returned, I feel a sense of security. I can afford to take a breather. The tedious matters in the study can be entrusted back to you." Abraxas lifted his fine bone china teacup and leisurely sipped the red tea, his gaze fixed on his son, whose shoulders had become increasingly erect. His voice, imbued with the customary authority of the elder Malfoy patriarch, resonated. Once the Malfoy family's scepter is passed on, it shall not easily change hands. The family entrusted to you becomes your responsibility. His gaze swept across the face of the youthful heir, now gradually maturing. The study lies beyond, a domain of your own, one I shall not dare to intrude upon. The Dark Lord has decreed that I embark on a long-term mission to France. Once Christmas has passed, I shall set forth with Cell. No sooner had the words left my lips than the intricately carved wooden door emitted a soft creak. The chill of ice and snow, infused with a languid French accent, wafted into the cozy little sitting room. Abu, won't you introduce me to your remarkable heir? A blond man leaned casually against the doorframe, his purple cloak, embroidered with irises, trailing along the ground, his cerulean eyes appraising the young head of the Malfoy family with keen interest. Is this the new master who has caught even the Dark Lord's attention? Etienne Cell, Abraxas rose. What did the Dark Lord discuss with you last night? The Dark Lord insisted that no one must be told. Cell replied playfully, I would not dare divulge unless you treat me to a glass of fire whiskey. He deliberately blinked his sly blue eyes, his fingertips flicking up the silk cuff of his left sleeve. The dark mark writhed and twisted as if alive, the skull's wide-open mouth revealing a serpent's tongue flickering in the shadows. That tattoo is rather exquisite. Do you know who designed it? Quite creative, he remarked nonchalantly. The Dark Lord bestowed the mark upon you? Abraxas frowned. What did you promise? I was told I cannot disclose that. Cell lazily lowered his sleeve. I am no longer inclined to converse with you, my tedious elder. He cast a flirtatious glance at Yezhi, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Rather than engaging with you, I would prefer to hear how young Mr. Malfoy navigates the underground black market of London. Yezhi turned to his father. Observing Abraxas nod slightly. Greetings, Mr. Cell. I am Lucius Malfoy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yezhi stepped forward to shake his hand. As their fingertips brushed, Yezhi keenly sensed the warmth emanating from Cell's palm was as usual. The muscles in his arm devoid of the tension often seen in those recently branded with the dark mark. He had witnessed colleagues convulsing in agony during their branding, drenched in cold sweat at the slightest movement. Yet, the man before him appeared at ease, as though untouched by sensation. Was it a congenital insensitivity to pain? Or did he harbor some mysterious potion that suppressed excruciating torment? Yezhi led the French guest along the corridor, showcasing the opulent vistas of Malfoy Manor. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, bathing Cell's golden hair in honeyed hues. He gazed up at the gilded vine relief adorning the ceiling, his purple cloak, embroidered with irises, trailing behind him like spilled wine diffusing across marble. Upon passing through the archway entwined with luminescent vines, the warm mist from the glass conservatory enveloped them. Carrying the aroma of tea, Yezhi pushed open the brass door, the light refracted from the crystal chandelier dancing upon the silver tea set. Before they could take their seats, several white peacocks, their tails adorned with starry patterns, approached, their sapphire blue eyes curiously surveying the unfamiliar visitor. The Malfoy family's pursuit of beauty is indeed thorough. Even their pets are extravagant white peacocks. Cell crushed the butterfly pastry in his hand, the golden crumbs cascading onto the bluestone floor. The peacocks, once strutting proudly, suddenly jostled together, their satin-like feathers entangled, like disturbed moonlight flitting across the ground. Watching these once elegant creatures scramble for food, he chuckled softly, his blue eyes glimmering with a profound light. No matter how splendid the exterior, one cannot mask the instinct to feed. Even the most beautiful beings will rush toward a bait. Wouldn't you agree, young Mr. Malfoy? Yezhi hesitated, his hand poised over the fine china teacup, ripples forming in the red tea. Through the rising steam, he scrutinized the Frenchman before him, whose smile was innocent, his cerulean eyes reflecting the painted glass of the conservatory dome, almost naive in their clarity. Yet, the veiled sharpness in his words compelled Yezhi to question the underlying implications. Noticing Yezhi's silence, Cell brushed the crumbs from his fingertips, his tone suddenly intimate to the point of being suggestive. Young Mr. Malfoy seems to be in quite a spotlight lately. During my brief stay in the banquet hall last night, I heard countless rumors about you. He began to blink his sultry eyes. Would you not be interested in the whispers lurking in the shadows, painting a picture of you, the jewel beside the Dark Lord? Not interested, Yezhi replied coolly, setting down his teacup. It seems you are aware. Cell elongated his words, suddenly leaning closer, the scent of bergamot tea wafting as he splashed it onto Yezhi's left arm. What are you doing? Yezhi recoiled sharply, the silk cuff immediately stained with a deep brown mark. The tea was scalding. He deftly rolled up his sleeve, his flawless skin glimmering in the twilight, revealing no trace of the dark mark, nor even a scar. Cell narrowed his eyes, his tongue clicking against his molars. You truly lack the dark mark. The Dark Lord trusts you so much yet refrains from branding you. Perhaps he does not see you merely as a servant or subordinate, but rather in some other capacity? Yezhi clenched his fists, abruptly rising to his feet, striding away without casting another glance at Cell. Behind him, Cell hummed a tune laced with amusement, mingling with the startled cries of the white peacocks, echoing in the empty conservatory. Chapter 102, Embrace. As dusk enveloped the manor like a thick ink, Yezhi entered the sitting room, clutching a bulging dragonhide bag. Abraxas reclined on an intricately carved sofa, perusing the Daily Prophet, candlelight flickering upon his platinum hair, casting his silver-gray eyes in a dance of light and shadow. Just as the youth was about to speak, the purple cloak embroidered with irises swept past the doorframe, accompanied by the scent of bergamot. Cell leaned against the intricately carved door. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. That bag of yours, young Mr. Malfoy. Does it contain secrets of the Dark Lord? Yezhi glanced at his father, noting Abraxas's fingers lightly tapping the edge of the newspaper, his silver hair shimmering coldly in the candlelight. Feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for discretion. Thus, Yezhi, gloved in dragonhide, revealed the notebook to the two men, writing upon its surface. As the responses began to materialize upon the pages, their expressions grew solemn. Did the Dark Lord provide you this item without any instructions? Nothing at all, Yezhi responded. Interesting. The dark magic aura emanating from it is almost palpable. Cell smirked, casually flipping through the notebook with his bare hands before suddenly leaning forward, his fingers spread wide, pressing down heavily on the parchment that continued to inscribe itself, completely disregarding the swirling dark magic energy. A sudden change occurred. In an instant, Cell's magical power surged, warping the very air around him, enveloping him in a thick, tar-like black mist, the entwined dark magical ribbons transforming him into a phantom of a dark deity. Within the room, the candlelight flickered wildly in the tempest of magical energy, wavering as though a candle in the wind. Only Cell's palms glowed with a fierce radiance, illuminating his eyes to an even more profound shade of blue, resembling an unfathomable icy pool. His lips curved uncontrollably into a manic grin, sketching an almost frenzied arc. Yezhi staggered back, the overwhelming pressure forcing him to retreat a step, his back colliding heavily against a nearby side table with a dull thud. He was profoundly shaken. This seemingly frivolous and irreverent minister of magic from France now exuded a magical pressure that rivaled Voldemort's, the terrifying aura nearly solidifying the air within the study. Yezhi quickly raised his gaze to his father, only to find Abraxas observing Cell's magical eruption with an expression of calm detachment, devoid of any surprise. Old Malfoy remained composed, lightly tapping his wand, and a gentle wave of magic spread outward, instantly stabilizing the flickering candlelight, bathing the study once more in a warm, golden glow. In Yezhi's heart swirled a tempest of confusion. How could one so formidable, possessing magical prowess nearly on par with Voldemort, willingly submit and become a subordinate beneath him? The arcane tempest abruptly subsided as Ser slowly retracted his hand, which still emitted wisps of smoke. His left palm, charred black as coal, bore dark purple veins that writhed beneath the skin like serpents, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly chuckled softly, and with a delicate flick of his fingers, the ashen skin flaked away like soot, revealing beneath it unblemished, pale flesh. How intriguing! His voice, laced with a morbid excitement, resonated deeply, and his emerald eyes, tinged with crimson from the residual magical energy, gleamed with a newfound understanding. So, this fellow is engaged in some novel trickery? With fingers stained by ash, he forcefully snapped the notebook shut, from which oozed a viscous, ink-like liquid, thick as blood, trailing down the creases and staining the tabletop with dark droplets. This notebook conceals something extraordinary, young Malfoy. You would do well to guard it carefully, he drawled, his tone imbued with a lively curiosity, for it shall devour your will and taint your soul until you become a mere vessel for its whims. Have you discerned what lies within? Yezhi fixed his gaze upon the lingering crimson in Ser's eyes, his tone subtly probing. Ser, caressing his recently restored palm, allowed his smile to vanish, replying tersely, no. The response was so curt it bordered on dismissive, lacking even the slightest pretense of evasion. Was this not too contrived? The charade was abandoned entirely? Yezhi regarded his father with disbelief. Such an overt falsehood, and Abraxas remained silent? His father offered no further inquiries, but instead advised. This object is far too perilous. Best to stow it away and refrain from displaying it again. With reluctance, Yezhi complied and tucked the notebook away. Abraxas instructed, rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the Hogshead Inn. Ser's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, reverting to his buoyant demeanor. I wish to join as well. Suit yourself. Abraxas replied. The following morning, As the morning mist lingered, the trio's figures twisted and reformed in the chilly air. Once the disorienting sensation of apparition dissipated, Yezhi found himself standing in the damp back alley of the Hog's Head Inn. The peculiar scent of rotting wood mingled with butterbeer assaulted his senses, while Sarah's purple cloak billowed in the draught. Abraxas had already rapped on the weathered wooden door. The proprietor, Aberforth, cursed under his breath as he opened the door, lamenting the constant disturbances. What a nuisance! The sound of clinking bottles echoed from within as Aberforth's bloodshot eyes peered through the gap, his gray-white beard quivering with indignation. Can't you lot choose a different place? Must you always come to ruin my establishment? If you break a floorboard on the second floor, you'll be liable. Abraxas appeared unfazed, ascending the creaking staircase with purpose. Yezhi was left bewildered by the tirade, while Sarah cheerfully waved at the elderly man. The three stood at the doorway of a room at the end of the second floor, where Abraxas pushed the door open. Yezhi was momentarily taken aback. In the candlelight of the room, an elderly man with crescent-shaped glasses turned, his long white beard secured with a silver chain. The folds of his dark blue robe subtly glowing with specks of starlight. His warm voice enveloped them, rich with the essence of aged mead. Ah, Abraxas, my child. It has been far too long. I am so relieved to see you are truly alive. Dumbledore opened his arms, approaching with the intention of offering a grand embrace. For the first time, Yezhi heard someone address his father as my child, and he could not suppress a shiver. Truth be told, it was somewhat repugnant. Abraxas, clearly uncomfortable with the elderly man's breach of personal space, sought to retreat without appearing rude. This man, who usually commanded every situation, now found himself in a dilemma. Just as the tension peaked, Sayre, wrapped in his purple cloak and exuding the fragrance of bergamot, burst forth like a golden lightning bolt, placing himself between them. His blue eyes sparkled brightly, and under Dumbledore's astonished gaze, he swept the legendary wizard into an embrace. The force of his grip elicited a dull thud as bones collided beneath the fabric, and he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "By Merlin's beard, I am embracing the headmaster of Hogwarts, the glory of the wizarding world. This is the most resplendent medal of my 20-year magical career," Sayre proclaimed dramatically. Chapter 103, as expected, Dumbledore's blue eyes, peering through his crescent glasses, widened slightly as he regarded the young man who had suddenly appeared before him. Blinking in surprise, he turned to Abraxas, inquiring, "Who is this?" Before Abraxas could respond, Dumbledore found his hands firmly grasped by Sayre. The young French minister leaned slightly forward, his tone fervent, as if delivering a campaign speech. "Etienne Sayre, the current head of the French Ministry of Magic. You may not know me, but I am an ardent admirer of yours. You are the individual I respect most. You have no idea that the reforms I am championing in the ministry were all inspired by your teachings." Sayre's face radiated adoration, his blue eyes glimmering with exaggerated enthusiasm, as though he were indeed a fervent devotee. Yezhi scrutinized Sayre's actions closely, catching a fleeting glimpse of the young Frenchman's hand brushing against Dumbledore's. In the next instant, the elderly man's previously gentle demeanor shifted abruptly. He withdrew his hand swiftly, his blue eyes behind the crescent lenses now sharp as an eagle's. Piercing into Sayre, Yezhi was utterly bewildered by Sayre's actions. He had transformed entirely into a devoted admirer of Dumbledore. Yet this fellow had pledged allegiance to the Dark Lord just days prior. What was he truly up to? Abraxas observed the scene with cold detachment. As if he were an outsider to the unfolding drama, he ambled over to a dilapidated wooden table in the corner, waved his wand lightly, casting 2 cleaning charms. However, despite the still dilapidated furniture, he ultimately refrained from taking a seat. Old Malfoy slapped a rolled parchment contract and a Gringotts deposit slip onto the table. "The sponsorship fee for this year. Sign here." Abraxas pushed the parchment toward Dumbledore, his tone indifferent. Gathering around the wooden table, Yezhi glanced at the contract and deposit slip, which still amounted to 6 million galleons. "Dumbledore, do you find yourself in need of funds? I have plenty to offer," Sayre cheerfully remarked. Dumbledore appeared somewhat distracted since their handshake, but he elegantly signed his name, causing the contract to shimmer with the light of a blue contractual charm. Abraxas conducted business matter-of-factly. "Very well. See you at the same time next year," and with a swift motion, he stowed away the parchment, turning to leave. "Wait up." Dumbledore suddenly interjected, his crescent glasses slipping down his hooked nose, his blue eyes glimmering with significant intent behind the lenses. "I wish to speak with this French guest privately." "As you wish," Abraxas replied nonchalantly, raising a hand to beckon his son. The platinum-haired youth followed his father as they stepped onto the creaking wooden floor and exited the room, even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. The door was secured against eavesdropping, rendering their conversation inaudible. The corridor was suffused with the scent of aged pine, and Yezhi could no longer restrain his inner doubts. "Father, do you not find Sayre somewhat suspicious?" Indeed, Abraxas replied coolly. But why, knowing he is dubious? Would you bring him to meet Dumbledore? Abraxas offered no response, merely twirling the ring on his finger, adorned with a serpentine emblem. Yezhi gazed at his father's impassive profile, devoid of any extraneous expression, and tentatively pressed on. Did you already know his true identity? Perhaps, Abraxas said, his expression unreadable. Before his words could fully dissipate, he abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring, I have heard that you have been frequently staying at the Dark Lord's manor lately? The youth's ears instantly flushed crimson, his hair quivering slightly with his flustered movements. Well, it's not that frequent, just handling some matters, he stammered, his defense growing weaker under his father's probing gaze, appearing particularly pallid. Abraxas observed his son's reddened cheeks with an inscrutable expression, noting the unconscious fidgeting of his fingers as they twisted the tassels of his robe. The tautness in his shoulders relaxed a fraction. At least on the surface, this child, though embarrassed, did not display any signs of fear or resistance. He must have been treated kindly. Appearance is a weapon in its own right. It is entirely justifiable to wield your advantages wisely. However, one must always remember the original intent behind their use. Should you become ensnared by it, then it ceases to be a matter of leveraging an advantage and devolves into moral decay. Yezhi's expression shifted, and he quietly replied, Understood, father. The conversation in the corridor was suddenly interrupted by a resounding crash. A tremendous commotion erupted from within the room, the floor trembling violently as if afflicted by fever. Debris cascading onto Abraxas's shoulders, while Yezhi staggered, bracing himself against the wall. Evidently, despite the array of spells cast upon the door, the occupants had not considered the floor's fortitude. Thus, the room erupted in chaos akin to an earthquake. A Bufus stormed in, cursing vehemently as he pounded on the door. You two better quiet down. If you bring my shop down, I'll make you both work off your debts here. He hurled 3 unlocking spells at the door, then kicked it violently with his boot. The oak door gave way with a thunderous crash under the combined assault of magic and brute force, and the interior fell silent immediately. Yezhi held his breath and peered inside, where 2 figures stood like statues in confrontation amidst the swirling smoke. Dumbledore's white beard was a tangled mess, and his crescent-shaped glasses precariously perched on the tip of his nose, while the French visitor knelt, his left sleeve torn, his arm trembling slightly. The already dilapidated long table had now split in 2, shards of porcelain mingling with steaming tea, leaving dark stains on the wooden floor. Yezhi's gaze sharpened as he noticed the pale skin revealed beneath the tattered left sleeve of Serre. The spot where the dark mark should have been was now inexplicably pristine. Serre noticed his scrutiny and immediately raised his hand to cover his left arm, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Dumbledore's magic certainly lives up to its reputation. As he slowly lowered his hand, the ashen dark mark reemerged, the serpent and skull writhing grotesquely in the candlelight. Yezhi blinked, questioning whether his vision had been obscured by dust. Dumbledore raised his wand, and the floating shards of porcelain suddenly spun in reverse, the cracked table emitting a spine-chilling creak, the wood shavings reassembling as if in a cascading waterfall. The tattered sleeve of Serre glimmered as the damage vanished, as if the harrowing confrontation had never transpired. I am grateful for your care of our French guest during this time, Dumbledore remarked, his blue eyes turning towards Abraxas. I hear that after the Christmas holidays, you are to journey to France together? Abraxas nodded slightly, indeed. The old man placed his wrinkled hand on his shoulder, expressing sincere gratitude. You have truly borne a heavy burden. His gaze swept over Serre's nonchalant profile. Then we shall part ways here. See you next year. As they turned to leave, Yezhi, following his father, caught a low, restrained warning from Dumbledore behind him. Do not forget what you promised me. Serre did not even glance back, merely waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 104, The Conference Room. Serre was truly an insufferable individual. Yezhi had never wished so fervently for someone to vanish from his sight. What do you think it takes for someone to genuinely like you without holding past grievances? Serre leaned against the ornate doorframe, his sapphire cufflinks dazzling painfully in the sunlight. You have such a close relationship with the Dark Lord. Have you never had any conflicts? How do you resolve them? This detestable Frenchman never strayed far from the topic of romance and his connection with the Dark Lord, and no matter where Yezhi attempted to hide, he clung to him like an unyielding gum. Thus, when Abraxas prepared to depart with this Frenchman, Yezhi felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he had rid himself of this pest. This feeling of liberation surpassed even the melancholy of bidding farewell to his father. The scent of Christmas pine had yet to fully dissipate, yet beneath the dome of the British Ministry of Magic, dark tides were already surging. With the previous leader cast into Azkaban, the vacant ministerial seat resembled a philosopher's stone, attracting various factions vying for control. The Lestrange family loomed like a coiled serpent, striking suddenly amidst this power transition. Posters plastered the streets, adorned with the likeness of Lestrange, their grandiloquent campaign slogans cloaked in disquieting intimidation. With the full support of Voldemort's influence, Lestrange swiftly emerged as the most formidable candidate on the campaign stage. The platinum-haired youth gently nudged a porcelain teacup across the ebony table, the amber liquid rippling against the cup's walls, casually asking, "Why does the master favor Lestrange to lead the Ministry of Magic?" The man seated in the shadows slowly lifted his gaze. "What? Last year's destruction of their underground operations was not sufficient for your satisfaction? What is it about Lestrange that displeases you now?" His voice oozed languor. Yezhi swallowed hard, stifling the urge to declare, "This scoundrel ought to be damned to hell." He blinked and replied, "Not long ago, he cornered me in my office, claiming I wasn't even worthy to attend meetings and should be on my knees like a stray dog." The last words trembled slightly, accompanied by his misty eyes, making him appear as though he had suffered an egregious injustice. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. That evening, during a high-ranking Death Eater meeting, as everyone bowed in unison, they were startled to see the Dark Lord cradling a ball of fluffy white fur in his arms. The creature curled into a soft pom-pom, occasionally wriggling uneasily, shimmering like pearls in the candlelight. "Master, is this your new pet?" Bellatrix inquired. Voldemort lifted the small creature by its forelegs. The snow-white body instantly stretched into a line over half a meter long, its fluffy tail swaying side to side, adorned with a pink bow that jingled with tiny bells. Those glistening black eyes blinked, and the soft pink nose twitched rapidly, revealing tiny teeth as it opened its mouth, a pink tongue peeking out. It was indeed a white ferret. Several high-ranking members recalled the abrupt interruption during the last meeting, when a certain scheming youth had declared he could transform into some animal. Glancing at the white ferret in Voldemort's grasp, they felt a sudden chill. Could it be him? Bellatrix and Lestrange exchanged glances, recognizing the same surprise and understanding reflected in each other's eyes. Everyone immediately fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Voldemort placed the ferret on his knee, his pale fingers caressing its body. As his fingertips brushed against its moist nose, the ferret could not help but let out a soft sneeze. When he stroked its elongated ears, the fluffy tail unwittingly swept across his black robes. As his cool fingertips glided along its spine to the tip of its tail, the ferret shivered with delight, its fur bristling, and its tiny paws grasped at the air. Lestrange's lengthy, tedious speech began to bore the ferret, its eyelids growing heavier. But just as it was about to succumb to slumber, that restless hand would scratch its chin or pat its belly. Finally, unable to endure any longer, it leaped up, its pink paws gripping the folds of the black robe, climbing up to perch upon its master's shoulder. The Death Eater reporting on the work abruptly halted, but upon seeing Voldemort's unperturbed demeanor, he immediately bowed his head and continued his account. The weasel utterly disregarded the solemn atmosphere of the meeting, its delicate paws lightly treading upon the black robe, the soft pads creating shallow indentations in the fabric. It finally discovered the warmth of a neck nook. Curling into a fluffy ball, its voluminous tail casually draped over Voldemort's pale neck, entwining itself like a natural scarf, before it began to purr softly. As the warm breath brushed against its ear, the crimson-slit pupils cast a sidelong glance at the furry mischief-maker on his shoulder, the corners of his lips curving upwards in a manner he himself was unaware of, when the weasel was startled awake by a sudden jolt. It blinked blearily to find the meeting had long concluded. Before it lay the same conference room, yet it was now ensconced within a mound of plush pillows. The long table was now adorned with velvet cushions, surrounded by down-filled pillows. It paused, suddenly recalling the audacious boast it had made that morning, a wave of foreboding washing over it. As it arched its back, attempting to wriggle free from the pillow crevice, a colossal shadow loomed behind it. To its diminutive frame, Voldemort appeared as a mountain shrouded in darkness, his bony fingers gripping the trembling tip of its tail, the pressure causing the fluffy white fur to explode into a puffball. "Little creature, what promises did you make today?" Voldemort inquired with a sinister smile. The weasel lay on the pillow, trembling slightly, then went still. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. "Do you intend to renege?" He lifted the weasel's tail, revealing beneath it a delicate dumpling, the pink pads flailing in a panic. Realizing it was indecorously exposed under the scrutiny of the crimson gaze, it hastily covered its rear with its forepaws, only to inadvertently reveal more of its soft fur and delicate parts in the process. "It seems you quite enjoy this form," Voldemort remarked, gently pinching the tail fur. "In fact, I wouldn't mind if you remained like this. It's merely a matter of whether you can endure it." Voldemort spoke with a significant undertone. The weasel's ear tufts stood on end, resembling an exploded dandelion. In despair, it shut its eyes, a shimmering blue aura enveloping it, its slender form rapidly elongating in the luminous glow. When it opened its eyes once more, the weasel had transformed into a pale youth. With only the twitching beast ears atop his head and the restless tail behind him indicating the remnants of the transfiguration spell, the boy nestled among the velvet pillows, resting his head upon them, his pearlescent skin tinged with a faint blush, his damp, mournful eyes gazing back at the man gripping his tail, the pose causing his frail shoulder blades to jut prominently. "That pose suits you well," Voldemort observed after a moment, his deep voice laced with amusement, causing the white beast ears to twitch in alarm. The black robe cascaded down like a tide, enveloping the boy's form. The meeting room was filled with muffled sounds muffled by the pillows, the surface of the velvet cushions quickly stained with dark watermarks. The fluffy tail adorned with a bow and bell sometimes arched gracefully, its tip trembling slightly, and at other times it would remain rigid. The fur fluffed into a snowy clump. The soft fur quivered violently, creating fine ripples. Unbeknownst to Wynne, it quietly coiled around the lean waist of that man, the tail's tip cautiously brushing against the taut muscles concealed beneath the black robe, weakly caressing as though it were a weary beast seeking pity. Yet, this show of vulnerability did not elicit compassion. Voldemort's bony hand suddenly seized the base of the tail, wrapping the entire fluffy appendage around his arm, as if grasping the reins of a horse. As the pressure of his arm tightened, the platinum-haired youth's ears quivered, and he shrank back. Moments later, the tail went limp, drooping down feebly. Nevertheless, the gentle chime of the bell persisted. Chapter 105, The Malfoy List. Unsurprisingly, Lestrange ascended to the position of Minister of Magic. A member of the old pure-blood aristocracy, he was inherently steeped in an innate arrogance, consistently venerating the ideology of pure-blood supremacy. Upon taking office, he swiftly implemented policies favoring purebloods, instituting a rigorous series of assessments designed to force non-pureblood families, particularly those of Muggle descent, to resign from the Ministry of Magic. Under this high-level influence, the discrimination and oppression of half-blood wizards and those of Muggle origin swiftly spread throughout the magical community. Regardless of work opportunities, social circles, or the handling of everyday affairs, these wizards faced unprecedented stringent demands and unjust treatment, as if overnight they had been branded with the label of second-class citizens. Yezhi had no desire to become embroiled in these events, nor did he wish to openly oppose Lestrange. However, when the Bloodline Inspection Group's official invaded the Department of Transportation to exert their authority, he could no longer endure it. On this day, upon returning from an assignment, Yezhi stepped into the Department of Transportation only to be struck by the chaotic scene before him, his pupils constricting in shock. William's workspace resembled a battlefield ravaged by a magical storm, scattered documents littering the floor. An inspector adorned with a serpent emblem was pressing his wand against the back of William's neck, the middle-aged man stumbling backward, his hair disheveled and his crooked tie choking his neck with each struggle. "I've worked in the ministry for 10 years. William shouted in anguish. "Am I to be dismissed just because I come from Muggle stock?" The inspector's mocking laughter had yet to fade when a sound of fabric tearing emanated from within. Yezhi's fury ignited further as he witnessed Nilu's lace skirt being snagged by a folder, a burly inspector gripping her seaweed-like hair, dragging the trembling girl towards the door. Scattered cartoon hairpins rolled to Yezhi's feet, becoming filthy. Yezhi's temples throbbed. These individuals had clearly timed their assault to coincide with his absence, treating the Department of Transportation as their stage for intimidation. Yezhi's hand, veins bulging, slammed against the door, the resounding crash echoing through the department, causing dust to cascade from the walls. The two inspectors jumped in surprise, their actions freezing mid-motion. William awkwardly pushed himself up from the floor, his shirt a wrinkled mess, while Nilu staggered behind Yezhi, her trembling fingers clutching the hem of his robe, her sobs mingling with broken cries. "My people are not to be dictated to by outsiders." Yezhi's wand had somehow found its way into his palm, its tip glowing a ghostly blue. His voice deep and frigid, tinged with unassailable authority. William, with 10 years of flawless attendance, and Nilu, who has achieved perfect performance for 3 consecutive years. Their records are far more impressive than your garbage. He advanced slowly, his custom leather shoes crunching over shattered quills, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The invisible pressure surged through the room like a tidal wave, causing everyone present to unconsciously ease their breathing. "Remember, this is my territory." His eyes glinted with a cold light. "Should you dare to act out here again, do not blame me for lacking compassion. I am quite curious to see if your superiors can protect you." The two inspectors retreated hastily, stumbling towards the ornate wooden door. Just as their fingertips were about to touch the doorknob, the intricately carved wooden door was suddenly flung open by a powerful spell, the metal handle smashing into the wall, leaving a dent. Lestrange leaned against the doorframe, speaking arrogantly. "Little Malfoy, did you not see the latest inspection requirements? Your subordinates cannot even pass the most basic bloodline check." Yet they dare to remain here and tarnish the glory of purebloods? He pointed a skeletal finger at William and Nilu, shoving the inspectors who had retreated to the door further forward. Go, drag these mudbloods out. You dare. The platinum aristocrat's low growl, mixed with magical energy, reverberated, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble. The two inspectors turned pale, their knees weakening, their backs pressed firmly against the wall, too terrified to move. Yezhi cast a sidelong glance at their exposed faces, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smile. He leisurely twirled his wand, addressing Lestrange. I have not eradicated the mess of the black market, but out of respect for that esteemed individual, I refrained from inciting conflict among colleagues. However, should anyone choose to collide with the blade, with a chilling glint in his eyes, I would not hesitate to test the might of the Malfoy family's influence. Just you? Lestrange scoffed, his serpentine cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. You are merely a wild dog turned into a house pet. No matter how much you wag your tail in supplication, at your core, you remain a base creature. Yezhi lowered his gaze, caressing his wand, and replied indifferently. To serve that esteemed individual, to act as a dog or a beast, is of no consequence to me. I would willingly sacrifice my very essence for that great one. Suddenly, he raised his eyes, his silver-gray irises shimmering with a dangerous light. But as for you, Uncle Lestrange, he drawled, elongating the final syllable. Narrowing his eyes with a smirk, your resistance begs the question. Do you harbor discontent towards that esteemed individual? The words caused Lestrange's face to flush crimson with rage. You silver-tongued fiend. Lestrange had not anticipated that this platinum wolf would employ such flattery while attempting to ensnare him. Realizing he could not match Yezhi's verbal prowess, his face reddened with anger as he dramatically swirled his cloak. Just wait and see. In his haste to turn away, he knocked over a nearby document stand, parchment scattering across the floor, and two examiners scrambled, tripping over the scattered papers as they fled after their master. As Lestrange and his entourage departed in a hasty retreat, the colleagues in the transportation department finally dared to exhale, their taut nerves beginning to relax. Yezhi turned to Amelia Nate, instructing, report today's events truthfully upon your return. I will shoulder the consequences if anything goes awry. Amelia nodded in acknowledgement. Whether it was Voldemort's warning to Lestrange or his trepidation regarding the Malfoy family's clout, the once menacing examiners never again set foot in the transportation department. Yet, the cries echoing through the corridors of the Ministry of Magic never ceased. Each day, employees were dragged from their offices, leaving the transportation department as the sole bastion of tranquility. An increasing number of half-blood wizards clutched reassignment applications, flocking to the entrance of the transportation department. Yezhi leaned against the doorframe, observing the applications pile up like a small mountain at the entrance. A maelstrom of complex emotions churned within him. He understood well that his capabilities were limited, rendering him unable to oppose the entire Ministry of Magic. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resolutely decline these applications. The best he could do was to protect his dozen or so subordinates within the transportation department to the best of his ability. As the upper echelon set the standard, the streets became increasingly populated with the figures of the unemployed. With Britain's economic downturn looming, the wizarding world was on the brink of economic upheaval. Once bustling Diagon Alley now lay desolate, with numerous Muggle-born wizards holding signs in search of work, desperate for a meal. In the late hours of the Malfoy Manor study, Yezhi gazed at the portrait behind the desk, his fingertips brushing against the list of dismissals issued by Lestrange. How many individuals can our rare earth mines in Australia accommodate? Eileen and Astoria had completed preliminary explorations, revealing reserves beyond expectations. Yet there was a severe shortage of refining equipment and laborers. Sipad, the platinum aristocrat, tapped the list of dismissals from the Ministry of Magic with his fingers, his gaze flitting over the densely packed names. Among the Muggle-born wizards, there are many industrious individuals. Emily, who has endured a decade in the charms department, and David, ousted from the potions department, are both capable of becoming technical backbones in the mines. We could hire these wizards at a low cost to mine rare earths in Australia. Have them contact these wizards per the list, he instructed, turning the parchment towards the portrait for Sipad to discern its contents. Offer those willing a ticket and a position to stabilize their spirits. He added, remember, we must not allow the Malfoy name to be associated with this. By the way, what is the name of their company? The Northern Minerals Company. Yezhi chuckled softly, his platinum locks swaying with emotion. That name is so mundane it could be buried in a goblin hole, undoubtedly Eileen's taste. Unbeknownst to him, the name Northern Minerals had spread like wildfire among Muggle-born wizards across Europe. Rumors swirled that the owner of this Australian company hailed from British Muggle stock, dedicated to providing shelter and employment opportunities for wizards left destitute. The tales of the Australian outback, drenched in golden sunlight, stood in stark contrast to the cloud-laden European continent. On that land, Muggle-born wizards were no longer required to bow before pure-blood aristocrats. The dreams of love and self-determination were no longer mere illusions. As pure-blood supremacy unleashed a torrent of bloodshed across the European continent, stripping Muggle-born wizards of all they held dear, northern minerals emerged as a solitary beacon in the night, guiding countless despairing souls across the seas to that fabled land where they could rebuild their lives. Chapter 106. Friends once were commenced. Life ceased to be the vibrant tapestry it had been in school. The monotonous routine of daily scheduling, approvals, and crisis management rendered the passage of time almost meaningless, dulling one's sensitivity to the fleeting nature of existence. With the tacit approval of the Dark Lord, Lestrange entered into a union with Bellatrix of the Black family. Bolstered by the power of the Black family, the Lestrange family's influence soared to new heights. Perhaps in an attempt to counterbalance this burgeoning power, the Dark Lord began to formally involve Yezhi in the Death Eater's high-level meetings, further facilitating his ascent into the core circle of the Wisengamot. This series of shifts occurred like moves on a chessboard, the unseen power dynamics shifting subtly, while Yezhi found himself thrust into a more pivotal role in this intricate game. In truth, over the past 2 years, the handsome and youthful head of the Malfoy family, with his remarkably positive image, had rapidly solidified the personal influence of the platinum aristocracy among the populace, especially in stark contrast to the dark and corrupt Ministry of Magic. Support and prestige for him surged. The Wisengamot, founded on the principles of fairness and justice, thrilled the entire magical community when it announced Malfoy's inclusion. The public believed that this steadfastly principled platinum patriarch would undoubtedly usher in new hope for the tarnished court. Whispers of anticipation filled the streets. Yet, in reality, Yezhi found himself powerless to meet the public's expectations. He was merely a pawn, tightly controlled by unseen hands. In the blink of an eye, Snape had also graduated. Waves of Hogwarts graduates flooded into society. Yet the current state of affairs was far from optimistic. The pure-blood preferential policy had transformed the job market into an exclusive arena for Slytherins. The unemployment rate for Gryffindor graduates soared to unprecedented heights, their figures haunting the streets as they departed in regret. Lestrange's purging of bloodlines pushed desperate Gryffindor wizards to extremes. Once passionate youths on the Quidditch pitch and bright stars within the ministry found themselves clutching their wands in secret gatherings of the Order of the Phoenix. Having been shut out from employment opportunities, seated at his desk, Yezhi drummed his fingers against the parchment before him. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon his silver-gray eyes, illuminating their fluctuating depths. Recently, the Order of the Phoenix had been unusually active, with operations doubling compared to earlier. He pointed his wand at the map marked with red circles, noting that 3 Death Eater strongholds had been dismantled last month, all executed by recent Gryffindor graduates. He frowned, stating Lestrange's folly is inadvertently aiding Dumbledore in assembling an army. Behind him, Sipbad, from within the portrait frame, remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't that just splendid? The more chaos, the merrier. You thrive on the spectacle," Yezhi retorted with a roll of his eyes. Sipbad squinted playfully. "You see, war brings with it lucrative opportunities. Just last week, during a skirmish, 2 Bloodstone warehouses were blown up, and the price of Bloodstone skyrocketed tenfold." Yezhi shook his head in resignation. What good could come from profiting amidst national calamity? Recently, he had been compelled to establish numerous clandestine transportation networks at Voldemort's behest, all aimed at capturing members of the Order of the Phoenix. These routes, which once served to facilitate travel and transport goods, were now repurposed for the ongoing conflict against the Order. The chain reaction instigated by bloodline discrimination was tipping the delicate balance of the entire magical realm toward chaos. After graduating, Snape formally joined the Death Eaters, marked irrevocably by the Dark Mark. His father had passed away before his graduation. The bruises from the belt, the shattered bottles in the corners, and the ever-present stench of alcohol mingled with curses had long since dissipated with that man's death. The final severance of blood ties had completely remolded the once timid and insecure boy. In a mere 2 years, Snape shed his boyishness, his physique growing rapidly. Now, when standing side by side, he towered half a head above the Malfoy patriarch. He maintained a rigid posture, his black robes hemmed taut like a blade, and the eyes that once lurked behind greasy strands of hair now habitually met others' gazes, revealing a depth of coldness that belied his years. The boy who had once nervously clutched at his clothing in the head boys' lounge had transformed into a formidable lieutenant of the Death Eaters, exuding an aura that repelled others. He inherited the dilapidated old house in Spinner's End, where remnants of his mother's potions lingered in the cobwebbed corners. With the generous remuneration from his role as a potion consultant for the Malfoy estate, he repaired the leaky roof and painted the mold-stained walls a tranquil dark gray. Gu Yezhi's house elf diligently tidied the dust-laden fireplace each day. Whenever the platinum-haired aristocrat, weary and burdened by guilt for his complicity in wrongdoing, knocked on that weathered wooden door, he found Snape waiting within. In the cramped living room, they sat across from one another, veiled in the steam of brewing tea, listening to the rumble of tram tracks outside and the elf's soft mutterings as it swept. The aroma of potions brewed by Snape dispelled the stench of decay from the Ministry of Magic as they discussed the Dark Lord's commands, mocked Bellatrix Lestrange's foolishness, and reminisced about the damp corridors of Hogwarts cellars. In this sanctuary, the Platinum Patriarch shed his ornate robes of office, and Snape was unencumbered by the chilling mask of a Death Eater. The confined space brimmed with a rare sense of relaxation, despite Snape's habitual impatience. This junior had become his only confidant in a treacherous magical world where he could lower his guard. Has the Dark Lord issued any new demands? Gu Yezhi leaned against the weathered doorframe, observing Snape as he stirred the cauldron's contents. Snape replied, his gaze fixed on the roiling emerald potion, his eyelids unblinking. I've heard that Miss Evans lives nearby. How has she been lately? Of no concern to me. Snape's tone was frigid, though his wand paused momentarily in its stirring motion. I recall she once enjoyed your company. We have severed ties. Snape completed the stirring and tapped his wand against the cauldron's edge. Why? Snape hesitated, then posed a question of his own. Why did you join the Death Eaters? Gu Yezhi raised an eyebrow. Naturally, to restore the glory of pure bloods. Huh, Snape scoffed, the tip of his wand dispersing a wisp of potion mist. The entire ministry knows that the Malfoy Patriarch is the only pure blood willing to speak for Muggles. Such is the Master's arrangement. I merely follow orders. Gu Yezhi replied with a nonchalant tone, gently tapping the doorframe with his fingertips. Snape suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes like a deep abyss. You do not trust me. How could that be? The platinum-haired youth's locks glimmered softly in the candlelight. Every word is from the heart. I have mastered the brain-blocking charm, Snape stated abruptly. Gu Yezhi was taken aback. When I was perusing potion tomes in your family's library, there were always scrolls on the brain-blocking charm tucked within. You placed them there intentionally, didn't you? Snape nodded. Gu Yezhi raised his wand, arching an eyebrow. Would you mind if I tested your skills? Snape gently placed the cauldron's lid atop the boiling potion and traced a protective spell over its surface. He turned to face Gu Yezhi, saying, You may give it a try. Legilimens, Gu Yezhi intoned. He found himself witnessing a younger Snape waiting at the head boy's lounge door, ready to join him for a meeting of the Slug Club, idly touching the ornate banister. In the potions lab, he stood alongside Lily Evans, meticulously brewing wolfsbane, the air filled with the faint scent of potions and laughter. In a dim corridor, Lily cornered Snape against the wall, her eyes brimming with concern and urgency, imploring him to steer clear of dark magic and Voldemort's influence. At the graduation ceremony, James Potter declared his affections for Lily amidst the cheers of the crowd, while Snape stood alone at the edge of the throng, silently observing the scene. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped Gu Yezhi, and he was abruptly ejected from Snape's memories. Steadying himself, he genuinely remarked, Your brain-blocking charm is indeed well practiced. He continued, Is it true that you severed ties with Miss Evans because she disapproved of your joining the Death Eaters? Surely you understand what the Death Eaters represent. Being too close to her would only drag her down, Snape replied flatly. How do you know James Potter wouldn't drag her down? To my knowledge, the Potter family has always been at the core of the Order of the Phoenix. I suspect Miss Evans may have joined the Order by now. Snape's hand, which had been gripping the stirring spoon, faltered. Before he could respond, Gu Yezhi suddenly looked up. Are you blaming me for dragging you down? I did harbor such thoughts. Snape continued to brew the potion, but I came to realize that there is no such thing as dragging someone down. I've always been in this murky water. Without you, I would have still chosen this path. Gu Yezhi's throat tightened, about to express his apologies, when he saw Snape's expression shift abruptly, clutching his left arm with a curse. Damn it. This potion is just a step away from completion. You need to help me add the nightshade hair. I must attend a meeting immediately. Understood. Gu Yezhi waved his wand, causing the parchment notes to unfurl and hover before him. Snape had already seized his cloak and dashed out the door. Chapter 107. Felix Felicis. After preparing the potion for Snape and pouring it into a crystal vial, Gu Yezhi glanced at the time. It was just past 10 o'clock. He cast an ignoring charm on himself and pushed open the door to Snape's home, stepping outside. This alley, once thriving with the sounds of weaving machines, had long been forgotten by prosperity. As the economic downturn intensified, it had devolved into a slum that people avoided. The weathered wooden windows hung askew from the crumbling brick walls, while gaudily made-up women leaned against peeling door frames, beckoning to passers-by. The faint stench of the roadside drainage mingled in the air, a smell of stagnant water and decaying rat carcasses accumulated over the years. Yezhi tread upon the fractured flagstones, his boots squelching on the damp moss. As he turned the second corner, a sudden burst of bright light flooded the alley, revealing a wide thoroughfare flanked by neatly trimmed hedges of wintergreen. The streetlights cast a warm amber glow upon the asphalt, and the occasional car passed, the tires creating a mild noise against the pavement. Across the road, a new apartment building with beige brick walls exuded a soft, inviting light in the night. Each orderly window glowed like little moons trapped in glass jars, with silhouettes barely visible behind the curtains, accompanied by faint laughter that starkly contrasted with the world of Spinner's End. Not far away, a small community park contained children's playground equipment, a thicket of trees, and a tranquil lake. Perhaps it was too late. The park was devoid of any life. Yezhi meandered aimlessly in the small park, eventually coming to a halt before the swing set. He casually seated himself on one of the swings, his toes lightly tapping the ground, causing the swing to sway gently. The creaking of the iron chains mingled with the night breeze, echoing through the stillness of the night. As the darkness deepened, soft footsteps approached from behind. A figure settled onto the swing beside him. The metallic chains emitted a creak under the new weight, intertwining with the sounds coming from Yezhi's swing. "What a coincidence, Miss Evans," the platinum aristocrat remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with delight. "I never imagined I would encounter you here." "Mr. Malfoy, I fear this is hardly a coincidence," Lily replied, her arms crossed, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. "You deliberately stationed yourself at my doorstep. I had no choice but to come and investigate." "Ah, my sincerest apologies." Yezhi exaggeratedly raised a hand to his forehead, tilting his head to gaze at the warm glow emanating from the beige apartment across the way. "So this is your residence? I had no idea. It truly was not intentional." He chuckled. "I suppose my late-night appearance startled you, and for that, I am genuinely sorry." Lily Evans chose to disregard his theatricality, offering a good-natured smile. "You are here to see Severus, aren't you? How has he been?" Yezhi swayed on the swing, the chains producing a monotonous sound in the night air. "The same as ever. He still spends his days brewing potions at home." "That's good to hear." The evening breeze swept across the lake, lifting a few stray strands of Lily's red hair. She gazed at the distant lights of the apartment building, her voice imbued with a wistful melancholy akin to moonlight. "Back in school, we often clashed due to our differing allegiances. In retrospect, I realize I was rather naive at that time. Many individuals are simply swept along by circumstances, with little choice in the matter. I should not have imposed my ideals upon him." Yezhi was taken aback by the life reflections of the girl who once beamed with joy at the mention of butterbeer biscuits. Though her fiery red hair remained as vibrant as ever, the once starry green depths of her eyes now cast downwards, carrying a new gravity. "I am preparing to marry James Potter." Lily suddenly broke the silence, her hair billowing in the night wind as she turned to face the platinum aristocrat, tucking a loose strand behind her ear, a gentle light emanating from her features. "On the 17th of next month, Mr. Malfoy, would you care to attend my wedding?" Yezhi observed Lily Evans smile, a stark contrast to her earlier melancholy when discussing Snape. In that moment, she resembled a clear sky after the clouds had dispersed, transforming back into the light-footed girl he remembered from the Hogwarts corridors. It seemed only fitting that this sunny disposition belonged to a man devoid of burdens. Snape was indeed correct. A rose naturally belongs in a sunlit garden. If one were to plant it in a dark greenhouse, no matter the care it received, it would ultimately wither. "Congratulations. I wish you happiness. I shall not attend," he replied with a touch of self-deprecation. "I fear my presence might turn the wedding into a battlefield." As he spoke, a thought struck him. He rummaged through his pockets, eventually producing a vial of Felix Felicis, one he had just pilfered from Snape's stockpile. Embarrassed, he handed the crystal glass bottle to Lily Evans. "A wedding gift. My apologies for not having prepared something more suitable." Lily's eyes sparkled as she gently cradled the crystal vial in her slender fingers. The clear liquid swirled beneath the moonlight, the label adorned with an intricate serpentine script, SS, standing out prominently. She let out a soft laugh. "You didn't just steal this from Severus' home, did you?" "Cough, cough. You caught me rather quickly. Please do not inform him," he replied, sharing a knowing glance with her, both bursting into laughter. The fireplace crackled as Snape emerged from the embers, his black robe still dusted with fine traces of flue powder. Upon seeing the platinum aristocrat sprawled lazily on the sofa, surrounded by disheveled potion tomes, he frowned. "What are you still doing here?" Yezhi lifted his teacup, taking a sip. "I just had a visit with Miss Evans." Snape's fingers, which had been unwrapping his scarf, suddenly tightened. "What did you go to see her for?" "Guess what news I have?" Yezhi elongated his words playfully. "She is to marry Potter next month." Snape's movement to organize the tomes froze midair, a dried mugwort specimen slipping from his fingers as he straightened, attempting to appear unfazed. "Oh, that is quite good. Gu Yezhi raised an eyebrow. I agree. Therefore, I took the liberty of gifting her a bottle of your prized Felix Felicis as a wedding present. You. Snape glared at him, noticing Snape's sudden grim demeanor. Gu Yezhi added nonchalantly. She seemed to delight in it. She claimed it was the most unique wedding gift she had ever received. Snape lapsed into silence. Are you attending her wedding? The platinum aristocrat inquired, feigning casualness. Not a chance, Snape replied impatiently. Another assignment, I presume? Classified, was Snape's terse response. Gu Yezhi donned his silver-threaded cloak, casually draping it over the back of a chair. The Dark Lord's commands always arrived unexpectedly. He shrugged. Very well then. Do what you must. I shall take my leave. Chapter 108. Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow lay nestled within verdant hills, the twilight casting a honeyed glow over the forest. While a delicate mist enveloped the quaint, spire-topped houses, a winding cobblestone path meandered through sprawling lavender fields. This haven, far removed from the clamor of the Ministry of Magic and the neon lights of the Muggle world, had become an idyllic residence for wizards embracing Muggle lifestyles. In the small square of Godric's Hollow, several shops were scattered about, including a post office, a pub, and a quaint little church. A Muggle postman, donning a flat cap, hummed an off-key tune as he deftly tossed the last bag of letters onto his emerald green postal cart. The copper badge of the Royal Mail on his canvas satchel jingling with his movements. As he raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, his fingertips nearly brushed against the beak of a stone owl perched beneath the eaves, oblivious to the fact that the owl had subtly shifted a fraction to the side. In the wizard's view, the post office bore the sign Ollery. Each night, the stone owl would shed its stony feathers, revealing a snowy down beneath, ready to carry letters far and wide. Inside the pub, a man in his 40s was polishing glasses behind the bar, clad in a crisply ironed white shirt and dark gray trousers, his neatly cropped hair reflecting a soft brown hue under the lights, exuding a sense of sophistication. Over the years, his good looks had kept the pub thriving. Yet today, business seemed lackluster, and he found himself idly polishing the counter. The sky had darkened, and the sign outside illuminated, but no patrons had yet arrived. Suddenly, the bell above the door jingled as a young man cloaked in a cape entered. He lifted his hand to remove his hood, allowing his silky platinum hair to cascade down. The pub owner was momentarily entranced. In his years of running the establishment in Godric's Hollow, he had never encountered such a breathtaking visage. The man's skin was pale, and his silver-gray eyes sparkled with mirth. His tailored black coat accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, every movement imbued with an innate air of nobility. The man elegantly settled at the bar, casually draping his cloak over the adjacent seat. A glass of whiskey, please, he requested, his voice clear and melodious, imbued with an indescribable elegance. The owner snapped back to reality, promptly acknowledging the order and turning to retrieve the bottle. The amber whiskey rippled in the crystal glass as the owner gently slid the glass across the bar, his fingertips lingering, drawn to the exquisiteness of the young man's sculpted features, engaging him in conversation. You are not from around here, are you? I don't believe I've seen you before. The proprietor cleared his throat and began to engage in conversation. The platinum nobleman smiled, declaring that he was merely here for a holiday. Ah, I see, the bar owner replied, his gaze unwavering. This locale is indeed ideal for a retreat. The small woods in the mountains are quite safe, devoid of any large fauna, merely inhabited by deer and rabbits. Many young adventurers delight in exploring the forests. Is that so? I tend to value my life, and I am not particularly fond of adventures, Gu Yezhi chuckled. It seems we share similar sentiments, the owner responded. Pouring himself a modest measure of liquor, the clinking of ice cubes resonating pleasantly as the glass swayed. I too have no penchant for adventure. I simply relish mixing and enjoying drinks at the bar. That is a commendable habit. You should strive to maintain it this evening. Gu Yezhi remarked with a hint of profundity. However, I cannot remain in the bar all night, he continued. Why not? Are you not the owner? Gu Yezhi raised an eyebrow, the whiskey in his glass rippling in response to his movements. Because tonight, there is a significant event in our town. The proprietor lowered his voice, excitement flickering in his expression. A couple is to wed, and according to custom, all residents are obliged to attend their nuptials. Gu Yezhi paused, suddenly struck by a realization. What date is today? The 17th, the owner replied, puzzled by the sudden shift in Gu Yezhi's demeanor. What's wrong? Not good, Gu Yezhi exclaimed, abruptly rising to leave. Hey, you haven't paid, the owner shouted. Gu Yezhi halted momentarily, then turned back, delivering a swift, dizzying blow to the proprietor, who collapsed, amber liquid spreading across the oak bar. One could only hope this fainting spell would ensure his safety that night. Gu Yezhi hurried out into the darkening street. As dusk fell, the entire thoroughfare was adorned with festive cheer, garlands hung from the streetlights, and signs proclaimed welcome to our wedding, Lily James. Upon seeing this, his heart skipped a beat. Earlier that day, he had received a message from the Dark Lord, summoning all Death Eaters to gather in Godric's Hollow. The Dark Lord had not specified the purpose, but the unfolding scene made it abundantly clear. The wedding was the target. What to do? Yezhi felt a sheen of perspiration form. Dumbledore and the Potters shared a profound bond and were likely to attend as witnesses. It was entirely possible that the Dark Lord would seize this opportunity to ambush Dumbledore amidst the wedding festivities. If the Order of the Phoenix were to be ensnared all at once, would that not derail everything? Above all, he must ensure the safety of Dumbledore, Lily, and a few others, including Snape. He could not afford to act impulsively. The townsfolk emerged from their homes, clad in crisp, pressed attire, laughter mingling with the sweet aroma of baked apple pie, as they flowed toward the quaint church via the winding cobblestone path. The ceremony was set to take place in the open area before the church. Yezhi pulled his hood low over his brow, his fingers tracing his wand as he muttered an invisibility charm, blending into the throng towards the church. Not far along, he felt a sudden jolt to his shoulder. Turning, he saw Amelia, who had also cast the invisibility charm. "We came together, yet you vanished in an instant," she remarked. "Do not join the fray. Await the master's command before acting." "You are right," Yezhi smiled, though internally he was anxious. It was already difficult to discreetly warn Dumbledore, and with Amelia watching, the chance to alert them was slipping away. He and Amelia retreated to a secluded spot, leaning against a lamppost, engaging in light conversation. As darkness deepened, the church glimmered with light in the distance, the joyous sounds of laughter echoing toward them. Yezhi pressed his back against the icy lamppost, the metal chill seeping through his robes, while sweat soaked his palm around his wand. He pondered each possible scenario, yet could not conceive a method to convey a warning without exposing himself. As the wedding hour approached, the twilight completely engulfed the valley, and the sound of jubilant bagpipes wafted toward them. Yezhi spotted several familiar faces. Lupin was cheerfully adjusting James's bow tie. Sirius was flamboyantly draping an arm around Peter, and Professor McGonagall sported a new flower pinned to her plaid hat. Even Professors Flitwick and Pomfrey were present. Seeing these lively, cherished individuals, the impending doom weighed heavily upon his heart, a bitter taste rising in his throat, yet he could do nothing but watch as disaster loomed near. A faint rustling emerged from the nearby woods, akin to fabric brushing against branches. Yezhi looked up to find shadows densely clustered among the trees. All cloaked Death Eaters lying in wait, silent. Chapter 109, Mad Dog. As the wedding march began to play, a thick, ashen fog cascaded down like a torrent, staining the flower-laden white archway a sinister black. Guests screamed in terror as swarms of Death Eaters erupted like startled bats, their dark robes transforming into columns of smoke as they ascended and surged into the wedding venue. They were enveloped in shrieking incantations, causing guests to scatter in panic, while a meticulously constructed champagne tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. "It is time to act," Amelia declared, gripping her wand tightly. Her figure alongside the platinum nobleman engulfed in dark smoke as they melded into the chaotic battlefield. The tent erected for the banquet erupted in flames, and Yezhi, taking advantage of the shower of glass shards, rolled to the side. The hem of his inky robe swept across the scattered rose petals, and he concealed his wand within his sleeve, deliberately allowing himself to become separated from Amelia amidst the turmoil of fleeing guests. Spells clashed in midair, emitting blinding sparks. While silver cutlery danced chaotically in the air, Yezhi narrowly evading a knife that whizzed toward his face, his boot crushing a fallen champagne flute, nearly causing him to lose his footing. As he dodged and advanced, he found himself drawing closer to the church entrance. At that moment, a searing red spell grazed his ear, cleaving a decorative pillar behind him in half. Amidst the acrid smoke, a barrage of 3 spells relentlessly assailed him. He spun and unleashed a protective charm, the explosive resonance of magic reverberating painfully in his ears. Yezhi was forced to take cover behind an overturned banquet table. Peering over, he found himself facing Sirius Black. Though the lad had renounced his family, his lethal prowess mirrored that of his sister Bella. The Blacks were indeed madmen. Yezhi inwardly cursed. Their spells intertwined in the air, the sparks illuminating the chaotic wedding scene in flickering bursts. Remarkably, Yezhi was able to hold his own against him, exchanging counterspells. Suddenly, an invisible ripple erupted from the heavens, sending non-Death Eater guests sprawling like ants overturned by a giant hand under the force of magic. "It is him. He has arrived." A piercing scream shattered the silence. Yezhi looked up to see the dark green mark swirling ominously in the sky. A figure in a billowing black robe floated above, with Nagini coiling around his arm, her serpent eyes reflecting the chaotic wedding scene below. That suffocating aura bore down like a tangible weight, causing some guests to crumble. collapsing to the ground as their wands slipped from trembling hands. The Death Eaters erupted into frenzied cries, turning the scene into a macabre celebration. However, Sirius was evidently no ordinary individual. He merely staggered slightly before resuming his assault. Yezhi could hardly comprehend it, while others fled upon seeing Voldemort. This reckless individual seemed to grow more fervent in battle. Shouldn't he be running? What vexed Yezhi further was that throughout the entire conflict, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Lily, the Potters, or Dumbledore, the very protagonists of the wedding. He yearned for their safe departure. Yet he was acutely aware of their dispositions. They would never abandon their comrades to flee for their lives. Where could they possibly be? Yezhi dared not contemplate further, his palms clammy with cold sweat. If this world were to be devoid of Dumbledore and the Chosen One, then the Dark Lord would undoubtedly reign supreme, and life would become utterly unbearable. At that moment, a spell was launched into the sky, aimed at Voldemort, who effortlessly countered it. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, all eyes drawn to the dissipating trail of magic, focusing on the figure propped on a single leg in the northwestern corner. Alastor Moody's crooked silhouette stood amidst the ruins, his unblinking magical eye spinning rapidly, its red glow flickering through the smoke. When he glanced at Voldemort, an uncanny smile seemed to flicker in his gaze. Yezhi's grip on his wand tightened suddenly. Moody's all-seeing eye would surely not overlook the Death Eaters lurking in the woods. Yet, the old Mad Eye remained stationary, evidently allowing the chaos to unfold. In that fleeting moment of realization, he comprehended that this wedding was a trap designed to lure Voldemort out. Lily and James had chosen their singular wedding as a battlefield, using their lives as bait. A determination and madness in their fight against darkness that far exceeded Yezhi's imagination. However, it was quite in line with Gryffindor's style. They had a contingency plan, he murmured, only to suddenly realize that in his quest to find Lily, he had charged into the front lines of the church. A perilous position indeed. Ignoring the spell Sirius was casting in pursuit behind him, he sidestepped a curse in a split second. A cloud of black smoke swirling around him as he prepared to retreat. Little did he know that although he had pieced together the situation, it was already too late. A thunderous explosion erupted from the oak doors of the church behind him. Dumbledore's silver beard billowed in the spell's light. As the old headmaster waved his elder wand, countless waves of platinum magic spread out in a fan shape, sending the Death Eaters' black robes flying like autumn leaves. Moonlight cascaded in like a torrent, shattering the black mist surrounding Yezhi. Dumbledore's white magic surged forth like a tide, forcing the Death Eaters to retreat. Yezhi found himself too close to the church to evade the onslaught. He could only brace himself against the wave. In a frantic attempt, he crossed his wand before him, the makeshift shield barely holding under the impact of the white magic, resonating with the sound of shattering glass. The sacred energy, imbued with divine resonance, struck him like a sledgehammer upon his shoulder, propelling him to the ground. He stumbled to one knee. Voldemort's crimson snake-like eyes contracted sharply upon seeing Dumbledore, and amidst the rustle of his black robes, he descended like a bolt of black lightning. A piercing shriek filled the air as the dark green killing curse erupted from Voldemort's wand, colliding violently with the golden light emanating from Dumbledore's. In an instant, a magical tempest erupted around them. The ornate stone pillars cleaved in two, shattered stained glass flying forth like razor-sharp blades. The air twisted into a vortex, Voldemort's robes billowing ominously. Dumbledore's silver hair danced in the wind as the two terrifying forces clashed violently, the church's dome crumbling. Remnants of the wedding's tables, flowers, and marble columns being thrust into the air by an invisible force, reduced to dust within the storm. The Avada Kedavra curse and the radiant shield charm engaged in a fierce struggle, brilliant flashes of lightning erupting where the spells met. The ground began to crack, dark purple veins spreading like a living entity, causing the tiles to disintegrate inch by inch. The storm swirled around them, lifting their figures higher, while debris flew as both Death Eaters and members of the Order of the Phoenix retreated, barely managing to maintain their defenses amidst the chaotic magical maelstrom. Yezhi was buffeted by the magical storm, struggling to find an opportunity to escape, only to realize that Sirius was relentlessly pursuing him. As everyone desperately dodged spells to preserve their lives, Sirius seemed deranged, unable to steady himself, yet continuously firing spells at him. The Death Eaters must die? I'll take you down with me today? Sirius shouted, hurling curses his way. Yezhi dodged another attack, stumbling into a shattered crystal candelabra, sliding several meters over the shards, cursing the mad dog in his mind. Reluctant to resort to lethal measures, he found himself in a passive position, forced to retreat repeatedly. Just as he thought he could escape to safety beyond the core battlefield, Sirius's eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce determination. Gu Yezhi's heart sank as he realized too late that a red light was already hurtling toward him from an angle. The disarming charm struck his wand arm with precision, sending his wand flying from his grasp, and he stumbled into an overturned chair. Before he could regain his balance, a crimson stunning spell surged towards him, propelled by a fierce wind. As he fell to the ground, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Sirius's excited voice rang out. "Well done, James. Truly, what a stroke of bad luck." Just before his consciousness faded, one clear thought pierced through the fog. Had he known that the protagonist's parents were so adept at causing trouble, he wouldn't have worried at all. Concerns over Lily's safety and James's peril were utterly superfluous. He was the one in dire need of Felix Felicis. As Gu Yezhi succumbed to his own self-derision, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 110, The Cost of Drinks. When Gu Yezhi awoke, he felt as if he had been dragged along the ground by a horse. Every muscle sore and aching. He lifted his head and discovered, oh, it was a dog that had been dragging him all along. Sirius was lazily waving his wand, using a levitation charm to suspend him 2 centimeters above the ground, occasionally letting him scrape against the uneven surface, causing his body to collide with walls and columns. "Awake, are we?" Sirius glanced back at him, his dark eyes filled with mockery. "I thought you'd sleep until the battle was over, you platinum aristocrat." Before Gu Yezhi could utter a word, Sirius flicked his wrist, and Gu Yezhi was unceremoniously flung into an iron door. With a dull thud, he landed on the cold stone floor, the back of his head ringing from the impact. His hood had been torn off at some point, and his platinum hair lay disheveled over his shoulders, a few strands sticking to his sweaty forehead, accentuating the pallor of his face. The cell was suffused with the smell of mold and rust, the only light filtering in through a narrow iron window. Gu Yezhi slowly propped himself up against the stone wall, brushing the dust off his green robe, and meticulously tucked his platinum hair behind his ear. His movements were so composed as if he were in his own living room, and only after adjusting his collar did he survey his surroundings. The rough stone walls were damp, with old torches crackling in their niches, and the dark green moss covering the slate floor was interspersed with numerous scratches. The pattern of the stone bricks, the style of the torches, and even the curve of the moss creeping in the corners were all too familiar. The unique musty scent of Hogwarts dungeons mixed with the sulfur of the torches wafted into his nostrils, reminding him that the Slytherin common room should be nearby. The Order of the Phoenix certainly chose an interesting location. He expected their headquarters to be Hogwarts. Gu Yezhi raised an eyebrow. After so many years since graduation, this arrangement was quite nostalgic. "Huh," came a scoff from the corner. "I never would have guessed that the renowned Wisengamot's chief prosecutor, Lucius Malfoy, would actually be a member of the Death Eaters." James Potter stepped over the debris, his gaze cold as he looked at Gu Yezhi. His wand pointed directly at his throat, anger blazing in his eyes behind his glasses. "Lily invited you to the wedding as a friend, and you turned around and sold the information to Voldemort." His voice trembled, laced with the dull ache of betrayal. "I did not inform the Dark Lord." Gu's brow furrowed sharply, yet he was abruptly interrupted by James's sharp voice. "Aside from the members of the Order of the Phoenix, you are the only one aware of the wedding's timing." The young wizard's wand trembled in fury. "What are you saying? Is this wedding not a trap set by you?" Gu Yezhi sidestepped the wand, deeming the boy's accusations utterly unreasonable. "Moody's magical I should have detected the ambush of Death Eaters, yet it had deliberately remained inactive." "What trap?" James's wand quivered with anger. "Lily said she informed you of the wedding's timing. Dumbledore was worried something might happen, which is why he temporarily dispatched extra guards. Who knew it would attract so many Death Eaters?" His magical aura surged, clearly infuriated. "How dare you speak of betrayal so sanctimoniously?" Gu Yezhi observed James's trembling wand and caught sight of his reddened eye sockets. The anger was not feigned, but stemmed from the genuine pain of betrayal by someone he trusted. A spark flared from the dungeon's torch, and he furrowed his brow. Lowering his voice, "There is a mole within the Order," he stated solemnly. "Otherwise, how would the Death Eaters know the precise time and location of your wedding? Instead of clinging to me, perhaps you should contemplate who sold the wedding time to Voldemort." Sirius, standing nearby, retorted angrily. "It was you, you snake. We captured you wearing Death Eater robes. The evidence is irrefutable. What right do you have to sow discord among us in the Order?" Gu Yezhi paused, ceasing to explain, and declared, "I wish to see Dumbledore." His voice was as steady as that of a prisoner, for he knew whether he was lying. "The headmaster is busy dealing with your bunch of Death Eater accomplices," Sirius said, gripping his disheveled collar and slamming him against the stone wall. "Once those Death Eater remains have been thoroughly examined, perhaps he will have time to listen to your next fabrication, such as that you are actually an undercover agent for the Order." The damp stone floor pressed painfully against Gu Yezhi's back, while the youth before him let out an exaggerated scoff, his expression somewhat unnatural. Sirius's mockery did not fluster Gu Yezhi. Instead, He focused intently on the taut line of the boy's jaw, narrowing his eyes. He merely wished to see Dumbledore. Why did the other appear somewhat flustered? It was as if the interrogator was more anxious than the accused. What misdeeds had he committed? Yezhi asserted. You are interrogating me without Dumbledore's knowledge. This revelation caused both young wizards to stiffen simultaneously. James scoffed, his wand's tip pressing against Yezhi's throat. The old headmaster said to keep you as leverage to negotiate with Voldemort. He instructed us not to harm you. But before that, shouldn't we extract the information you possess about the Death Eaters? Wouldn't that be more valuable? That makes sense. Yezhi raised an eyebrow, surprised at how much smarter James had become in their 2 years apart. His tone carried a hint of unexpected admiration, tinged with the condescension often directed at rebellious boys. Potter glared at him furiously. Yezhi dismissed the wand pressing against him and walked directly to the stone bed in the corner, casually brushing off the dust before sitting down. He crossed his legs, his platinum hair glinting coldly in the dim light, as he slowly swept his gaze over James and Sirius. So what shall you ask? My posture is as relaxed as if I were in my own study, leaving the two wand-wielding individuals momentarily stunned, as if they were not the interrogators, but rather aristocrats awaiting a report from their subordinates. What? The elite interrogation team of the Order cannot even come up with questions? The mockery mingled with the dungeon's dampness, causing Sirius to grip his wand tightly, while James took a deep breath, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a cold glimmer in the firelight. The first question, why did you join the Death Eaters? I did not join the Death Eaters. Yezhi replied nonchalantly. What? You still lie? We caught you red-handed. Sirius exclaimed, furious. Old trick. Yezhi looked at the two, slowly rolling up his left sleeve to reveal a smooth forearm where even a scar was absent, let alone a dark mark. The torchlight illuminated his pale skin, rendering it almost translucent. See this? If I were a Death Eater, where would the dark mark be? Sirius's wand clattered against the stone floor as he lunged forward, seizing Yezhi's wrist, flipping it back and forth to inspect it, his eyes wide as saucers. Impossible. You're wearing Death Eater robes. James's wand also drooped slightly, shock filling his eyes behind the lenses. The Death Eaters at the wedding indeed had marks. Yezhi smirked. I didn't lie, did I? The two freshly graduated boys were evidently much easier to deceive than those in Germany. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they regarded him. Then why were you at the wedding? And why did you fight with me? Sirius demanded. What a misunderstanding. Yezhi spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. I was merely passing through, wanting to join in the festivities. Who knew as soon as I stepped out I would see a bunch of people in black cloaks hurling spells? I was terrified. And then you chased after me shouting for Death Eaters to die. I couldn't just stand there and take a beating, could I? He paused, suddenly appearing to remember something, his expression earnest as he turned to James. By the way, your pub owner can vouch for me. I was so scared I didn't even pay for my drink before I ran off. Mr. Potter, since it was your wedding, could you cover that drink for me? That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? James's mouth twitched, but before he could respond, Sirius, unwilling to relent, pressed on. Then what about the black robes? They looked exactly like those of the Death Eaters. Yezhi blinked innocently. At first, I thought it was some Halloween event. I couldn't just stand out, could I? Besides, I hardly cast any curse at you. It was you who kept chasing me. Sirius recalled the events and realized it was indeed true. I'll go find Old Hunter to verify this. If you dare to lie, just watch me come back and beat you up. Sirius declared indignantly. Shortly thereafter, Sirius returned, extending his hand toward James. James looked at him, puzzled. The drink money, I covered it for you. It's 5 galleons. What kind of wine costs that much? Potter grumbled as he fished in his pocket. Supposedly, it's the boss's treasured whiskey, aged to perfection. Yezhi stood up leisurely, brushing the dust off his robes. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, may I take my leave? He observed the two newly graduated boys haggling over a mere 5 galleons and added, if you both need employment, I would be willing to offer you both excellent positions in my family business at a salary 3 times the market rate. The two glared at him furiously. Chapter 111. Intim. When Dumbledore hurriedly arrived at the dungeon, his half-moon glasses askew on his nose, his silver beard quivered with his heavy breaths. James, do not harm him. Oh. The aged voice echoed against the damp stone walls, halting abruptly as he took in the scene before him. What should have been a grim dungeon instead revealed the platinum aristocrat lounging on a Persian rug-covered stone bed. A delicate porcelain teapot exuded the fragrant aroma of Ceylon black tea, while a silver tray held freshly baked blueberry tarts and delicate finger biscuits, their elegance rivaling that of the Malfoy Manor's afternoon tea. Then he noticed James and Sirius standing beside the platinum aristocrat like house elves, the former pouring amber tea from a silver pot, while the latter meticulously cut a strawberry cake into perfect rhombuses. The old man adjusted his crooked glasses. Dear Lucius, do not tease them. They are here of their own volition, the platinum aristocrat mused, his fingertips caressing the porcelain cup, his voice laced with a hint of languor. Oh, the prejudices in one's heart are like a towering mountain. Ever since I stepped foot in here, I have unjustly borne a multitude of misunderstandings. How terribly unfortunate, Lucius. Dumbledore's gaze flitted between the three individuals, rife with perplexity. What, indeed, were they engaged in at present? It was merely a late-night repast, a modest supper worth 20 galleons. Prepared at my behest. Yezhi elegantly shrugged, the flames dancing through his platinum locks. Perhaps, headmaster, it is time to consider a raise for your subordinates. He dispatched the two children with the 20 galleons, seeking a private audience with Dumbledore. Is everyone well? Yezhi inquired. A few have sustained injuries, but none are serious, Dumbledore replied. That is reassuring. I have heard that you have apprehended several Death Eaters here. Indeed, apart from you. The others are but nameless foot soldiers. What are your plans for them? The initial intention was to send them to Azkaban, but I am uncertain whether it is still under Voldemort's control, Dumbledore said, removing his glasses to wipe them, yet his eyes remained fixed upon Yezhi's countenance. Do not gaze at me. I am just as uninformed, Yezhi replied, taking a sip of tea. None of us can comprehend the entirety of the plan. We can only know our designated roles. Very well. As it stands, Voldemort is willing to offer something of value in exchange for you, Dumbledore observed, the flickering candlelight casting fragmented reflections upon his lenses. You mean to say he wishes to exchange me for other Death Eaters? Yezhi raised his eyes. No, only you. The elder's voice turned grave. Yezhi faltered, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him, only to crystallize into a chilling clarity. His father, Abraxas, was still in France, laboring for Voldemort. Should anything befall him in England, Abraxas might very well rebel. What does he have to offer in return? He lowered his gaze, gently stirring his tea with a silver spoon, the sound of porcelain clinking sharply in the silence. Dumbledore leaned forward, his cerulean eyes fixed intently upon him beneath the half-moon spectacles. We may propose the conditions. How much do you believe he is willing to sacrifice for you? The elder's voice was low and laden with significance, as the flickering torchlight elongated his shadow, enveloping Yezhi in an invisible net. Yezhi's throat constricted, thoughts swirling into a chaotic storm. He turned his face away, evading that piercing gaze. Have you uncovered who leaked the news of Lily's wedding? Was it not you? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course not. Yezhi retorted, turning to glare at him. Dumbledore blinked, but remained silent. You do not believe me? Yezhi exclaimed incredulously. I provide you with 6 million each year, and you still doubt my word? Indeed, the elder said leisurely, stroking his long beard, his tone tinged with jest. After all, our relationship is merely a transaction of currency. Huh. Yezhi scoffed, amusement mingling with anger. What more do you desire from me? Should my payment also require me to lay down my life for you? That is not out of the question. Dumbledore replied with a smile. If you were to assist us, it could hasten Voldemort's downfall, allowing you to liberate yourselves from his shackles sooner, would it not? Yezhi waved his hand dismissively, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeve. Headmaster, you overestimate my capabilities. His amusement vanished, his gaze turning icy. What liberation are you speaking of? That is a distant dream. If I were to wade into this murky water now, my life would be forfeit. You know me. I am the most cowardly of men, valuing my life above all else. Dumbledore's smile faded, his tone turning grave. I am aware of your cowardice. Yet you possess a sense of right and wrong. I have observed your actions within the ministry. You may wish to avoid the bloodshed, to remain in the shadows for self-preservation, but do you not see? Each transportation request you approve, every key route you establish, the restrictions on apparition zones, all pave the way for Voldemort. His voice deepened. Last week, in the Muggle district, 63 innocent lives were lost, and 4 members of the Order were injured. The perpetrators utilized the routes you sanctioned. Do you still believe yourself innocent? Can you claim no responsibility for their blood? Yezhi's breath quickened, his nails digging into his palm. Dumbledore's words sliced through the fabric of his self-deception, shattering the fragile constructs he had built around his conscience. The covert actions to protect staff and relocate Muggle-born wizards were but faint glimmers of solace in a chasm of darkness. He had been deceiving himself all along. He had to confront the bloody truth, that his hands were already stained with blood, that his self-righteous gestures were merely a means to placate his conscience, while every action he took contributed to the wicked agenda of that dark figure. What would you have me do, Headmaster? He rose, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he approached the elder, his voice a low growl. Do you wish for me to die? To accompany those lost souls to their graves? Even if I were to perish, the Dark Lord could find countless puppets to replace me. My position will always be filled. Do you truly expect me to sacrifice my life in vain? Do you not understand? I have no choice. I must do this. In the damp dungeon, His trembling voice echoed like a caged beast caught by the throat, dissipating into the sound of dripping water. Dumbledore stepped closer, his wrinkled hand gently resting upon Gu Yizhi's quaking shoulder. I comprehend, my child. You have done remarkably well. No one else could perform your role as adeptly as you do. His voice was imbued with the warmth of years gone by. Akin to a woolen blanket by a winter hearth, his blue eyes filled with compassion and understanding. You wish to preserve your life, to continue the legacy of the Malfoy family, which aligns with our goals. After a brief pause, Dumbledore's voice grew resolute. The answer to achieving all this has always lain before us. It is to end him. His cerulean eyes, peering beyond the half-moon spectacles, transcended the noble visage of the platinum-haired aristocrat, gazing into the depths of the dungeon as if to penetrate the walls and behold the malevolent figure lurking in the shadows. Child, only by utterly destroying him can we truly safeguard everything you hold dear. Chapter 112, Brothers. I am not your child. Refrain from speaking to me in such a manner. Gu Yizhi pushed Dumbledore's hand away, regaining his composure. After a moment, he continued. I trust that the minister from France has informed you regarding the notebook. Besides that notebook, he possesses many similar items. You cannot kill him. Dumbledore suddenly inquired. Do you know the original purpose for which Voldemort sent your father to France? Why suddenly bring up the past? Gu Yizhi furrowed his brow. At that time, the Slytherin locket had fallen into France, and he dispatched your father to search for it. The elder's voice carried a nostalgic quality. I recall that during your studies, you and Voldemort fell into Moody's trap together. He sought to obtain the Hufflepuff cup. His intentions were clear, to gather the relics of the 4 founding houses. Beneath the flickering candlelight, a sharp glimmer flickered in Dumbledore's gaze. It can be inferred that the long-lost Ravenclaw crown has likely been tainted by him. Gu Yizhi regarded Dumbledore thoughtfully. You speak the truth, but what of it? The elder remained silent as he withdrew a dragonhide pouch, spreading it open upon the intricately carved tea table. Gu Yizhi leaned forward, peering inside to find an ancient crown adorned with sapphires, moonstones glowing softly in the dim light. It was indeed the diadem of Ravenclaw. You found it so swiftly? His pupils narrowed. Thanks to your timely revelation to Gellert regarding that diary, we were able to grasp his secrets immediately, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing smile. Gu Yizhi tilted his head back to regard the dungeon's ceiling, his tone indifferent. Who is Gellert? I do not recognize this individual. I know you have long been aware of his identity. The elderly man chuckled. Your father is currently collaborating with him, effectively aligning himself with our cause. Are you truly unwilling to consider joining us? Gu Yizhi hesitated for a moment, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the intricately carved tea table, causing the remnants of tea within the porcelain cup to ripple gently. I concede that you may ultimately triumph, he remarked, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. The platinum lashes casting restless shadows beneath his eyes. But who can say how long this war will endure? 10 years, 20 years, perhaps even longer. I may not live to see that day. He locked his gaze with Dumbledore's, his eyes a blend of tranquility and complexity. My father has insisted I remain close to the Dark Lord, providing a means of retreat for the Malfoy family. Should the Order of the Phoenix falter or find itself in dire straits, at least our bloodline may endure. He inhaled deeply and continued, I sincerely hope for your victory. But I can only remain a spectator. You may leverage my presence to negotiate a favorable deal with the Dark Lord, but there shall be no second opportunity. Dumbledore regarded the young man, steeped in darkness yet retaining his reason, and finally emitted a sigh imbued with resignation and understanding. He extended his wrinkled hand and softly suggested, Come to my office and rest. It is far too cold here. The platinum nobleman gently shook his head. There are spies lurking within the order. If our cordial interaction were to reach the Dark Lord's ears, I would find myself without defense. In contrast, the dungeons offer the greatest safety. Simply returning my wand to me will suffice. Dumbledore reluctantly handed over the wand. Once the echoes of his footsteps faded into the distance, Gu Yizhi adjusted his attire and hair, clearing the tea table of all items. With a flick of his wand, a plush and inviting mattress materialized on the stone bed, its texture beguiling to the touch. Finally, he waved his wand to extinguish the torches, plunging the dungeon into a profound silence, and gradually drifted into slumber. He was uncertain how long he had slept when he was roused by the faintest rustling sound. Gu Yizhi opened his eyes, hastily causing the mattress to vanish and concealing his wand within his sleeve. He tousled his hair slightly. In the next moment, the torches on the wall flared to life, casting an orange-red glow as Regulus's figure appeared at the dungeon entrance. Senior Malfoy, the youth exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. In Regulus's memory, the platinum noble was synonymous with elegance and pride, yet now he stood with tattered attire and disheveled hair, a heavy weariness shrouding his silver-gray eyes. The boy lunged toward the metal bars. Gu Yizhi's pupils dilated. Damn it, the door was unlocked. As the boy was about to throw open the door, he rushed forward, pressing his body against the cold iron, straining to keep the child from entering. Yet, he donned a facade of surprise, grasping the young man's hand. "Regulus, what brings you here?" Yezhi felt his tone rise unnaturally high, prompting him to clear his throat in an attempt to mask it. "Senior Malfoy, I have come to rescue you," Regulus whispered urgently. "I heard you possess a compact animagus form. I could conceal you in my pocket and carry you out." "That idea surely did not originate from you," he interjected, gripping the boy's wrist through the iron bars. "It's far too perilous. The Order's eyes are everywhere in Hogwarts. You must leave at once. Do not jeopardize yourself for my sake." Before he could finish, a sinister voice shattered the dungeon's silence. "It is already too late. Neither of you shall leave today." Sirius Black's silhouette loomed in the flickering torchlight, his wand pointed menacingly at the two of them. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, as if he were about to transform that wrath into a tangible force to consume them. "Lucius Malfoy, you cunning fox, your true colors have finally been revealed. This little Death Eater has dared to come and rescue you. What further excuses do you have?" His words cut like blades, reverberating through the damp, chilly dungeon. Yezhi pressed firmly against the iron door, arching an eyebrow in a mocking sneer. "Sirius Black, one must present evidence when making accusations. Regulus is my junior. He merely noticed something amiss in the dungeon and came to check out a friendship. Stop this charade." Sirius stepped forward, the ethereal blue light glinting off the tip of his wand, contorting his features into a grimace. "Am I to believe he is anything but what he is?" Sirius scoffed, sweeping his wand through the air with a swift motion. A blinding red light erupted, and unprepared, Regulus was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing against the rough stone floor. The fifth-year boy tumbled several times before colliding with the wall, his head striking the protruding bricks, blood immediately trickling down his pale cheek, creating a shocking crimson stain on the ground. Yezhi stared in disbelief, quickly exclaiming, "Sirius Black, what have you done?" "It is only natural for a brother to discipline his sibling," Sirius retorted, his wand angled toward the floor, dark eyes swirling with a near-mad coldness. "You need not concern yourself with family matters, outsider. Have you not already abandoned the identity of the Black family?" Regulus stood, leaning against the wall for support, veins bulging on the back of his pale hand. "What right do you now have to claim the role of a brother?" He glared fiercely at his elder brother, wiping the blood from his face, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "I have no brother like you, disloyal and unfilial, fleeing from responsibility, abandoning the family, lacking in honor." Chapter 113. "I despise you." Sirius, infuriated, shot back. "I have no brother like you, ignorant and cowardly, aiding the oppressor, unable to distinguish right from wrong. I have no need for a family that only seeks to sell its honor for glory." Years of suppressed resentment erupted like a volcano, and the two brothers tore apart the last remnants of their dignity. Sirius launched the first attack, his spell sweeping toward Regulus with thunderous force. Regulus struggled to defend himself, but under Sirius's overwhelming assault, he was forced to retreat step by step. In the dungeon, curses and explosive spells intertwined, as they fought as if the world around them had vanished. Or rather, it was Sirius's one-sided assault on his brother. For Regulus's talent in combat paled in comparison to that of Sirius. As Regulus was knocked to the ground, Sirius did not relent, each swing of his wand landing like a whip upon Regulus's body. Regulus had lost the will to fight, curling up on the floor, convulsing under the lashes, muffled groans escaping his throat, his teeth clenched tightly, as if to crush all his grievances within. Yezhi could no longer contain his outrage, bellowing, "Is this what you call justice, abusing your own brother? Sirius, in my eyes, compared to your brother, you are nothing but a selfish, frivolous wastrel." Sirius, furious, turned toward him, casting a spell like a bolt of lightning. The whip struck Yezhi's fingers, gripping the iron door with a brutal force. Pain exploded instantly, and Yezhi stifled a grunt, retracting his hand, deep purple welts blossoming on his pale skin. Sirius's hand, grasping the wand, froze mid-air. Sirius had not anticipated hitting him and appeared momentarily taken aback, halting his aggression. "I once envied your fearlessness, Sirius Black," Yezhi said, pressing down on his trembling fingers, gazing at him with a hoarse voice. "You can effortlessly sever familial ties and dash towards so-called justice without a second thought. Curses, disownment, severing bonds. None of these seem to burden you. You appear to fear nothing." He suddenly chuckled, the laughter tinged with self-mockery. "Yet I have always been afraid. Afraid of making mistakes, afraid of punishment, afraid of my family being branded as traitors, fearing the day I awakened to find myself a corpse in the Thames. I live as if walking on thin ice, each step taken with utmost caution." As he spoke, he lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a frigid light. "But later, I ceased to be afraid and finally comprehended that courage is never born of a lack of fear. Rather, It is the willingness to pay the price. You sacrificed your family, while I sacrificed myself. Therefore, I no longer admire you. I look down upon you. Sirius seemed to be wounded by his words. His eyes reddening as he glared at him, growling softly, "You know nothing. You are ignorant of how malevolent that family is. How repugnant. You have no idea how they treated me. What right do you have to say such things about me, Malfoy?" He trembled, tears involuntarily spilling from his eyes. "They all deserve to die. They should all perish. I want them dead," he shouted, appearing both mad and pitiable. Regulus propped himself up, sitting on the ground. Watching Sirius descend into madness, tears streaming down his own face, carving two clear paths through the blood and dirt that marred his features. He choked on his words. "But I have always supported you. I was waiting for you to falter, to let your words stutter, yet you left without even looking back. Why did you abandon me, leaving me alone? Do you wish for me to die as well?" "No, I do not." Sirius trembled, reaching out a hand, only to freeze midair. "I was a fool to think you would hate me." Before he could finish his sentence, the two were enveloped in a tight embrace amidst the swirling dust. Years of suppressed cries piercing the night, tears cleansing their wounds and washing away unspoken regrets and concerns. Yezhi stood, wide-eyed and speechless. Although the turn of events had completely exceeded his expectations, he was still relieved that no fatalities had occurred. The iron bars suddenly emitted a faint sound, and Lupin, leaning against the side, had appeared unnoticed. The two brothers had not spoken properly in years. He gazed at the embracing black brothers, his voice tinged with a sigh. The upbringing in the Black family had always been distorted. As the eldest son, Sirius had been harshly groomed as the heir from a young age. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he had always harbored thoughts of Regulus, for as the last remaining boy in the family, Regulus was likely to tread the same tragic path. The world was never merely a chessboard of black and white. Yezhi remarked softly, "Not all adversaries ought to be eradicated, nor does divergence from one's family equate to justice." Sirius's actions were, after all, excessively extreme. Lupin's fingers tapped against the cold iron bars, reflecting that only the most extreme edges could protect one's true heart in such a twisted environment as the Black family. "You understand him quite well." Yezhi glanced sideways. "I am akin to him," Lupin replied with a self-deprecating smile, his eyes brimming with a somber light. The discarded child. Stripped of his name by family, the werewolf regarded as a monster by society, both were castaways of this world. He looked toward the night beyond the iron bars, his voice mingling with the night breeze. "Look at those normal people. Their paths have long been paved, while we can only fumble through the darkness to find our way." Yezhi raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were more composed than he." "There is always one day each month when I completely descend into a beastly state," he said, looking down at his palms. "Perhaps that is why I strive to remain calm at all times." After a pause, he added, "After all, who can maintain tranquility indefinitely? It is merely exhaustion following madness." Yezhi hesitated, steering clear of the weighty topic to change the subject. "How are the negotiations progressing?" "We plan to use you as leverage to force Lestrange out of power, then conduct a fair election for the new Minister of Magic. We have yet to receive a response from Voldemort." Yezhi pondered their strategy, deeming it quite sound. If they demanded no slaughter of Muggles or the cancellation of the pureblood supremacy policy, Voldemort could superficially agree while clandestinely continuing his agenda, making it nearly impossible to supervise. However, if they directly demanded Lestrange's resignation, although Voldemort would surely appoint another Death Eater, individuals as extreme as Lestrange were few in number, as long as he was removed. The Order of the Phoenix might find an opportunity to regain control. But have you considered that such a fair election is inherently unjust? The Dark Lord could easily elevate another Death Eater to power. Yezhi frowned. Lupin suddenly chuckled softly, his gaze imbued with deeper meaning. "Do you believe Voldemort would be able to nominate a Death Eater as Minister of Magic in a fair election? Who do you think is most likely?" Yezhi stared at Lupin, who returned his gaze. Yezhi felt he was about to be ensnared by the Order of the Phoenix once more. "No, I absolutely refuse to become Minister of Magic. Do not involve me." Yezhi exclaimed angrily. "You have not even considered my wishes. And openly voting for me is far too suspicious." Lupin replied, "The headmaster intends to personally run for Minister of Magic. Voldemort will never allow Dumbledore to seize power. To undermine Dumbledore's standing among the populace and silence the pureblood faction, the only one he can nominate is you." Chapter 114, The Box. Although Yezhi vehemently opposed it, Dumbledore was, after all, a leader of considerable influence and authority. Thus, Yezhi found himself struck unconscious by a stunning spell and subsequently treated like cargo, taken to be used as a bargaining chip. When Yezhi regained consciousness, he felt himself jostling about. He opened his eyes to darkness, his vision obscured by something. As he attempted to stretch his cramped body, The ropes binding his wrists behind him scraped against his skin, sending sharp pain through him as his knees collided heavily with the wall of the box. It dawned on him that he had been stuffed into a cramped suitcase. A damp cloth obstructed his throat, making even swallowing a challenge. He heard the sound of wheels rolling over the ground, his body jolting intermittently. Struggling slightly, his arms struck against the walls of the box, creating a noise. The rolling halted, followed by 2 warning knocks against the box's wall, and a hushed voice whispered close to the surface of the box. The sound was muffled by the fabric and the box itself, rendering it impossible for him to discern who was speaking. Yezhi silenced himself, straining to discern the external sounds. The suitcase's wheels rolled over the asphalt, occasionally hitting the raised curb, jolting him violently against the corner of the box. The footsteps, mixed with the sound of rubber scraping, grew nearer, accompanied by a cacophony of voices like a tidal wave, the crisp sound of high heels against cobblestones, the raucous laughter of children at play, and the honking of cars. The damp, urban atmosphere seemed to seep through the seams of the box, and he realized he was being dragged through the bustling streets of the city. As time passed, Yezhi's anxiety heightened. The darkness pressed against his senses like a living entity, and unsettling thoughts began to torment him. The promised exchange with Voldemort seemed uncertain amidst the jostling and silence. He could not discern whether he had fallen into the hands of the Order of the Phoenix or the Death Eaters. Countless uncontrolled thoughts flashed through his mind. Had he been abducted by some enemy? Had Dumbledore deceived him? Where were they taking him? He struggled violently once more, his knees crashing against the walls of the box with a dull thud. The warning hiss and knocks resounded again, but Yezhi remained oblivious. He writhed like a trapped beast. The individual dragging the suitcase noticed his resistance and ceased to pay him any mind, continuing to pull the suitcase along. After a while, Yezhi's strength waned. He had expended too much energy, panting heavily, but his mouth was obstructed, and the air within the box was limited, leading him to feel suffocated. The sensation of oxygen deprivation constricted his throat like an invisible vice. The stale air within the box consumed rapidly. Yezhi futilely twisted his neck, emitting muffled whimpers. No one paid him any heed. He heard the environment outside the box growing increasingly quiet. The once faint sounds of voices and car horns faded completely, leaving only the monotonous sound of the wheels rolling over the ground. Is the other party intending to abandon him in the wilderness? Yezhi felt a surge of anxiety and fear, his body drenched in sweat within the stifling confines. After a while, he sensed the box being lifted, ascending a set of stairs, before being placed down on the ground. The sound of a zipper being pulled open echoed in the air, and a rush of icy air filled the box, sending shivers down Yezhi's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his damp skin. The individual embraced his back and the hollows of his knees, lifting him up. He remained blind to his surroundings, his mouth gagged, and his wrists bound behind him. Uncertain of who his captor was, he began to struggle once more. Suddenly, the person released their grip, and the sensation of weightlessness made Yezhi emit a frightened whimper, his heart nearly leaping from his chest as he fell. In the next moment, soft fabric caught his body. The plush sensation emanating from his back and waist revealed it to be a bed laden with thick bedding. Amidst the rustling of fabric, silence enveloped the surroundings once more, leaving only the sound of his ragged breaths. A sudden warmth enveloped his waist, a hand slipping beneath his clothing to caress his skin, igniting a wave of tremors. Startled, he instinctively curled his body, his unbound legs kicking out violently into the void, only to be seized by a hand that gripped his ankle like a vice. A muffled sound escaped his gagged mouth, his calves being forcefully pressed down, his knees sinking into the mattress, rendering his solitary resistance utterly futile. The hand at his waist continued its wanderings, kneading his skin slick with a thin sheen of sweat with an irresistible strength. The platinum-haired youth's body was covered in goosebumps, a mix of anger and fear causing him to writhe incessantly. Above him, a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle resonated, its husky tone trailing off like a feather brushing against his eardrum. Yezhi's struggles abruptly halted, the sound etched deeply in his memory. Even a brief exhalation from that voice made his heart skip a beat. Before he could discern further, the troubling hand had already ventured down the waistband of his trousers, caressing his sensitive waist through the fabric, causing him to arch his back and emit broken sobs from his throat. The tension and lack of sight heightened his reactions alarmingly. The blindfold grew increasingly damp, cold sweat mingling with tears that had slipped down to stain the black satin covering his eyes. When the obstruction in his mouth was finally removed, he greedily inhaled a breath, yet before he could exhale, a chill sealed his lips. The familiar, frigid breath enveloped him, carrying an undeniable sense of invasion as a tongue forcefully pried open his teeth, kissing him with a dominance and abandon reminiscent of memories long held. The grip around his waist transformed into a tender embrace, his bound hands gently held. Gu Yezhi's struggles gradually melted into submission within this familiar atmosphere, his legs instinctively curling up, slowly relaxing under the comforting palm. When the prolonged kiss finally concluded, he lay limp upon the bed like a marionette with severed strings. Beneath the blindfold, his trembling lashes were stained with tear streaks, his lips, swollen from the kiss, parted slightly, releasing a breathy sigh. His platinum locks cascaded like a waterfall across the bedding, the black mask thoroughly soaked. His bound arms were pressed heavily against his abdomen, forcing his spine into a fragile curve, each breath pulling at the burning pain in his wrists. A tingling sensation spread from his fingertips to his shoulders, a wave of numbness engulfing his senses. He struggled to twist his restrained wrists, a fragmented whimper escaping his throat. "Master," the hoarse tone laced with moisture, "my hands hurt. Please." His pale neck tensed, veins standing out against the dim light, sketching a delicate yet alluring curve. A low, mocking chuckle emanated from above, carrying a subtle pressure. "I never claimed who I am. How do you know I am your master? Do you so freely allow strangers to kiss you?" The individual teased. This accusation was utterly baseless. Chapter 115. Unclear words. Gu Yezhi shivered, the satin blindfold concealing his eyes, his lashes fluttering with unease. "How could that be? I can recognize your voice." Voices can be mimicked. The person's slender fingers tilted his flushed chin, gently stroking his heated skin. "So, anyone with a similar voice could come and kiss you?" The platinum youth turned his head, a shy whimper escaping his throat. His bound wrists twisted restlessly behind him, yet the bindings remained unyielding. "Of course not, master. I recognize your lips and your scent, and..." His voice dwindled, trembling, "your habits when you kiss." His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, his face flushed red wherever the black satin did not cover. "I know you are my master. I won't allow anyone else to treat me this way." "Oh, how so?" The husky voice dripped with mockery, fingers tracing a delicate path from his reddened ear to his collarbone. "By bullying me." He curled up, attempting to retreat deeper into the bed, only to be pulled back into the embrace by a single hand gripping his waist. "So I can bully you at will?" The thin lips formed a dangerous curve in the space Gu Yezhi could not see. Gu Yezhi's breath hitched, rendered speechless. "Master, please do not deliberately misconstrue my meaning. Then does that mean I cannot bully you at will?" The calloused fingertip slid down his prominent Adam's apple, deftly undoing the buttons of his collar. The sound of fabric scratching against itself mingled with deliberately slowed breaths, resonating clearly in the still air. The youth dared not voice his thoughts. The ambiguous and perilous pressure sent chills down his spine, compelling him to shake his head in denial. "No, that's not it." "Huh, this isn't that, and that isn't this." The person chuckled lightly, their calloused palm wandering freely, tearing open most of his shirt with ease. As the fabric ripped apart with a soft sound, a chill crept along his skin, the youth's pale chest trembling slightly in the air. In the brief span of a few words, Gu Yezhi found his upper garment tangled around his arms, a situation exacerbated by his bound hands preventing him from removing it. The disheveled fabric clung to his slender arms, accentuating his increasingly desperate struggles. Just as he attempted to argue, his words were shattered by a dizzying whirlwind that left him disoriented. The black silk blindfold severed his connection to light, amplifying all senses in the darkness. He jolted, his bound wrists causing him to lose his balance, leaving his body at the mercy of whims. His body was manipulated without restraint, and the platinum youth could only futilely writhe. The words he had gathered in his throat crumbled into fragmented whimpers, his tongue slipping in his numb mouth, incoherent sounds spilling from his slightly parted lips, mingling with ragged breaths, echoing throughout the empty room. "What are you saying? I can't hear you clearly." The other feigned confusion. That mischievous hand first grazed his trembling lips, then, as he inhaled, it brushed against his warm, damp tongue, causing the youth to flinch sharply, a muddled whimper escaping his throat. The hand, however, was not finished, moving to the black silk blindfold, fingertips brushing against the fabric soaked with tears, feeling the rapid flutter of his lashes. "How pitiful. How did you end up crying so much?" The individual laughed maliciously, pressing their fingertip against his eye socket through the fabric. "What is it that has you so unhappy? Share it with me." Before the words had fully settled, the heat of a mouth suddenly enveloped his ear, teeth grazing against the soft cartilage, causing the platinum youth to arch his back sharply, a broken cry escaping his throat. The other feigned interest, leaning in closer to capture the fragmented sounds of his gasps. "Why aren't you speaking?" they inquired knowingly, their fingertips sliding down to gently pinch his chin. "Not speaking means you're not unhappy. Perhaps you're crying out of sheer joy?" He moved slightly, hearing the rising pitch of the person in his arms, a low chuckle overflowing with delight. Steam rose like gossamer, swirling around the gilded edges of the bathtub, where two figures intertwined, forming an alluring arc. The platinum locks shimmer with a pearlescent luster amidst the warm mist, as the youthful head of the Malfoy family languidly reclines against his towering frame. The dark satin blindfold lies discarded beside him, revealing his gray eyes, glistening with a watery sheen. His long lashes flutter, the tips of his half-closed eyes adorned with an intoxicating blush, while his pale cheeks bear a rosy tint reminiscent of a delicate rose kissed by the morning dew, blooming with breathtaking softness in the enveloping vapor. Voldemort twirls a strand of damp, platinum hair, allowing it to entwine like silk around his fingers. On the silver tray beside the bath, 2 glasses of red wine reflect the flickering candlelight. Steam condenses into droplets on the glass, tracing ambiguous patterns down the curves, revealing a hint of intimacy. Voldemort takes a sip of the wine, lifting the young man's chin with a finger, causing the platinum aristocrat to tilt his head back in a languid manner. The chilled liquid mingles with a subtle fragrance, slowly flowing between their lips, startling the one in his embrace into instinctive swallowing. Indeed, he was parched. The rich wine slid down his throat, igniting a warm trail. Before he could catch his breath, Voldemort's palm seized the nape of his neck, pressing down with an aggressive, deep kiss. As their tongues entwined, the aroma of wine filled the air, their overlapping reflections fragmented upon the water's surface, scattering into glimmering ripples. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Voldemort released his flushed lips. Yezhi slumped in his embrace, his rapid breaths brushing against Voldemort's collarbone. They remained nestled together, their bodies brushing against the edge of the bath, their wet hair entwined, breaths mingling, with only the occasional ripple on the water's surface betraying the earlier fervor. The rising steam condensed into tiny droplets on Voldemort's sharply defined features as he observed the Platinum Lord regaining a modicum of strength. His bony fingers lightly caressed the taut muscles of the other's neck. "Have the members of the Order of the Phoenix troubled you these past few days?" Yezhi's lashes fluttered, instinctively glancing at his right hand, where faint bruises were barely visible beneath his pale skin at the joints of his index and middle fingers. Voldemort grasped his fingers, examining them closely. "They struck you?" The hoarse inquiry was laced with a chilling anger, his crimson-slit pupils glinting ominously in the dim light. Yezhi withdrew his fingers, explaining that it was an accidental blow from Sirius and that it was nearly healed. Voldemort reclaimed his fingers, rubbing them against his lips. "Next time, I shall ensure he pays with his entire arm." Warm breath mingled with a threat. Then, his tone softened, gently inquiring, "Do you know what I traded for your return?" A warm breath grazed his ear. "I heard they wished to oust Lestrange, for some reason." Yezhi felt a throbbing at his temples, his head heavy as though filled with lead. He instinctively shook his head to clear his thoughts. But the scene before him only blurred further. "Do you wish for him to be removed?" The husky whisper caressed his flushed earlobe, imbued with a beguiling cadence. "Yes," he blurted out without contemplation. The moment the words escaped, Yezhi froze, suddenly realizing that since earlier, his responses had been unfiltered, uttered without thought. An invisible hand seemed to choke him, cold sweat trickling down his spine. It was the truth serum, mixed into the wine he had just consumed. Chapter 116, Love. Panic surged within him, his mind racing with thoughts of what Voldemort truly intended to ask. Would his secrets be laid bare? Voldemort's fingers, resting at his waist, tightened gradually, the pads of his fingers stroking the taut muscles that trembled beneath. His raspy voice brushed against Yezhi's ear. "Was it you who proposed this exchange?" "No." Yezhi felt the heat that had enveloped him begin to dissipate into cold sweat, struggling to rein in his words, but to no avail. Desperation coursed through him, leaving his limbs icy. Voldemort harbored suspicions. He had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Lestrange's role as Minister for Magic, and later had clashed with Lestrange at the Ministry. Voldemort might suspect that he had colluded with the Order of the Phoenix to oust Lestrange. Moreover, the next Minister for Magic would be chosen through a fair election. Although Dumbledore had announced his candidacy, it remained undeniable that Yezhi was likely to be the one to rise in power. The one who benefits is the most suspect, and thus, his guilt was the greatest. Fortunately, this scheme was not his design, yet he harbored too many secrets, too fragile to withstand scrutiny. He awaited the next question in trepidation, yearning to escape this person's embrace, wishing to cover his mouth, yet Voldemort held him tightly, rendering him motionless. Trembling with effort to suppress his shivering, Voldemort fell silent for a moment, the rising steam blurring their outlines, his sharply defined fingers still resting on Yezhi's waist, warm water gently flowing around them. After a period of silence, that gravelly voice once again caressed his ear, infused with an unfamiliar tone. He asked, "Do you love me?" Yezhi was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a question from Voldemort. This did not seem to be a sentiment that would escape the lips of a man known for his emotional detachment. The inquiry rendered the imperious ruler profoundly ordinary. Those lips, which had decreed the fates of countless lives, now posed the softest of questions. This cold-hearted man, after an intense passion, revealed a mortal yearning. In that moment, Yezhi caught a glimpse beneath the mask of power, seeing a child curled in the shadows of an orphanage, gazing back at him through Voldemort's eyes, filled with long-buried hope. Yet, he understood that under the influence of the truth serum, he was destined to hurt him, and perhaps even lose his life due to his answer. Yezhi's lips trembled. He knew the answer he was about to give was not what Voldemort desired. Yet he could not control it. His response escaped him. "I love you." The voice echoed like a sigh in the bathroom. His lips, governed by the truth serum, remained slightly parted, yet the answer he had uttered cleaved through the chaos like thunder, leaving him stunned in the moment. His eyes widened, his heart racing. The pain in his throat and the tremors in his heart came simultaneously. How could this be? When had he fallen in love with this man? Memories shattered and reassembled, the fleeting warmth in Voldemort's eyes as fireworks burst, the unconscious hand resting on his waist during the deep of night, and the cold smirk that curled at the bloodied corner of his mouth after shielding him from a dark curse in the torrential rain. Those feelings, once buried deep within, now transformed into countless silver needles, piercing through his nerves. It turned out that during countless ambiguous nights, in moments he had not even perceived, in the delicate interactions where even breathing had to be cautious, his heart had betrayed his will long ago. The truth serum scorched his throat. Obliterating the last vestiges of self-deception, he had succumbed entirely. Love had already permeated his very being. Unbeknownst to him, he had been ensnared in this perilous relationship. Yezhi gazed at the visage so close before him, and in those red eyes, he saw for the first time the deep affection reflected therein. He had never truly confronted his own heart. In the swirling mist, his nails dug deeply into his palm, just as his tumultuous thoughts were stirred by his own confession. Voldemort's next question sent another shiver coursing through him. Voldemort whispered softly in his ear, "Have you ever betrayed me?" The effects of the truth serum surged like boiling water in his throat. He clenched his teeth tightly, sealing his lips, unwilling to speak. He dared not look at him, trembling as he shut his eyes, shaking his head fervently. In the next moment, cold lips pressed down upon him, an aggressive kiss prying open his tightly shut jaws, the tip of his tongue brushing against his teeth, shattering any resistance into broken whimpers. As the fervent kiss drew to a close, Yezhi languished in the embrace of his counterpart, delicate wisps of mist clinging to his eyelashes, his pallid lips slightly parted, breathless gasps brushing against Voldemort's collarbone. Before he could gather his thoughts, the hoarse inquiry sliced through the silence. "Have you betrayed me?" Yezhi understood the futility of evasion. He compelled himself to meet those crimson eyes, his throat constricted as if a searing iron were lodged within. His lips trembled as he summoned every ounce of willpower to articulate through the burning effects of the Veritaserum. "Master, my body and soul belong to you. You possess my entirety. Before you, I am nothing." He deliberately framed betrayal within the realm of emotional fidelity, and the potion did not hinder his candid confession. He declared, "My body and soul shall never betray you." Voldemort, taken aback by such a declaration of devotion, fixed his crimson gaze upon him, pupils constricting fervently, a tempest of possessiveness and satisfaction swirling in his eyes. A near-greedy expression of contentment surfaced on his face as he tightened his grip, encasing the one in his arms as if to crush their very bones together in an indissoluble union. He then leaned down, gently biting the lips that had just uttered sweet nothings, his voice a low, raspy murmur. "If it were not for the Veritaserum, would you have ever spoken such words to me?" Yezhi felt as though he had salvaged his life, exhaling a sigh of relief. Observing Voldemort's rare display of vulnerability, his gaze flitted to the remnants of wine upon the desk, his heart skipping a beat. Voldemort had also consumed from that very cup. In this moment, Voldemort too was ensnared by the effects of the potion, compelled to unveil his true sentiments. As his throat constricted, Yezhi's fingertips brushed against the damp skin at the nape of Voldemort's neck, and he tentatively inquired, his voice trembling, "Do you love me?" Voldemort stared intently at him, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "I do not know." The anticipated response shattered the rising tide of hope within Yezhi's chest, leaving it to burst like fragile bubbles. He inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a wry smile as he suppressed those unrealistic notions. To divert the conversation, he asked casually, "What is your favorite thing?" "You." The reply was swift and resolute, devoid of hesitation. Voldemort pulled him closer, breath hot against his ear. Yezhi's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" "You are my most cherished possession." Voldemort held him tightly, his chin resting atop Yezhi's head, his tone imbued with a childlike stubbornness, as if proclaiming dominion. "But I am a person," Yezhi murmured, his throat tightening to the point of near suffocation. His eyes burned uncontrollably. He tilted his head back, blinking fiercely to suppress the moisture threatening to spill. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he softly asked, "Master, what is your dream?" "To dominate the world, to have all bow at my feet," Voldemort declared, fervor igniting within his eyes, yet his arms tightened around Yezhi, as if the one he held was the most fragile treasure in existence. Yezhi bit his lip. "Then what if you had to choose between me and world domination? You belong to the world, and the world belongs to me." Voldemort placed a gentle kiss upon Yezhi's crown, his voice deep and authoritative, as if it were never a matter of choice. Yezhi gazed into the burning ambition within Voldemort's eyes, a bitter taste spreading in his mouth, realizing he was merely a unique trophy on the path of conquest. Chapter 117, Transition of Power. The banner of the Lestrange family fell with a resounding thud as the decree of dismissal echoed through the Ministry of Magic's dome, stirring a fresh undercurrent of magic dust. The entire wizarding community sensed the winds of change in leadership. The downfall of Minister Lestrange was swifter than the turn of Comet 999, and within days, the corridors of the ministry were blanketed with parchment proclaiming candidacies. All eyes in the magical realm were drawn towards the impending election for Minister of Magic. This election was destined to be a boulder that would disrupt the still waters, stirring a tempest of upheaval, especially with two of the most captivating candidates, the elegant yet ambitious Lucius Malfoy and the venerable Albus Dumbledore. Their rivalry left everyone breathless, uncertain of where this power struggle would ultimately lead. In the early morning, flocks of owls swept over Diagon Alley, their wings flapping in a cacophony that stirred a commotion. Clutched in their talons were thick stacks of parchment, cascading down like confetti. Gilded posters unfurled in the air, showcasing Lucius Malfoy with poise, holding the Pure-Blood Codex, a confident smile gracing his lips. The edges of the poster were adorned with shimmering campaign slogans, each letter exuding an air of nobility and chill. Meanwhile, another piece of parchment revealed Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles glimmering, his silvery beard gently stirring, as if whispering ancient promises that transcended centuries. For the past 3 months, Amelia had become Yezhi's exclusive secretary and assistant, cramming his schedule fuller than a suitcase subjected to the shrinking charm. This platinum aristocrat found himself occupied from dawn until dusk, changing out of countless custom robes embroidered with the Malfoy crest, barely able to keep his eyes open under the spotlight. Beneath the crystal chandeliers of the banquet hall, he was a suave gentleman, while in the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, he transformed into a relatable leader. Standing at the podium in the ministry's grand hall, the emerald robes with golden trim billowed with his gestures, as slogans proclaiming revitalized the magical community, stride towards a new future illuminated the room. Imparting his governance philosophy, the desolation of the magical realm has long proven the obsolescence of the old regime. Reform is imminent. The steps before Gringotts became his stage, where pure gold statues and his platinum figures sparkled in unison. "I will minimize the impact of the economic crisis on the wizarding world. I will implement a series of economic stimulus policies, regulate effectively, and create more job opportunities while providing advantageous policies for the small businesses in Diagon Alley." The thunderous applause startled the owls perched under the eaves. At the Hogsmeade Orphanage's fundraising event, as he recounted his experiences of sponsorship, tears glistened in his eyes. Several pragmatic Hufflepuff students found their own eyes misting, quietly pinning campaign badges adorned with a silver serpent and the letter M to their collars. Even the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley conjured golden MS that blazed skyward in support of their longtime patron. On the other hand, Dumbledore, unlike the platinum aristocrat, did not engage in grandiose speeches under the spotlight. Yet, the moment he donned his star-studded wizarding robe, his flowing white beard and gentle smile behind the lenses of his glasses acted as an invisible summoning charm, instantly drawing the crowd towards him. As soon as the copper bell of Honeydukes rang, a throng of young witches and wizards gathered in joyous anticipation. The old headmaster raised his hand, and toffee wrapped in candy paper soared like it had sprouted wings, twirling towards the outstretched palms of the children. Even the kittens frolicking by the street paused, eyes wide and round, eagerly watching the candies dance through the air. "Professor, what is true justice?" a freckled boy asked, standing on tiptoe, his nose smeared with melted chocolate. As Dumbledore bent down, the crescent lenses sparkled like stars. True justice is standing at the edge of destiny's abyss and yet choosing to light the candle. However, the following day, the front page of the Daily Prophet featured a distorted image of Dumbledore conversing with children, shadows consuming half of his face. An enigmatic expression that seemed to harbor untold secrets. Beneath the glaring headline, "The Two-Faced Saint? Publicity Stunt of Grindelwald's Close Friend," lay a yellowed photograph of a young Dumbledore arm in arm with Grindelwald in Godric's Hollow, their eyes ablaze with ambition, as if ready to pierce through the photograph itself. The reports from the Daily Prophet surged forth like a tumultuous tide, overwhelming everything in their path. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, sinister secrets? Was the downfall of the first Dark Lord a self-scripted charade? The articles embellished the past of the two figures with sharp rhetoric, each word cutting like a blade. A tempest of public opinion spread rapidly. The Daily Prophet unleashed a barrage of bombshells over consecutive days, excerpts from long-abandoned letters taken out of context. The audacious grin of Grindelwald juxtaposed with the youthful visage of Dumbledore. Who could assure that this was not a meticulously orchestrated deception? The magical community erupted in a frenzy, with discussions of these so-called truths echoing from opulent pure-blood estates to the bustling atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron. Within the dimly lit corners of the Leaky Cauldron, a group of wizards huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. A witch clad in a pointed hat nervously fiddled with the hem of her robes, questioning, "Do you think Dumbledore is truly that kind of person?" A wizard beside her took a hearty swig of butterbeer, shaking his head as he replied in a low voice. "Who knows? He used to be regarded as the great leader of the light wizards, but perhaps everything has merely been a facade for his own reputation. Yes, he defeated Grindelwald, and all his accolades over the years might very well be fabrications." Another wizard's voice was filled with astonishment. Rumors spread like a contagion throughout the wizarding world, deconstructing the epic duel of 1945. Some asserted with conviction that Grindelwald had deliberately lost, while others questioned whether the Deathly Hallows were merely a ruse to deceive the masses. Even Dumbledore's prior refusal to lead the Ministry of Magic was interpreted as a sign of guilt and cowardice. In the late hours at the Hogshead Inn, a drunken wizard slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, perhaps he was Grindelwald's accomplice all along. Before the words had fully left his lips, he was hurled against the wooden door, rolling into the mud. The innkeeper, Aberforth, stood at the entrance, wand in hand, cursing. Yet the whispers within the tavern continued to spread like toxic spores in the wind, taking root in the shadows. Meanwhile, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped Hogwarts Castle. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, adorned with astrological instruments, a pensieve, and ancient tomes. Outside, butterflies fluttered gracefully, their wings dancing in the air, casting shifting shadows across his wrinkled face. He gazed at the ethereal figures, his eyes reflecting a profound depth, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Professor McGonagall burst through the door, her red and gold striped scarf swaying gently with her movements, her face betraying an unmistakable worry. "Albus, Lucius is campaigning vigorously, and those articles in the Daily Prophet." Her voice was tinged with anxiety, laden with unease about the unfolding situation. Dumbledore raised a hand, gently signaling for her to cease, a faint smile gracing his lips, a smile that concealed an understanding of all. "Minerva, there is no need for concern. All shall follow its destined course. Do you not intend to respond?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her gaze fixed on the Daily Prophet on the edge of the desk, where Grindelwald's photo bore a sly grin. Within the pensieve, silver memories swirled slowly, akin to a potion brought to a boil, while the old wizard merely smiled, tucking a letter into a drawer. The envelope faintly revealing a purple iris. The truth is like a boggart. The more one stares at it, the more it transforms into a terrifying visage. A wink flickered from behind his half-moon spectacles. The Daily Prophet's coverage of Dumbledore grew increasingly audacious, resembling the pages of a mediocre romance novel. An article titled "The Cracks in the White Wizard Mythos." The forbidden past of Dumbledore and Grindelwald featured an image of two boys sharing a laugh in Godric's Hollow, serving as a sensational footnote to the scandalous gossip. The text brimmed with sordid speculation, prompting wizards on the streets to exchange knowing glances and chilling sneers at the newspaper. The distant dark era had long since passed. People had forgotten the horrors of yesteryear, the smoldering ruins of Hogsmeade, the endless glow of healing spells at St. Mungo's, and the solitary figure of Dumbledore stepping onto the dueling ground when Grindelwald's brutal reign cast a shadow over the skies. Deep within the pensieve lay fragmented memories, each saturated with blood and tears. The heart-wrenching wails at the untimely death of his sister Ariana, the lightning of wands during his rift with Gellert, and the countless nights spent gazing sorrowfully into the mirror of Ariste. These soul-crushing pains he had always silently borne, never voicing them. Yet today, nearly half a century later, they became fodder for unscrupulous journalists crafting tabloid tales, turned into mere gossip for public consumption. Amidst the slander of romantic entanglements, people wielded the torch of moral judgment, reigniting the flames of attack against Dumbledore for extinguishing his own personal happiness in the name of safeguarding the world. Those monumental sacrifices and quiet restraint crumbled into a pile of forgotten rubble in the tide of entertainment. Fortunately, the passage of time etched upon this centenarian sage not merely silver strands and wrinkles, but a profound understanding of human nature. He was acutely aware of humanity's malevolence, yet held an unwavering belief in its goodness. This paradox and steadfastness had long since been tempered into the very essence of his soul, granting him serenity and tolerance. This tempest of public opinion was merely an inevitability he had foreseen. In the face of the deluge of rumors, Dumbledore sat calmly in the high-backed chair of his office. Outside, storm clouds roiled ominously, thunder rumbling from the depths above, as his gaze pierced through the rain-soaked veil, settling upon the distant, shadowy Forbidden Forest. As these negative reports continued to ferment, Dumbledore's personal image rapidly deteriorated. The once admiring public now regarded him with suspicion and disappointment. In stark contrast stood the young head of the Malfoy family, Lucius, whose recently cultivated image of kindness and fairness began to gain more recognition. He frequently attended various charitable events, generously supporting impoverished wizarding families, and actively championed reforms in magical education, visiting destitute households to provide magical supplies. His benevolence and fairness were increasingly acknowledged, garnering a growing following of supporters. During a gathering in Hogsmeade, Lucius delivered another speech. Reading from a prepared script, Dumbledore's past is riddled with inconsistencies. Can we still trust him to lead us into the light? Meanwhile, I have consistently labored for the betterment of the magical community, proving my capabilities and resolve through tangible actions. Choosing me is choosing the future of our realm. His words, though laden with insecurity, were merely the performance of an actor in a carefully orchestrated election, with every gesture and expression dictated by a team, leaving him with little freedom to voice his true thoughts. Thus, while his address may not have resonated as profoundly as anticipated, it did not hinder the prearranged cheers and applause from the audience. With each similar speech, Lucius's support surged. On election day, the Ministry of Magic's hall resembled a bubbling cauldron, bronze chandeliers casting a dark golden wave over the throng of attendees. Wizards clutched their parchment ballots as they filed in, the mingling scents of ink and perfume wafting through the air, punctuated by fragments of whispered discussions. The head of the Peveril family stood beside a marble column, his silver serpent emblem billowing with each motion as he exchanged smiles with passers-by, while Dumbledore leaned against an intricately carved archway, remaining unperturbed by the surrounding clamor, his gaze fixed intently on the ring adorning his fingers. The sound of wands tapping echoed as the parchment ballots unrolled, reverberating beneath the dome above. The votes for Lucius soared like a wildfire, leaping and climbing on the crystal scoreboard, each pulse eliciting hushed cheers from his supporters. As the final ballot floated towards the scoreboard, the entire hall fell into a sudden hush. Lucius Malfoy, with a resounding advantage of 127 votes, was elected the new Minister of Magic. The roar of applause instantly shattered the dome, and golden confetti cascaded from above. The platinum aristocrat ascended the obsidian steps to the sound of thunderous applause, arms outstretched to embrace the throng, his platinum hair shimmering under the spotlight. In the shadows, Dumbledore offered a slight nod before turning away. The crystal chandelier of the ministry's dome illuminated the hall as the new minister, clad in a dark robe adorned with intricate silver patterns, gracefully made his way up the red carpet. With each step, the hem of his robe billowed like waves of ink, his platinum hair flowing elegantly, eyes twinkling with mirth. The high bridge of his nose and deep-set eyes sculpting a flawless visage, exuding an innate grace and nobility. As he grasped the laurelwood wand, symbolizing authority, the hall fell into an immediate silence. This was soon followed by a crescendo of cheers echoing to the heavens. Amidst the crowd, several young witches blushed, excitedly tossing their roses onto the stage. The vibrant flowers traced exquisite arcs in the air, landing at Lucius's feet, with a few petals gently adhering to his robe, adding a splash of color to his austere demeanor. The future of the magical world shall be written by us together. His deep, magnetic voice resonated throughout the hall, amplified by a spell, his gestures and impassioned gaze elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As the applause thundered, Yezhi retreated backstage, the cheers crashing through the velvet curtain. Before Lucius could fully absorb his moment of glory, a large hand gripped the back of his neck. His back pressed against the wall, the sounds of applause reverberated outside, while in the darkness behind the curtain, the newly appointed minister found himself powerless against the whims of his captor. A splendid performance, Minister Malfoy. Congratulations, Voldemort whispered softly in his ear, the thunderous applause outside creating a strange duet with the hurried breaths within. The silver cufflinks of the new minister slipped away in his struggles, rolling into the depths of shadow. Chapter 119, Escape. Under the black cloak lifted by Voldemort, the newly appointed minister's spine arched inch by inch, embroidered cuffs crumpling in a tight grip, while the applause outside provided a silent accompaniment to his submission. Master, there is still a celebration banquet to attend, he protested. Yet his fingers unconsciously clutched the fabric of Voldemort's robe, his soft waist gently writhing in the constraints, a blend of resistance and acquiescence. Warm breath fanned against his neck, carrying a feverish warmth. Voldemort smirked, fingers slowly gliding along his waistline. I never forbade you from attending the banquet. Shouldn't you be expressing your gratitude to me first for becoming Minister of Magic? Thank you, Master, please. He gasped, pressing down on that disobedient hand. Yet his wrist was easily captured. His platinum hair tumbled chaotically over his shoulders. So loud. Do you wish for those outside to hear? Voldemort whispered close to his flushed earlobe. Or perhaps, you secretly crave to be discovered? And no, the platinum aristocrat stammered, shaking his head, silver gray eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Trembling as he bit down on his lower lip, nearly piercing the soft flesh, swallowing every sound back into his throat. He quivered, covering his mouth with trembling hands. Muffled sobs escaping between his fingers. Voldemort narrowed his snake-like eyes, relishing the sight of the man in his grasp, the flushed corners of his eyes and the rising and falling of his chest. Suddenly, he gently tugged at the velvet drapery beside them, the heavy fabric parting slightly, allowing the raucous celebration and blinding light to spill in. Yezhi jolted, like a startled bird, trembling as he grasped the large hand resting on the curtain. His silver-gray pupils dilated in terror. He shook his head repeatedly, his platinum hair swaying gently, the meticulously styled locks from the ceremony now disheveled, brushing against his reddened eyes, accentuating their pitiful gleam. His lips, bitten and glistening, contrasted sharply with the pristine dark robe he wore, making him appear a mere shadow of the confident youth from moments ago. Do you think those girls who threw roses at you would still fancy you like this? Voldemort teased in a low voice, fingers caressing the edge of the curtain, deliberately widening the gap. The sounds of laughter and light from the celebration poured in, casting a sharp shadow upon Yezhi's flushed cheeks. No, he continued retreating into the shadows, burying his trembling form deeper into the embrace before him. His eyelashes fluttered wildly, like delicate wings trembling in a storm. Fear gripped him, blurring the lines of jest and reality in Voldemort's demeanor. In his panic, tears pooled at the corners of his eyes, spilling onto the man's chest. The pearl brooch he had meticulously fastened during the ceremony now asked you, swaying gently with his rapid breaths. The sheen in his eyes glistened, the contrast between the flushed hue of his cheeks and his pale skin accentuating his delicate beauty. Voldemort observed the quivering figure before him, akin to a frightened creature, his snake-like pupils narrowing slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Beg me, please, Yezhi immediately pleaded, trembling as he clutched Voldemort's cloak, fingers tracing the solid outline beneath the fabric. He buried his heated cheeks against that chest, their breaths entwining. Unmoved, Voldemort looked down, his gaze filled with amusement, savoring the sight of him, feeling the warmth of his body tremble between fear and longing. Beg for it. Yezhi could only press closer, kissing him. His plea mingled with soft sobs as he rose on tiptoe, pressing his trembling lips against the indifferent corner of Voldemort's mouth. At that moment, the hand gripping the velvet curtain finally loosened. The heavy drapery fell with a thud, shutting out the light and cacophony from the outside world. Voldemort's fingers dug into the nape of Yezhi's neck, pulling him into a fierce embrace with a predator-esque strength. He leaned down to seize the incessant lips, kissing him deeply, a satisfied sigh escaping his throat. In the shadows, the dark robes intertwined with the formal attire, creating a swirling vortex, while only the occasionally trembling curtain betrayed the remnants of their secret entanglement. When the head of the Malfoy family smoothed his silver-gray bow tie and returned to the forefront with impeccable aristocratic poise, the innate aura of nobility draped over him like a mantle, the sleek dark robe accentuating his elegant silhouette, the freshly adjusted pearl brooch shimmering under the lights. No one noticed that beneath the tailored trousers, his legs continued to tremble uncontrollably, each step feeling as though he treaded upon clouds. Those hands, just moments ago ensnared in darkness, now steadied as they accepted a champagne flute, droplets of condensation sliding down his slender fingers, staining the dark cuffs with deep-colored marks. He smiled brightly at the crowd, as if everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Congratulations to the new minister. Amidst the cascading accolades, the new minister beamed a perfect smile, his silver-gray eyes curving into an elegant arc. No one noticed the lingering moisture beneath his slightly damp eyelashes, hinting at the emotions yet to fade. Under the capable management of his loyal subordinates, the grand hall of the ministry quickly shed its solemn facade, transforming into a resplendent banquet scene. The crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars, the gilded long tables laden with exquisite delicacies, while nobles in silk attire mingled in small clusters, the clinking of silver goblets ringing sweetly. The family crests of the wizards flickered in and out of the light and shadow. The so-called celebration banquet, from the meticulously crafted cocktails to the seating arrangements dictated by bloodline, encapsulated every detail that resonated with the rules of the Dark Lord's manor soiree. Though Voldemort remained shrouded in darkness, the oppressive atmosphere that lingered in the air and the deliberately hushed tones of the aristocrats unmistakably heralded the absolute dominion at the pinnacle of the power pyramid. The echoes of newly appointed Minister of Magic Lucius Malfoy's inaugural address had barely faded when, on the following morning, owls descended like a dark cloud upon the ministries of magic across nations. The urgent letters, bordered in black, bore embossed gold crests that glimmered coldly in the dawn light. Grindelwald had escaped from prison. The news spread rapidly through the magical community like wildfire. In the shops of Diagon Alley, wizards whispered anxiously, their faces marked by distress. Within the classrooms of Hogwarts, students murmured in hushed tones, their eyes filled with fear. Yet, what was most unsettling was Grindelwald's public declaration, "I have returned, my faithful disciples." What of you? The personal charisma and allure of the first Dark Lord were not to be underestimated. This simple phrase ignited a spark that could easily set off a powder keg. Those who once served Grindelwald, now lying in wait across various sectors, stirred restlessly, like awakened serpents emerging from the shadows, gathering towards Germany. In the conference room of the Dark Lord's manor, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Voldemort summoned the core members of the Death Eaters. The atmosphere was tense. Grindelwald's return presents both an opportunity and a challenge for us. The platinum aristocrat seated to Voldemort's right spoke in a low, steady voice, surveying the assembly. His network of connections was intricate. If the dormant disciples heeded the call, it would be akin to igniting a second wildfire of dark magic across the European continent. He leaned forward, suggesting, "Consider this perspective," when he raises the banner of the Pure Blood Party and calls out, "Those followers who are inherently infused with a fervor for dark magic are precisely the strength we have long desired. Rather than allowing them to fester in the shadows, why not wait until he consolidates them into a fortress?" His voice trailed off as he made a slicing gesture with his hand. "Then we strike with thunder, and both man and banner will fall under our dominion. Should we meld Grindelwald's power into our master's scepter, the entire wizarding world of Europe would bow before us." He concluded with a slight bow toward Voldemort. Voldemort remained silent in his seat. Across from him, Bellatrix Lestrange shot a glance at Voldemort's expression and interjected, "Malfoy, you are indulging in fanciful dreams. Our power is still in a phase of expansion. We must proceed with caution." Provoking Grindelwald at this moment would be akin to digging our own graves. Dumbledore's past friendship with Grindelwald is well documented. Who can guarantee they will not unite once more? Since Lestrange had been forced to resign from the Ministry of Magic due to Guy's influence, her disagreements with the Malfoy family had only deepened. Each meeting, she would inevitably voice her opposition to Guy. With a smirk, Guy curled his lips into a cold smile. "Surely, Uncle Lestrange does not take the gossip of the Daily Prophet to heart?" He leisurely rotated his platinum cufflinks, the silver serpent patterns glinting in the shadows. If Dumbledore truly cherished that fleeting bond, why allow Grindelwald to languish in Nurmengard for half a century? Or is it, he drawled, deliberately glancing at the silent figure in the seat of power, that Uncle believes our master's power is so formidable that even two old relics who have parted ways would fear it? He raised his chin defiantly. Such speculations that could shake the morale of the ranks were merely elevating others' ambitions while diminishing one's own prestige. Lestrange's neck muscles bulged, and he slammed his fist on the table. "Enough," Voldemort said coolly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface as he contemplated. "Bella, what is your perspective?" The Dark Lord's crimson, slitted gaze swept across the assembly. Bellatrix immediately straightened, tossing her hair back, her eyes gleaming with fervor for battle. "Master, I do not comprehend the convoluted schemes, but I know that strength is paramount. There is nothing simpler than resolving matters through a duel." She leaned forward, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "Just say the word, and I will march to Nurmengard this instant." She licked her lips, revealing a manic smile. "To show Grindelwald who truly reigns over the magical world." Voldemort's gaze returned to Guy, who sat composed, his posture straight, with delicate eyelashes casting tiny shadows beneath his eyes, appearing most obedient. "Abraxas has lingered in France long enough. It is time for his return," Voldemort suddenly declared. Guy's head snapped up, surprise flickering in his silver-gray eyes. Voldemort continued, "Lestrange has been wronged by his forced resignation from the ministry. Let Abraxas return to report. Henceforth, Lestrange will oversee matters in France. Abraxas will return to rest. This matter is settled. The meeting is adjourned." Lestrange was to remain behind. The others dared not voice further objections, rising to bow and leaving quietly. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore gazed out at the starry sky. The phoenix fox swooped in through the open window, its fiery feathers scattering glimmers of gold as it brushed against the silverware on the table. The phoenix's song echoed in the silence, as if recounting something to the aged headmaster. "It seems our old friend has broken the silence," Dumbledore said, gently sweeping his elder wand toward the fireplace, the flickering flames instantly transforming into a vibrant emerald hue. He brushed his star-embroidered purple robe and cast a meaningful smile at the phoenix perched on his shoulder. "Come, Fox, let us pay a visit to our friends." The cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade lay drenched in thick darkness, with the candle flames in the shop windows long extinguished. The crooked sign of the Hog's Head creaked ominously in the cold wind. Suddenly, 3 short knocks, 2 long and 1 short, resounded from the back door. A figure in a black robe stood at the entrance, their breath crystallizing into white mist beneath the hood, repeating the rhythmic knocks. The decrepit door hinges groaned painfully as a sliver of dim candlelight seeped through the crack. The hooded figure glided into the room like a serpent, the door closing behind them and shutting out the moonlight completely. Inside the Hog's Head Inn, the lights blazed brightly, heavy velvet curtains blocking out all illumination. After Abeforth opened the door, he cursed and kicked away an empty barrel of ale, returning to the counter to scrub a glass with force, the abrasive sound echoing sharply. The hooded figure froze upon entering, breathing suddenly quickening as they seemed taken aback by the number of people present. 3 individuals sat at the table, regarding him with apprehension. Besides Dumbledore, there were 2 familiar faces. The sight of the hooded figure visibly unsettled them, their hands gripping their wands, wary gazes fixed upon him. Among them, a greasy-haired young man had already summoned a faint blue light at the tip of his wand. Dumbledore immediately stood, reassuringly addressing the room. "There is no need for alarm. You are all individuals I trust." He approached the hooded figure, placing a wrinkled hand on their shoulder in a comforting gesture, the moonstone ring glimmering softly in the dim light. The hooded figure let out a cold laugh, their voice low and frigid. "I could not care less. If this affair is exposed, I will ensure you die before me," the words carrying a hint of grievance. "Oh, I have grown old," Dumbledore replied unhurriedly, a smile gracing his lips, the warmth in his blue eyes shining through. "You are all still young. Naturally, I should be the one to depart first." Before he could finish, the hooded figure pulled back their hood. A cascade of brilliant platinum hair tumbled down like a waterfall, shimmering with a cold sheen under the oil lamps. The silver-gray eyes bore the distinct haughtiness characteristic of pure-blood aristocracy, complemented by a regal nose and slender lips that sculpted a visage of exquisite beauty. It was none other than the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Malfoy. The 2 individuals at the table abruptly rose, and with a crash, the master alchemist Elias de Lacroix toppled a chair in his fluster, while Severus Snape's knuckles turned white as he gripped his wand tightly. "Dumbledore, have you lost your mind? Do you realize he is the Dark Lord's most trusted confidant?" Snape seethed, his teeth clenched. "What grounds do you have to trust him?" Chapter 121, Forbidden Arts. The platinum-haired noble leisurely removed his lambskin gloves, disregarding the wands pointed at his chest. He elegantly brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead and approached the table to sip his tea. "I thought we were friends, Severus," he feigned an injured tone. "How disheartening." Dumbledore immediately raised his hand to press down the wands held aloft by the 2 men, his cerulean eyes curving into crescent shapes. "Children, you have entrusted your faith in me, and I likewise place my trust in you. Therefore, it is only natural that we be candid with one another. It was, after all, Lucius who fervently recommended you both, prompting me to extend the invitation." The 2 wizards exchanged scrutinizing glances between Dumbledore and the Platinum Noble, and after a moment of reluctant contemplation, they took their seats. Yezhi set down his teacup and regarded Dumbledore with a serious expression, inquiring, "What exactly does Grindelwald intend? What are your plans?" Dumbledore did not respond directly to his question, but instead smiled. "Do not be in haste. I have specially summoned them today to inform you of our latest developments." His aged hand gestured for the alchemist to speak first. De Lacroix appraised the head of the Malfoy family, hesitating for a moment before unfurling a yellowed parchment. It contained his recent research findings. Though alchemical constructs that bear souls are rare, they are not without precedent. The grimoires of medieval dark magic contain numerous accounts of forbidden artifacts fashioned from abyssal demons and phantasmal beasts. Such dark rituals often required the fur, bones, and blood of living creatures. His bony fingers traced the grotesque runes on the parchment. These cursed objects, forged through secretive arts, neither decay nor fear the ravages of time, possessing a hardness comparable to that of pure gold. More troublesome still, they actively unleash curses that affect the soul. The traditional method of resolution involves employing the sacred light array of the medieval church, combined with a triple purification incantation to obliterate the object into dust. However, he continued, the headmaster has mentioned a desire to preserve the integrity of the object itself, while merely severing the soul. He elaborated, conventional purification methods would destroy both the vessel and the soul. Through my calculations, I have discovered that reducing the power of the sacred light array by 30% is key. It can inflict pain upon the soul trapped within the object without damaging the vessel in the slightest. From within his robe, he produced a silver-plated birdcage, within which a gray mouse gnawed anxiously at the iron bars. He then placed a copper canute upon the table, and a scholarly excitement flickered across Delacroix's face. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, within this coin, I have sealed the soul of a marsh cockroach. The parchment, pre-drawn with the sacred light array, slowly unfurled. Originally, this array required the sacrifice of a young girl, but after modifications, it now needed only a small amount of human bodily tissue based on the array's size. For a miniature array like this, a mere sliver of fingernail sufficed. The alchemist positioned the canute at the center of the array and dropped in a piece of fingernail. The pale golden incantation erupted into a boil, as a viscous black mist surged from the canute, emitting a piercing shriek that reverberated painfully through the ears of those present. The distorted shadow erupted from the coin, pouncing into the mouse cage like a ravenous wolf. The gray mouse emitted a heart-wrenching scream, arching its back in violent convulsions. Its once pitch-black eyes now glinting with a chilling dark green hue. Moments later, it rose on its hind legs, mechanically pawing at the air, mimicking the habitual actions of a marsh cockroach. Yezhi was utterly awestruck by the theoretical application of this alchemical endeavor, watching in rapt attention as Delacroix executed the series of operations. Dumbledore absently stroked his silver-white beard, his blue eyes behind the glasses glimmering with contemplation. Elias, you truly are an expert in alchemy. It is simply astounding. However, I still harbor doubts. What is the upper limit of effective distance for a vessel that accepts a soul? When numerous potential hosts are present, how can we ensure the soul attaches precisely to the designated object? The alchemist, upon hearing this, tapped his fingers on the table. These are indeed variables within the experiment. The range of activity for a soul once it has departed its vessel depends on its intrinsic power. A feeble spirit, like a candle flame, will swiftly extinguish once separated from its vessel, while a powerful soul can flit about like an owl, capable of enduring for years even in a disembodied state. As for the choice of vessel, he shrugged slightly. It is akin to allowing the wind to choose its direction. I can only say it depends on the soul's own preferences. Yezhi furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. If an array can drive a soul from its vessel, there must also exist a corresponding attraction array. If we could inscribe a soul-attracting array on the target vessel in advance, we might be able to prevent it from escaping uncontrollably. Delacroix stroked his chin, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. That is worth a try. I shall return to my studies and see if I can find a feasible combination of arrays. Having concluded his explanation, Delacroix gestured for Snape to proceed. Snape efficiently produced a crystal vial, within which a murky flesh-toned potion stirred slowly, reminiscent of some living tissue in motion. This is an ancient forbidden potion I discovered within the remnants of the Dark Arts Compendium, a flesh-reforming agent, Snape stated, tapping the vial, causing strange ripples to appear on its surface. One need only immerse the object containing the sealed soul within it, and with the use of bone, flesh, and blood as a catalyst, one can reconstruct a corporeal form for an incorporeal soul. Yezhi's pupils dilated. This was undoubtedly the potion used by Voldemort during his resurrection. The horrifying ritual described in the original text flashed before his mind. The immense cauldron, the writhing mass of blood and flesh, and the shadow of that serpent-faced figure. Yezhi shook his head, striving to cast those images from his thoughts. Dumbledore examined the vial closely, his expression grave as frost. So the legendary rebirth of flesh truly exists. He can indeed attain immortality through such means. I do not consider this true immortality. It is merely a collection of living flesh, Snape retorted sharply. Such magical creations, in my view, do not even qualify as life. Dumbledore sighed. Your perspective is indeed correct. Severus, we must maintain reverence for life. However, our goal is to extinguish it. How could you study resurrection? That which is incorporeal cannot be destroyed. He slowly shook the vial, to grant it a fragile corporeal form, and deliver a fatal blow while its power is not yet restored. That is the most secure path to obliteration. As Yezhi listened to their discourse, he felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Rubbing his temples, he frowned and interjected, I have heard enough of your findings. Dumbledore, what is it that you wish to convey? The blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses pierced through the air as the elder wizard's robe swayed without a breeze. All of Tom Riddle's secrets have surfaced. He no longer stands invincible. Chapter 122, War Approaches. Dumbledore lifted his wand and tapped it lightly, causing 4 silvery apparitions to materialize in midair. The diary from your manor, the crown from my office, the golden cup from the Lestrange family vault, and that snake that never leaves his side. Before he could finish his sentence, the 4 apparitions suddenly erupted into black smoke. transforming into grotesque faces that emitted a piercing shriek. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, and the apparitions returned to their tranquil state. By gathering these, we shall sever his final ties to this world. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, and after a brief pause, he added, "The locket of Slytherin remains on Mont Saint-Michel in France, untouched by dark magic. It must not fall into his hands to be forged into a new Horcrux." Yezhi wished to avoid further discussion on the matter. He refrained from responding, instead gesturing dismissively to truncate the unfinished topic, and shifted to the primary reason for his visit. "The Dark Lord has summoned my father back." Yezhi's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table, each beat steady and deliberate. "In the past, the Lestrange family held sway over the Ministry of Magic in Britain, while my father maintained the delicate equilibrium in France through the Self family. However, this balance has now been disrupted by my ascension to the position of Minister for Magic in Britain." He lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's. "When the Malfoy family simultaneously controls the magical regimes of two nations, it is only natural for concern to arise. The Dark Lord's decision to have Lestrange take over France is a predictable reshuffling of power. Grindelwald's influence in Germany cannot be underestimated. Currently, Germany is amassing forces openly to counter the Dark Lord's expansion, and the most probable course of action for him is to orchestrate a joint effort between England and France to strangle the German wizarding faction. Professor Dumbledore, you are undoubtedly aware of his stance and the current state of affairs in France. Is your old lover preparing to turn against himself, or will he betray on the spot? If that happens, how will my father navigate his position next to the Dark Lord?" His fingers interlaced beneath his chin, his silver-gray eyes swirling with displeasure. "If my father remains in France at that time, he may at least find refuge for a while. But being summoned back to the Dark Lord's side, should France betray during the conflict with Germany, he, as a former ruler of France, would inevitably become the prime suspect, which would spell certain death for him." He leaned forward slightly, a chill creeping into his tone. "After all these years, he has concealed secrets for your sake. Are you truly willing to cast him in peril?" Dumbledore's silver-blue eyes, magnified behind his half-moon spectacles, met his with calm resolve. "However, if a rebellion breaks out in France while Ab is still there, and the Malfoy family is suspected, the first person to bear the brunt of the Dark Lord's wrath will be you." His voice carried a soothing undertone. "We have long reached a consensus with Ab. The recall plan was approved by him personally. Remaining in France may seem safe, but in truth, it is akin to being trapped in a powder keg ready to ignite at any moment. Returning to the Dark Lord's side will at least afford him the opportunity to defend himself when chaos ensues." Yezhi's throat moved slightly, the tumult of emotions in his silver-gray eyes gradually subsiding. The crackling flames in the hearth punctuated the silence as he remained quiet for a long while before finally conceding with a nod. At that moment in Germany, the spire of Nuremberg Castle pierced the night sky, Grindelwald's dark cloak billowing in the fierce winds, his silvery hair entwined with the cold moonlight. He stood atop the remains of the once watchful guardians, leaning against the railing and gazing down at the surging tide of dark-robed followers in the square below, their faces reflecting a fervor and reverence that coalesced into a totem of faith. "My saints," his voice, laced with an irresistible charm, reverberated deep within every soul present. Vinda Rosier stood with her head bowed, the raven-shaped brooch of eternal night upon her chest casting a scarlet glow that echoed the flickering lights atop countless wands below. "Once, our ideals lay shattered, but now, the time has come. Let us reclaim our glory and forge a new world." The resounding cheers echoed like a tidal wave, causing the snow atop the tower to tumble down, and the crimson banner of the Deathly Hallows flapped fiercely in the night wind. Grindelwald adjusted his wild, windswept white hair, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. He carelessly tossed a lemon snowball into the air, catching it in his mouth with a crunch, only to recoil from the sharp tang. "What a delightful treat," he remarked, his tongue pressed against his cheek, wrinkling his nose as he wiped the sugar dust from the corner of his mouth. Below in the square, the black-robed disciples continued to chant, the faint glimmer of their wands illuminating the fleeting mockery in his gaze. The ripples stirred by the return of the first Dark Lord swiftly spread, heralding the slow unfurling of a war that would determine the very survival of the magical world. The cold wind, laden with fine snow, swept across the English Channel, the leaden clouds before Christmas hanging low like a curtain. Lestrange was en route to France for the handover. Simultaneously, the aurors of England and France laid intricate traps within the fir forests along the German border, the aura of spells condensing into a ghostly blue under the moonlight, resembling dormant beasts ready to pounce. Meanwhile, dark wizards tore through space from every corner of the world to converge upon Germany. From the icy expanses of the north to the rainforests of South America and the hidden realms of the east, like returning flocks of crows. The concentration of dark magic within Germany surged exponentially, the bowstring of war drawn taut. We cannot allow Grindelwald to continue his unchecked expansion, master. The head of the Black family pressed a hand upon the open map spread across the table, the borders of England, France, and Germany heavily circled in red ink. His influence swelling too rapidly. If we wait until he consolidates his power, striking will become increasingly difficult. He tapped his wand against the map of Germany. Why not take him by surprise before he fully integrates his forces? The longer we delay, the more dark wizards he will gather, and it will only be to our detriment. I concur with Mr. Black's assessment, Yezhi agreed. War has never been about waiting until one is fully prepared. Striking first is the key to seizing the initiative. Voldemort's fingers traced the mark of Nuremberg on the map, the serpent-like pupils glowing with a crimson hue. He remained silent for a long moment before declaring, Letub and Lestrange jointly oversee the horrors in France, while Leo collaborates with Lucius to command the British forces. His wand tip struck decisively upon the map of Germany. Tomorrow night, we shall directly target Nuremberg. All Death Eaters shall mobilize to tear open the defenses for the Anglo-French coalition. The Death Eaters rose simultaneously, bowing in unison, as you command, master. After the meeting, Yezhi hurried back to Malfoy Manor, bursting into the study. Is there any news from father? Chipu nodded. Uncle Bertrand just left. He mentioned that Lestrange has taken over most of the duties and has not revealed any vulnerabilities. Ub is expected to return next week. He need not return. Yezhi replied. He will soon receive the Dark Lord's orders. We shall launch our assault on Germany tomorrow night. And he and Lestrange will be jointly responsible for the deployment of the French forces. Once hostilities commence, he must create the appearance of an ambush, seizing the opportunity to fake his death and escape. Chapter 123, The Surprise Attack. To their astonishment, the attack they had planned was preempted by the Germans. At dawn the following day, a piercing alarm spell shattered the tranquility of southern England's skies. Yezhi stood atop the watchtower, witnessing the German wizarding faction surge like a black tide over the cliffs of Dover. The defensive spells hastily cast by the British aurors appeared feeble beneath the onslaught of enemy dark magic. The triangular formation of the German broomstick assault squad had already breached the first line of defense, flames engulfing swathes of holly forest and scorched earth. Screams mingled with the explosive bursts of magic. The elite British forces, intended to serve as the vanguard of the assault, now retreated like a gaggle of duds. This is impossible, Amelia exclaimed incredulously from her position nearby. All those who had participated in the discussions last night were core members of the Death Eaters. It was evident that there must be a traitor among the upper echelons of the Death Eaters who had swiftly relayed the plans to the Germans. Otherwise, their response would not have been so rapid. The ink of the Daily Prophet had barely dried, the front page showcasing Grindelwald's triumphant visage, filled with adverse reports on the war. In the grand hall of the Dark Lord's manor, an oppressive silence hung in the air. Voldemort, in a fit of rage, hurled the newspaper down the steps, the parchment scattering at the feet of the Death Eaters. The assembled crowd bowed their heads in silence, scarcely daring to breathe heavily, with only Nagini's hissing punctuating the stillness. This morning, upon receiving the battle report, Voldemort summoned all his Death Eaters to convene in the grand hall of the Dark Lord's manor. Everyone arrived, for none dared to defy his command. The traitor lies among you, Voldemort's voice echoed with a chilling intensity as he pointed his wand at the assembly, causing those indicated to quail in fear. The Dark Lord descended the obsidian steps slowly, with Nagini weaving beside him. Who among you whispers lies in my ear? Who has betrayed us by selling information to Grindelwald? His inquiries reverberated through the vast hall, his scarlet slit-like pupils swirling with uncontainable wrath, as if he intended to sear the very souls of all present. He glided through the crowd, his flowing black robes trailing behind him, and wherever he passed, the Death Eaters instinctively recoiled, their breaths held in trepidation. A current of suspicion surged amidst the oppressive silence. Each person secretly speculated about one another. Fear spread like a contagion, rendering these typically merciless killers akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Yezhi stood resolutely at the forefront, his black robes taut and sharp as a blade, his pallid visage as frigid as ice, resembling an exquisite marble statue. As Voldemort's shadow loomed over him, he remained motionless, gazing downward at the intricate patterns etched into the marble floor, exuding an enigmatic calm. His silver-gray eyes, devoid of emotion, concealed all feelings beneath his delicate features. Voldemort's gaze lingered briefly on his flawless countenance before seemingly dismissing it. The wind generated by his turn stirred the edges of Yezhi's robes, akin to the scythe of death grazing his neck. Now all of you, Voldemort commanded, his magic causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Immediately head to the borders and prove your loyalty with the blood of the purebloods. The one who brings me the least number of severed heads shall be the first to face my reckoning. Yezhi hesitated for a moment before aligning his voice with the chorus of responses. Yes, master. His words were swallowed by the multitude of hoarse affirmations, resonating quietly. The legion of Death Eaters transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness, hurtling across the English Channel. Several dark marks erupted in the clouds, staining the sky a putrid shade of purple. The defensive shields of the German wizards, suspended in midair, cracked like spiderwebs under the pressure of the onslaught from the purebloods. The magical battlefield at the English border descended into a hell's cape, with the unforgivable curses and flames illuminating the sky, leaving it riddled with scars. Meanwhile, the scene at the French border was starkly different. On the opposite side of the channel, where the Auror forces were stationed, an eerie calm prevailed. The iridescent flags on the watchtower fluttered in the wind, and rather than maintaining vigilance, the Aurors peered through their telescopes, seemingly amused by the black smoke billowing from the cliffs of Dover, their lips curling in a mocking smile at the impending chaos of the battle. The midday sun hung high, scorching the command post on the French shore. Suddenly, sharp voices of contention shattered the air, startling the seagulls resting beneath the watchtower. The French Aurors gathered below, craning their necks to behold the unfolding drama. Yezhi lingered behind the British front lines, stepping back upon the charred rubble. Having just deflected a curse from a German wizard, when he caught a glimpse of thousands of French Aurors gathering restlessly across the channel. Anxiety tightened his grip on his wand. On the platform, the figure of Lestrange was sharply illuminated by the midday sun. This notoriously violent Death Eater appeared unusually composed, the dark robe hinting at intricate patterns of dark gold beneath. Opposite him, Lucius Malfoy's pale face flushed with anger, and the Minister of Magic for France, Sorrel, was vociferously articulating something. Though the wind swallowed their words, their body language crackled with tension. The turn of events transpired in an instant. Lestrange's wand pivoted unexpectedly towards Abraxas, the movement as swift as a striking serpent, a burst of green light erupting from the wand's tip, more blinding than lightning. Abraxas's astonished eyes still reflected the color of the sky as a dark green glow blossomed from his chest. His expensive silk scarf was lifted by the shockwave, falling like a surrendering white flag. Minister Sorrel's protective shield flared to life, but shattered with a sound akin to breaking glass upon contact with the green light. Two bodies were hurled from the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. Warm droplets of blood splattered the edge of the platform, tracing down the intricately carved iris patterns. Abraxas's platinum snake ring tumbled down the steps, leaving a winding trail of blood across the ground. The warm droplets stained the iris patterns, dyeing the sacred petals an eerie dark red. Yezhi's temples throbbed. The searing afterimage of the green light burned into his retina. He bit down hard on his lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading across his mouth. Everyone witnessed Lucius Malfoy's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Yezhi's hand, clutching his wand, trembled violently, his nails digging into his palm. Despite his rational mind repeatedly warning him that this might all be a meticulously crafted ruse, a prearranged feigned death to escape, his heart pounded uncontrollably in his chest, as if gripped by an immense hand. On the opposite shore, the French Aurors suddenly erupted in synchronized shouts, their voices harmonizing with the curses of the German wizards. Their deep purple uniforms shimmered with dark golden ripples, the irises on their chests distorting into the image of a soaring raven, the emblem of Grindelwald's followers. Chapter 124, The Isolated Island. No, the syllable escaped Yezhi's throat uncontrollably as he took a few steps toward the distant figure of his father collapsing. A hand like an iron claw gripped his shoulder, yanking him back with immense force. I must find my father. Yezhi struggled fiercely, his wand sparking as it flailed about. Voldemort's black cloak enveloped him like a storm cloud, a frigid hand clasping his wrist, drawing him close. The crimson slit of his gaze churned with dangerous fury. Lestrange has betrayed us. All of France has sided with Grindelwald. By going to him now, you would merely be delivering yourself as a sacrifice to the enemy. Yezhi tilted his head upward. Through tear-filled eyes, he beheld Voldemort's pale face, frostbitten with rage. The Dark Lord's scarlet pupils swirled with fury and disbelief, the tip of his wand still crackling, as if processing the betrayal that had just transpired. Across the channel, the cheers of the French Aurors intertwined with the derisive laughter of the German wizards, driving the fact of Lestrange's treachery deep into the minds of all. Those ironclad hands tightened around the platinum aristocrat, pressing him closer within the folds of Voldemort's robe. Deep within the Dark Lord's heart, the Malfoy family had always been a docile hound, nestled in his shadow. Abraxas was eloquent and persuasive, and his son had always been loyal and obedient. Who would have anticipated that this pair, so intent on preserving their own lives, would betray the Dark Lord? Thus, he had never doubted the Malfoy family. I have no father anymore, master. The platinum lashes fluttered gently, as two streams of clear tears traced down Gu Yezhi's flawless cheekbones. The crystalline droplets struck Voldemort's darkly embroidered silver-sleeved cuff, instantly spreading into dark stains upon the satin fabric. His voice fragmented, akin to shredded velvet, heavy with heart-wrenching sobs. Gu Yezhi felt the world around him begin to twist and whirl, the cacophony of the battlefield fading into the distance. The smoke-filled sky, the boiling magical battlefield, and the glaring, bloodied corpses across the channel blurred into chaotic splotches. As consciousness plunged into darkness, in the final moments, he felt Voldemort's gentle pat upon his back, a gesture laden with a hint of comfort. Subsequently, his body utterly lost its support, collapsing limply into Voldemort's embrace. The pallor of his countenance bore traces of tears yet to dry, while disheveled strands of hair cascaded onto his cheeks, tainted with the ashes and blood of the battlefield. Yet undiminished was that innate nobility, a haunting beauty that was heart-wrenching. Waves of curses howled from the opposing shore. Crimson and emerald torrents of light surged skyward, incinerating the dark mark suspended among the clouds into fragments. Bellatrix Lestrange stood atop the French watchtower, her dark robes billowing in the magical tempest. In the moment the wind lifted her hood, the pale visage that rightfully belonged to Rodolphus bore the unmistakable smirk of Grindelwald, laced with a hint of amusement. Those ice-blue eyes, glacial and piercing, coldly scrutinized the chaos and despair permeating the British defense from amidst smoke and flames. When Gu Yezhi regained consciousness, the first sight that greeted him was the mottled light and shadow playing upon the dome above. The enlargement charm had rendered the tent akin to a cathedral's vault. And outside, the voice of Voldemort issuing commands resonated. He raised his hand to rub his temples, steadying himself to sit up. What had become of his father? What progress had Grindelwald and Dumbledore made? The treason of Lestrange had been firmly established. The confiscation documents for their estate must now lie within Dumbledore's desk drawer. And with the Ministry's stamped decree, access to their family's vault in Gringotts could be unlocked. Dumbledore must have arranged for the Order of the Phoenix to retrieve the Holy Grail by now. Had they gathered all the Horcruxes? Would the Dark Lord perish? Gu Yezhi glanced at the star-like necklace adorning his wrist, a tracking enchantment placed there by Delacroix, allowing real-time updates on his whereabouts. At this juncture, he must continue to play his part. Failure would lead to irreparable doom for himself, his father, and countless others. He rose, adjusting his attire and hair, before parting the tent flaps and stepping outside. They were encamped not far from the English border. At the edge of the camp, where the vibrant lights of spells clashed like hellish lightning, Bellatrix's sycophantic voice mingled with the scent of blood. Some attempted to flee, and I disposed of them. Now many are saying I am destined to lose. Voldemort's voice abruptly rose, a sharp, derisive laugh escaping him. He turned slowly, his black robes swirling as Nagini moved beneath, her scales glimmering in the moonlight. I will not fail. They will never comprehend. His dark red slit pupils scanned the area, landing on Gu Yezhi at the tent's entrance. They shall all perish before me, and I have already attained immortality. Gu Yezhi stepped forward, crunching over the debris beneath his black boots, the sound of crushed twigs echoing in the air. He lowered his gaze and addressed, Master. Voldemort raised a hand to caress the boy's platinum locks, his tone surprisingly softened. It is good that you are awake. Gu Yezhi's eyelashes fluttered. He advanced 2 steps, wrapping his arms around the Dark Lord's waist, burying his chin deeper into Voldemort's shoulder, inhaling the scent of cedar that filled his senses. A choked sob escaped his throat. Master, you are all I have left. Eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding Death Eaters turned their gazes towards the pair, while speculation regarding their relationship had long circulated. This was the first instance they bore witness to such intimacy in plain view. The Death Eaters feigned indifference, whispering amongst themselves, their hooded gazes pricking like daggers upon Gu Yezhi, yet he chose to disregard them. Voldemort paused momentarily, surprised. The platinum aristocrat had typically resisted displays of affection in front of others, yet today, he had boldly embraced him in public. This unexpected gesture filled him with both astonishment and a peculiar sense of possessive delight. He surmised that the sudden loss of his father had rendered the boy profoundly sorrowful, thus deepening his reliance on himself. Consequently, Voldemort reciprocated, enveloping the platinum aristocrat in his arms, his palms trailing along the boy's slender spine with a languid caress. A thrill of absolute control surged within him. Do not fear, Voldemort murmured, resting his chin atop the boy's head, his voice resonating with warmth as his breath brushed against Gu Yezhi's ear. I shall always be by your side. He tightened his embrace, savoring the warmth of the body nestled against him, relishing the sensation of being leaned upon. In the distance, the thunder of spells roared across the sky, as the cloaks of the Death Eaters fluttered like a swarm of crows. Thus, The two remained entwined amidst the crimson twilight, oblivious to the tumult surrounding them. As the cacophony receded like the tide, leaving only the intermingling of their breaths, constructing a tranquil island of solitude amid the storm of bloodshed, Yezhi whispered, "Master, I wish to bring my father home." Chapter 125, The Soul Fragment. In the thick, tar-like darkness of night, Abraxas's corpse still leaned against the shadow of the cliff's command post. The briny sea breeze carried the shrill cries of seagulls across the battlefield. Yet none paid heed to the final resting place of this once noble figure. Under Yezhi's fervent insistence, Voldemort resolved to accompany him to the French rear to retrieve Abraxas's body. The two transformed into wisps of black smoke, maneuvering to the flank of the front lines, soaring across the English Channel towards the French border. Below them, the sea churned like boiling ink, while distant flashes of magical fire flickered like dying fireflies in the darkness. The chaos among England, France, and Germany continued unabated on the other side of the coast, the cacophony of war serving as their best cover. As they reached the midpoint of the channel, two explosive booms suddenly resounded in the air. Amidst the distorted atmosphere, Grindelwald's silver hair billowed in the night wind, the blue flames atop his wand resembling infernal specters, accentuating his sharp features with a chilling severity. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's signature crescent-shaped glasses glimmered in the shadows, as crimson curse fire erupted from the tip of his wand, intertwining with Grindelwald's azure flames in the air. The blue and red fire dragons lunged menacingly towards the black mist, warping the air into terrifying ripples in their wake. Voldemort's black robes billowed fiercely as he instinctively shielded the boy beside him, brandishing his wand. A chill, like a dam bursting, cascaded outward from Voldemort, the frigid air expanding in a fan shape, crystallizing countless ice shards in the atmosphere into a protective barrier. The fire dragon collided with the ice wall, producing a deafening roar as blue flames and red curse fire rampaged across the icy surface, transforming the entire sea into a hellish landscape. Ice splinters rained down like a torrential storm, mingling with the incantations of the three, weaving a breathtaking tapestry of magic in the night sky. The powerful magical shockwaves crashed down upon the sea, causing the once turbulent waters of the channel to begin solidifying. In an instant, thousands of tons of seawater transformed into a glistening expanse of ice, cracks spiderwebbing outward. The four figures, ensconced in the scattered magical luminescence, floated upon this ice formed from enchantments. Grindelwald's silver wand and Dumbledore's wand both pointed at Voldemort, who was enveloped in an inky shroud of dark magic, devoid of any vulnerability. Just then, the ice beneath Voldemort began to tremble violently. Ethereal blue magical runes slithered across the surface like living creatures, and in an instant, a magical circle several yards in diameter materialized, the runes swirling as if a giant troll had opened its eyes, bursting forth with blinding radiance. Accompanied by waves of disquieting magical fluctuations, Voldemort's pupils constricted as the blue light shifted, the diary, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's crown, and the unconscious Nagini simultaneously levitated at the center of the magical array, pulled by an unseen force. A black smoke emanated from their surfaces, contorting into anguished faces in the air. Piercing screams shattered the sky, echoing as if from the deepest depths of hell, mingled with the wails of lost souls. Voldemort felt a throbbing at his temples, each scream striking at his very essence, as these fragmented souls writhed in a frenzy. Impossible! The hoarse whisper escaped through clenched teeth, as Voldemort abruptly turned to gaze at the platinum aristocrat beside him. Shock, disappointment, and disbelief flickered across his features, ultimately coalescing into a profound fury. He reached out and seized Yezhi by the throat, lifting him high into the air. His black robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the dark purple flames erupting from the tip of his wand enveloped them both. "It is you. You have always been the one betraying me." His furious roar resonated, causing the ice beneath to tremble. "Do you understand what you are doing?" Yezhi clawed at Voldemort's wrist, yet could not budge him in the slightest. The dizziness from suffocation made his vision blur, and he emitted a dying gasp. Suddenly, Dumbledore intervened, casting a spell imbued with white light that struck Voldemort's wrist, freeing Yezhi from his grip. Like a kite severed from its string, he flew backward, caught and cushioned by the warm current conjured by the headmaster's hand. Within the magic circle, for twisted black soul fragments emitted piercing wails, shooting skyward like arrows, coalescing into a massive pitch-black vortex. Voldemort clutched his left hand, from which the ring embedded with the resurrection stone began to exude a thick, tar-like smoke. This was the fifth Horcrux. Grindelwald's silver eyes gleamed with fervor. The resurrection stone. A frenzied light flashed in the eyes of this former Dark Lord, as his white hair billowed without wind. The tip of his wand shimmered with vibrant energy as he approached like a specter. Dumbledore shouted, "Gellert, do not forget what you promised me." Grindelwald hesitated, retracting his hand. Voldemort threw back his head and released a shrill, mocking laugh, madness flickering in his serpent-like eyes. "The first Dark Lord? Merely a timid old man. I have surpassed you by far. I shall never be defeated." Grindelwald's silver hair swirled as if caught in a tempest, his aged visage exuding a chilling, timeless clarity. "Tom Riddle, you shall never attain what you seek, for there is much you do not comprehend. This world will never belong to you." Before his words could fade, he waved his hand, and a golden magic circle surged toward Voldemort's back. Voldemort spun to evade it, only to see 5 black wisps, accompanied by agonizing shrieks, rush toward him, drawn like magnets. These were the soul fragments that had just scattered. However, unexpectedly, these fragments were violently repelled upon nearing Voldemort, as if an invisible barrier had pushed them away, swirling frantically around him. The twisted faces formed from the black mist emitted desperate wails, encircling Voldemort, unable to enter his body or return to their original forms. Dumbledore observed this scene and sighed. He does not accept his own soul, and his soul despises him in turn. In an instant, the swirling soul fragments collectively shifted direction, darting through the night sky like arrows released from a bow. They were enshrouded in dark magical fire, trailing 5 grotesque tails as they dove toward a spot on the icy surface, where Yezhi lay, gasping for breath. His platinum hair disheveled and obscuring his pale face, his neck bruised and twitching from the grip. "Be careful." Dumbledore's warning transformed into a silver beam, only to be devoured the moment it touched the black mist. The 5 soul fragments, shrieking, lunged toward the boy's back. There was no resistance. All the fragments surged into Yezhi's body. No. Voldemort's roar was drowned by the thunderous clash of ice and fire. Blue and red fire dragons coiled around him, weaving a prison. Ice shards and lightning exploded around Voldemort, yet he could not break through these magical barriers, forced to watch helplessly as the familiar figure writhed on the ice. Chapter 126, Life and Death. Yezhi's anguished scream tore through the night. His platinum hair was matted with shattered ice, his fingertips digging deep into the surface, leaving 5 trails of blood. The soul fragments rushing into his body felt like boiling lead, rampaging through his veins. He could hear his own heart-wrenching cries echoing across the strait, but felt no vibration in his vocal cords, as if his soul were being painfully ripped into countless pieces and forcibly shoved into an unfamiliar vessel. The magic circle at the center erupted with a deafening crack, the ice emitting a sound that set teeth on edge, revealing a colossal cauldron hidden below. The bubbling flesh-colored potion emitted a foul odor, viscous liquid splattering everywhere. Yet no one paid it any heed. This meticulously crafted trap was designed to plunge Voldemort, once he had gathered the soul fragments, into the boiling potion, and at the critical moment, shatter the cauldron, ensuring he sank to the cold ocean floor, never to rise again. But now, everything had deviated from the intended course. All the soul fragments had converged upon Yezhi, an unforeseen twist that sent the situation spiraling toward an unpredictable fate. Grindelwald's wand pointed menacingly at the writhing Yezhi, his silver-haired expression icy as frost. "Stop," Dumbledore interjected. "Are you planning to kill him?" Grindelwald turned to Dumbledore, asserting that now was the perfect moment to eliminate all the soul fragments. "Your leniency now will only lead to greater troubles later." In the brief standoff between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, Yezhi slowly rose to his feet. He straightened, his once pale skin taking on a sickly gray hue, dark ink-like patterns creeping through his platinum hair. When he lifted his head, his scarlet-slit pupils glimmered with a serpent's cold sheen in the moonlight, and the curve of his lips mirrored Voldemort's own. "Be careful." Dumbledore's warning was sliced apart by a piercing shriek. Yezhi waved his wand lightly, and dark magical energy surged from him like a tidal wave. The ice surface within a 10-foot radius erupted violently. Ice crystals, enveloped in dark purple magic, shot toward everyone like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Grindelwald spun and conjured a silver-blue shield, the ice crystals colliding with it and bursting into countless sparks, while Dumbledore's wand flicked, casting a massive net of pure white magic to ensnare the shards of ice. Still, a few stray fragments grazed his robes, scorching dark marks into the fabric. Lucius, Abraxas stumbled from the shadows of the cliff, his gaze fixed intently on the boy controlled by the soul fragments. The flying ice blades sliced through the air, several aiming directly at Abraxas's form. Yezhi's raised wrist suddenly froze. Silver-gray ripples surfaced in his crimson-slit pupils, reminiscent of still water disturbed by a stone. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse his own reflection in Abraxas's eyes, the boy practicing wand movements at Malfoy Manor, the child weeping in his father's embrace. The blood-red hue of his serpent eyes rapidly faded, silver-gray and crimson clashing violently within his irises, a broken sob escaping his throat. Just as the ice blade was about to pierce his father's chest, at that instant, he reclaimed control of his body. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist, the wand spinning in his palm, and pointed it at his own throat. This was a wand adorned with spiral patterns, one he had polished countless times. Yet at that moment, it became the blade that would end everything. No. On the ice field, two heart-wrenching cries shattered the air simultaneously. Yezhi emitted a broken groan, warm blood erupting like a fountain, splattering across the pristine ice. His body swayed, platinum hair stained dark red by the gushing blood. The wand fell to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood across the ice. As he knelt, his vision blurred through the rising blood mist, the scene before him fading into obscurity. He saw the figure enveloped in red and blue fire dragons break through their encirclement, reaching out to him. With the last of his strength, Yezhi extended his hand forward, his fingertips just shy of touching that ethereal silhouette, before collapsing heavily into the pool of blood. In an instant, the entire world was stripped of sound, and colors faded, leaving only shades of black, white, and gray to swirl in his vision, until Voldemort's uncontrollable roar tore through the silence. Voldemort hunched over, gasping violently, as uncontrolled magical energy erupted in a cascade of black arcs around his body, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. The dark mist swirling around him roared, staining the entire expanse of ice a thick, inky hue. The roiling shadows surged with frenzied energy, each tendril infused with the tremendous force born of a life burning away. His black robes flapped in the tempest of magic, resembling a colossal bird in its death throes. With a monstrous howl, the red and blue dragons of fire encircling him shattered piece by piece, the scintillating sparks consumed by the dark mist with a sizzling sound. Grindelwald and Dumbledore simultaneously cast their defensive spells, yet were relentlessly driven back by the onslaught of that wild magic. The ice beneath Voldemort fractured into a spiderweb pattern, his shadow darting forth like an arrow, desperately lunging towards the body of Yezhi, sprawled in a pool of blood. His movements bore an almost frenzied urgency, as if that gradually cooling form was the sole remnant capable of mending his shattered heart. Behind him, Grindelwald's silver hair billowed, the blue flames at the tip of his wand pursuing him, while Dumbledore's white spell light transformed into chains, attempting to ensnare him. Yet Voldemort remained oblivious, all his senses drawn to the spreading bloodstain. When his bony hand finally made contact with the still warm body, the churning black mist abruptly stilled, erupting with a whimper akin to a trapped beast. He slowly knelt, cradling the boy tightly in his embrace, the spine beneath his robes heaving as if it might shatter. The magic surrounding Voldemort twisted like a black hole, devouring all magical assaults that approached from behind. The world around him disintegrated, the cacophony of screams and the piercing spells fading into a blurred echo. He rose gradually, his skeletal fingers gripping the body that was losing warmth, his scarlet eyes devoid of tears, yet laced with bloodshot fury and determination. Before anyone could react, amidst the fluttering of his robes, the boy's platinum form was hurled into the boiling cauldron of potion. The flesh-colored liquid surged violently, akin to a greedy beast baring its fangs, instantaneously engulfing the body in its vortex. No, stop him. Abraxas's heart-wrenching scream pierced the icy expanse as he staggered towards the cauldron, only to be thrown back by the tempest of Voldemort's unleashed magic, crashing heavily onto the ice. The frenzied Dark Lord, as a zealous devotee to sacrifice, unleashed his magic like a flood, pouring forth through the flames of life. Surrounding the boiling cauldron, a pitch-black tornado of magic spiraled upward, sharp incantations swirling like blades, repelling all who dared approach. The body with platinum hair began to dissolve rapidly upon contact with the potion, engulfed in violent boiling, leaving behind only eerie bubbles that burst to the surface. Abraxas collapsed to the ground in despair. Voldemort knelt almost reverently before the roiling cauldron, his pale lips moving rapidly as obscure ancient incantations erupted from his throat. A torrent of magic surged into the cauldron, coalescing in midair into a colossal black magical array that obscured the sky. When the final incantation was uttered, Voldemort cast a glance back at the onlookers, then resolutely leaped into the boiling potion. The viscous liquid enveloped him like a living entity, the violent magical reaction causing the entire ice surface to tremble. Yet, the remnants of Voldemort's magic remained tenaciously cloaked around the cauldron, unyielding and immovable. The dark tempest continued to ravage through the night until the potion's reaction was fully complete. As dawn pierced the clouds and spilled across the sea, the magical barrier that had amassed throughout the night began to crumble, the thick black mist dispersing like a receding tide, revealing the battered cauldron at its center. A sharp crack echoed as the vessel containing forbidden magic shattered under the tremors. In the orange glow of the morning light, Two exquisitely crafted infants lay quietly in the depression of the ice, as if treasures forsaken by the divine. Their soft cheeks bore the rosy hue unique to newborns, and their delicate fingers unconsciously intertwined. A resurrection stone rested between them, flickering with a ghostly light. Extra 1. Daddies, Part 1. Gerald, are you truly pointing your wand at an infant? Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his gaze laden with disapproval, his voice tinged with an unmistakable reproach. Grindelwald sighed in resignation, irritation creeping into his tone. What manner of infant is this? Merely an alchemical imitation of one, I dare say. Did you not previously assert that such a creation does not constitute true life? But he appears as an infant now. Dumbledore stood his ground, his tone unwavering and countenance grave. Alone, unloved, Tom lay upon the ice, while the two leaders of the wizarding world, clad in black and white, engaged in a fierce dispute above him. Meanwhile, Abraxas had already swathed the platinum-haired infant in his robes, hastily departing, leaving only the sound of retreating footsteps. Lucius was an exceptionally adored darling among women. Narcissa, Pansy, Eileen, Amelia, these enchanting ladies were all captivated by his charm. Although they initially displayed hints of sorrow and grief upon their first encounter, when little Lucius lifted his delicate face and sweetly addressed them with soft, polite tones, it was as if a spell had been cast. Their eyes sparkled with delight, the clouds of gloom evaporating, erupting into joyous laughter as they clamored to embrace him, delightfully pinching his chubby cheeks and playfully teasing him. Lucius blinked his large eyes, nestled amidst the enthusiastic affection of the ladies, silently marveling. Women are indeed capricious. Though enveloped in the adoration of the ladies, Lucius preferred to frolic freely with boys of his own age, despite their frequent skirmishes. His first encounter with Tom transpired during his father's meeting with a white-bearded elder, whose azure eyes bore a striking resemblance to Santa Claus. Lucius timidly hid behind his father's robes, stealing curious glances at the stranger. The boy possessed black hair and dark eyes, a stark contrast to the elderly man's white hair and blue eyes, unlike the platinum locks and gray-blue eyes he shared with his father, clearly indicating their blood relation. As he scrutinized, the boy boldly approached, shattering the silence. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Just call me Riddle. I despise the name Tom." No sooner had he spoken than the elder gently but firmly rapped his head. "Do not be so impolite, Tom." The elder's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Tom shrugged nonchalantly, a rebellious smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of effortless charm. Shortly thereafter, his father and the old man retreated to the study for a chat, leaving Lucius and Tom Riddle to play alone in the parlor. After a while, they both rushed out, driven by Lucius's wails. Lucius, sobbing uncontrollably, his platinum hair in disarray, appeared utterly pitiful. Clutching his father's pant leg, he choked out, "Wah. He says he has 2 daddies, and I only have one. Only 2 people can have children, so I must not be his real son. Wah, Daddy. Am I not your biological child? Of course you are my biological son." Abraxas tenderly embraced his son, gently patting his back to soothe him while casting a fierce glare at the boy on the ground. Yet, the boy seemed entirely unfazed, boldly proclaiming, "My other daddy said that children do not just appear out of nowhere. I was simply a result of my 2 daddies fighting in bed, and Merlin allowed me to appear before them." "Oh, how romantic," he boasted. Dumbledore's eyelids twitched violently, his face turning a deep shade of purple, while his white beard trembled like a sail in a tempest. He dashed forward in a flurry, taking 2 steps at a time, firmly clasping Tom's mouth with his left hand while his right hand, akin to lifting a kitten, seized the nape of his neck. As he spoke, "We'll chat again next time," he plunged into the fireplace. It was only after he had entered that he remembered to release the powder, resulting in a small singe on his beard. Lucius mused that the boy would likely face a scolding upon his return, as would his other father. Extra 1. The Dads, Part 2. At the tender age of 4, Tom Riddle displayed a profound discontent with his name. This dissatisfaction reached a crescendo after Harry Potter took them to watch a cartoon featuring Tom and Jerry, where the perpetually tormented cat bore the same name as his own, an intolerable irony. That morning, during breakfast, he abruptly slammed his spoon down, causing the porcelain bowl to emit a sharp clatter against the wooden table. "I've had enough of this name," he exclaimed, tilting his head back. His black eyes ignited with a stubborn flame. "Why must I share a name with that clumsy, foolish cat who is always outsmarted by mice? I refuse to be called Tom any longer." Suddenly, Tom withdrew a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket, the still wet ink forming twisted arrows that connected the letters haphazardly. He slapped the paper next to the jar of jam, his fingers, sticky with oatmeal, jabbing at the reconfigured letters. "Look, I've rearranged all the letters." His eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness. "Voldemort, doesn't that sound 1,000 times more imposing than Tom?" Before he could finish, The sharp crack of a porcelain cup shattering and the thunderous crash of a wooden chair toppling resounded simultaneously. Grindelwald had knocked over a steaming cup of red tea, and Dumbledore's fork clattered to the floor. The fathers emitted a sharp explosion of sound. Tom stumbled back, startled by the sudden commotion. Grindelwald swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at him with a look of fierce determination, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Has he regained his memory? This name cannot be a coincidence. Should I eliminate him now to prevent future troubles? Dumbledore quickly grasped his wrist, restraining the wand. If he truly regained his memory, would he be so brazen as to reveal it to us? I don't think so. As he spoke, he pressed down on Grindelwald's wand. Put that away. You'll frighten the child. Clearly, Tom Riddle was not frightened. He regarded their reactions with curiosity. Isn't this name good? Dumbledore's face twisted into a smile that was almost painfully gentle. Dear Tom, your full name is actually Tom Riddle Dumbledore. Perhaps introducing yourself with your middle name would be more unique? No sooner had he spoken than he felt Grindelwald's heated gaze upon him. Though Grindelwald's wand remained poised in midair, his attention had shifted entirely from the child to Dumbledore, incredulously exclaiming, "Why should he carry your surname?" Dumbledore, exasperated, retorted, "Why shouldn't he bear my surname? Shouldn't our child carry my name?" Grindelwald appeared distinctly perturbed at the notion. You want him to take the name Grindelwald? Dumbledore's blue eyes widened in disbelief. What will your followers think when they learn the Dark Lord's child has come into the world? It will unleash chaos across the European magical community. I don't care. He should take my name, Grindelwald insisted, his frustration palpable. I truly fail to understand what there is to argue about. Their banter escalated, and before long, the wand had transformed into a tool of tug-of-war, eventually leading to a stumble, and in the midst of their quarrel, they found themselves embracing each other. Riddle shrugged, accustomed to the entangled duo, casually scooping up a sugar cube that had rolled to his feet and popping it into his mouth before skipping away to play. The dining hall echoed with their intermittent bickering and other assorted sounds. Such antics unfolded at least thrice a week. Alas, the affection between the fathers was quite the headache. Extra 1. The Dads, Part 2. Tom Riddle resided in the old Dumbledore estate nestled in Godric's Hollow along with his fathers. The very name of this abode betrayed its owner. This ivy-clad old house exuded warmth. The doorframe was engraved with the Dumbledore family crest, while the musty parchment in the library still bore the sweet scent of honey butter. The tapestries in the sitting room wove silver-blue magical patterns, and even the sugar jar on the breakfast table was adorned with the iconic phoenix emblem of the Dumbledore family. Upon entering, one would behold the gilded rules inscribed on the ebony board. No dark magic, no uncivil language, no acts of violence. These meticulously penned regulations seemed tailored specifically for Grindelwald in Riddle's eyes. Whenever the silver-haired wizard unleashed audacious black flames from his wand, Dumbledore would promptly intervene, reprimanding him for corrupting the child. Young Riddle often hid behind the spiral staircase, watching the dynamic between his two fathers. He observed Grindelwald, during reprimands, loosen his tie, pacing like a caged black panther. Yet he never dared to confront Dumbledore directly. It always culminated in Grindelwald bowing his head in acceptance of punishment. This only solidified Riddle's belief. The man who flung his black cloak with such flair was merely a domesticated pet. Thus, when Grindelwald attempted to teach him the levitation charm, young Riddle would tilt his chin defiantly, casting a scornful glance with his dark eyes, for in Dumbledore's residence, Dumbledore was the true master, and Grindelwald, like him, was merely another guest enjoying the hospitality. Until one day, Dumbledore had to remain at the school for an extended period to oversee its affairs, leaving no time to care for him. And he repeatedly instructed Grindelwald not to leave the child alone at home. Consequently, Grindelwald took him to Nurmengard Castle. The solitary fortress at the edge of the snowy plains loomed like a dormant beast, its obsidian towers piercing the leaden clouds. Upon entering the castle, Riddle felt his breath catch. Bronze candelabras flowed with ethereal blue flames, and the trophy room showcased shattered crowns and cursed scepters, while the Gothic dome draped with magical chains entwined in dark violet smoke. The glowing runes on the walls pulsed with Grindelwald's footsteps, casting his shadow as if he were a dark deity. Is all of this yours? Riddle gazed up, his voice trembling, his black eyes reflecting the light from the wall sconces. This is even cooler than Hogwarts. He recalled his visit to Hogwarts with Dumbledore, and suddenly, the corridors and classrooms of that school seemed pale and uninspiring in comparison. Will this castle be mine after you die? Riddle asked excitedly. Nearby, Winda halted, scrutinizing the boy who bore no resemblance to Grindelwald. Grindelwald rolled his eyes, retorting, "Dream on, kid. You don't even carry the Grindelwald surname. What gives you the right?" Before he could finish, Riddle suddenly clutched at the hem of his robe. Looking up with a flushed face, his eyes sparkled brightly. "I can change my surname right now. Just give me the castle." Grindelwald replied lethargically, You don't have the authority to decide that. Albus wouldn't agree. Winda turned sharply toward Grindelwald, shock evident in her eyes at the unexpected pairing. If you're so powerful, why do you still heed Dumbledore's words? Riddle asked incredulously. I could stay in Germany with you. Then he wouldn't be able to control us. Grindelwald's eye twitched violently, his teeth clenched as he replied. Do you have any idea how much effort I spent to stay in Albus's old estate? If you're so eager to be a lonely spirit in this freezing wasteland, then be my guest. I'm going back. Thus, after Grindelwald finished his affairs in Germany, Riddle could only reluctantly accompany him back to Godric's Hollow once more. However, the time spent in Germany evidently captivated him. Upon returning to the Riddle family home in Godric's Hollow, he was perpetually lost in thought. The floating cursed tomes and the swirling dark purple smoke of dark magic within the castle of Nurmengard seemed etched into his very soul. For an entire month thereafter, every corner of Hogsmeade echoed with the bold proclamation of the youth. I shall become a Dark Lord even more formidable than Grindelwald. It was a sentiment that somehow reached Dumbledore's ears. One morning, after wandering outside, Riddle returned home humming a discordant tune, only to catch sight of Grindelwald struggling down the intricately carved staircase, as if stripped of his very bones. The once mighty silver-haired sorcerer had reverted to the visage of a youthful golden-haired man. Riddle had witnessed this maneuver many times before. Whenever Grindelwald had gotten himself into trouble, he would resort to transfiguration to assume his youthful handsome form, hoping to soften Dumbledore's heart with his boyish charm. Yet, in this moment, that striking face was contorted in distress, the collar of his white shirt askew, fresh crimson marks winding around his collarbone. Curse my misfortune, Grindelwald grumbled through clenched teeth, his knuckles white as he clung to the banister. The two collided at a corner, and the Dark Lord erupted in fury, much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You little brat, do you still wish to be a Dark Lord? Watch as I reduce you to a mere shadow of your ambitions. Riddle turned to flee, but alas, he could not escape the clutches of the Dark Lord. Thus, that day, Riddle found himself, like Grindelwald, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. In a side story, Harry's mother hailed from a Muggle family of wizards, while his father, James, delighted in tinkering with Muggle contraptions. Thus Harry was well acquainted with many fascinating technological marvels. On this particular day, he unveiled an unfamiliar gadget, eager to astound Lucius and Tom Riddle. Behold this. It is called a game console. With an air of mystery, Harry produced a palm-sized handheld gaming device, pressed the power button, and immediately, a vibrant screen flickered to life with a pixelated display of red and blue. My dad secretly procured this from a Muggle game store, and my mom still has no idea. Can such a small box truly play games? Tom Riddle inquired, seemingly nonchalant but intently observing every press of Harry's fingers. Look, this is the King of Fighters. Harry expertly maneuvered the directional pad, unleashing purple flames on the screen. My dad can win 10 games in a row with Kyokusanagi, but I prefer racing games. Before he could finish, Riddle snatched the device, exclaiming, let me try. Soon, the three heads were huddled together, the cacophony of button presses mingling with gasps of awe. Riddle quickly mastered the game mechanics, executing a finishing move that obliterated his opponent. I never knew it could be played like this, Harry exclaimed, his hair fluttering with excitement. Thus, the children embarked on a journey of discovery, burying themselves in the game console whenever they gathered. Lucius, however, found little interest in these games. Watching the screen filled with monochrome blocks, he deemed it utterly mundane. For reasons unknown, he felt the graphics too crude, envisioning a world where vast screens displayed lifelike images, where characters spoke with the vibrancy of reality rather than the pixelated blips and jarring sounds before him. Yet Riddle was entirely captivated. Once he grasped the game console, he found himself unable to look away, utterly entranced. Riddle became infatuated with the King of Fighters, his dark eyes ignited with an obsessive yearning for victory. He would incessantly murmur, there is nothing more exhilarating than defeating an opponent. Consequently, for an entire month, he pestered Dumbledore, insisting the elderly wizard procure him a similar game console. However, this proved to be a considerable challenge for a nearly century-old man who didn't even know where to find a Muggle game store. In desperation, Dumbledore resorted to seeking out James and Lily for assistance. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's game console was a covert purchase by James, kept secret from Lily. Thus, when Dumbledore found himself seated in the Potter household's parlor, having finished the hot tea poured by Lily, he casually inquired where one might acquire a game console, only to witness James's face drain of color. Lily, initially perplexed, quickly grasped the situation, her expression darkening. Coincidentally, Harry had just returned home that morning with new glasses. This led to the inevitable suspicion that perhaps the game console had harmed his eyesight. Dumbledore soon realized he might have inadvertently caused trouble. The elderly wizard promptly excused himself, and that evening, The Potter household echoed with the pleas of a father and son, a spectacle to which he was powerless to respond. After the secret of the game console was revealed and confiscated, Harry and Riddle were, as if ensnared by a soul-stealing curse. They languished against the stone pillars of the corridor, exchanging accusations. It's your fault for mentioning it too many times. You were the one who played too recklessly. Their mutual grievances hung thick in the air. Even more absurdly, they often found themselves pressing invisible buttons in the void, chanting the names of their moves, while scribbling pixelated figures on parchment with erratic doodles. Lucius could only sigh in exasperation at the sight of his two despondent companions. This incident became Riddle's most profound obsession of childhood, to the extent that upon receiving his first paycheck as an adult, he unhesitatingly splurged it all on a PS2. Many years later, on a certain morning, when Riddle, clad in a sharp suit, cradled the gleaming black machine, attempting to con Harry by claiming it was a new type of VCD, the platinum aristocrat could only chuckle in bemusement, dismissing it as mere folly. However, this indulgence swiftly spiraled out of control. For 3 consecutive days, Riddle locked himself in his guest room, relying on the family house elf to deliver meals. When Lucius peeked through the door crack, catching sight of the littered snack wrappers and the incessantly flashing game screen, the elegant noble could no longer tolerate the situation and cut off the electricity to Malfoy Manor. "No, Lucius, you cannot do this to me. I was just about to defeat the boss." The door burst open, and Riddle, hair disheveled and face pale with dark circles under his eyes, stumbled out in his pajamas, which hung askew on him. This disheveled appearance caused Lucius's eye to twitch involuntarily. "You see, Riddle," he said slowly, adjusting his cuff, "you reside in Malfoy Manor, and your sustenance and living arrangements require funds. Now that you have a job, you are expected to contribute a monthly fee of 800 galleons. "What?" Riddle's voice shot up an octave. "You heard me correctly." Lucius sipped from his silver teacup. "I suggest you focus on your work rather than immersing yourself in a virtual realm." "No, I refuse to work. I only want to stay home and play games." Riddle raged like a petulant child. "You can move out right now. I would rather not see or hear you sulking about in some dingy cellar while gaming," Lucius retorted. Riddle fell silent, his gaze fixed on the intricate Malfoy family crest on the floor, his throat constricting as he struggled to find a curse to utter. Eventually, he averted his eyes, dragging his feet back to his room. Lucius, slicing a freshly delivered blackberry pie with a silver knife, continued nonchalantly. "If you do not present yourself at the ministry by 9 o'clock, I shall have Dobby bury your game console in the garden mud." He would surely relish such a task. Riddle's slippers halted abruptly on the Persian carpet. He shot up, the gilded clock's hands mercilessly indicating 8:40. Riddle's temple throbbed with agitation. Amidst the stifled laughter of house elves, he abruptly slammed the door shut. The room echoed with the rustle of flying garments and the heavy thud of polished shoes striking the ground. Moments later, the door was violently thrust open once more. He stood there impeccably dressed, though his tie was askew and the second button of his shirt was misaligned with the third buttonhole. He glared menacingly at the snickering house elves, then plunged headlong into the emerald flames of the fireplace, vanishing amidst the crackling sparks. Extra 3, Memories. Lucius began experiencing peculiar dreams at the tender age of 8, in which he appeared far older than he was. The scenes within these dreams were vivid, some depicting the mundane world a century hence, others the magical realm from years past, a chaotic jumble. For reasons unknown, he was certain these events had indeed transpired. Yet, the worlds within his dreams were not as idyllic as his current existence. Most unsettling of all was the visage of Tom Riddle within those dreams. His dearest friend, Tom Riddle, manifested in the dreams as a malevolent figure, his eyes devoid of warmth, glinting with cold calculation, the tip of his wand casting a spine-chilling green light. When the dream version of himself was pinned against the wall, waves of pain coursing through his back, Lucius could even feel the frantic rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat. Riddle consistently tormented him in these dreams, and Lucius found himself weeping on numerous occasions. Thus, he resolved to unilaterally sever ties with him for a week. However, after merely 3 days of evasion, Riddle climbed through his window to seek him out. That night, the window creaked softly as moonlight poured through the gap, illuminating Riddle as he nimbly entered like a lithe wildcat. "What do you want?" Young Lucius mumbled into the velvet sheets, revealing a pair of glistening silver-gray eyes. "Curse you!" Riddle exclaimed, discarding his little shoes with a couple of thuds as they hit the floor. He deftly climbed onto the bed, pushing the curled-up Lucius deeper into the soft bedding. Lucius blinked. "Have you remembered to?" "Humph," Riddle huffed indignantly. "You betrayed me. It's all your fault. You turned me into a little brat. And now I'm stuck under the old bee's watch." "I'm sorry," Lucius weakly replied, his eyes brimming with tears, "but you started it. I still intend to bully you," Riddle declared with a wicked grin, lifting Lucius's nightgown to expose his soft little belly. He playfully rubbed the belly, which resembled a jelly, and feigned an attempt to tug down Lucius's trousers, only to be suddenly thwarted by the boy's firm grip, his chubby fingers turning pale from the exertion. Lucius desperately clutched his waistband. "No, you can't do that," he protested feebly. "You can't even rise to the occasion now." He uttered the most potent retort in the meekest tone, leaving Riddle utterly deflated. He was reminded that he was, in fact, only 8 years old. Undeterred, he playfully twirled his rosy little nose, prompting Lucius to glance at the adorable feature and stifle a laugh. Teasing, at this point, it can only serve one purpose. And that's to pee. Ha ha ha. Fuming with embarrassment, Riddle suddenly pounced, pinning Lucius down on the bed and tickling him. Lucius rolled around in laughter, kicking his legs in a futile attempt to fend off Riddle's mischievous hands. Their laughter and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the room as they tussled beneath the silk sheets, sending lavender-scented feathers into the air. After exhausting themselves, Riddle collapsed onto Lucius, listening to the rapid rise and fall of the boy's chest against his ear. The candlelight cast a soft glow on Lucius's flushed face, the tear-streaked lashes resembling fluttering butterflies. Riddle gazed at the enchanting little figure, planting a damp kiss on those cream-scented lips. He buried his face in Lucius's platinum locks, inhaling the sweet aroma of honey cake. In that moment, the years of intrigue and conflict crumbled into dust, leaving only the soft warmth of the body in his embrace and the comforting rhythm of their breaths. "How lovely," he whispered against the heated earlobe, his voice delicate as if to meld with the moonlight. Of course, the petty-minded Riddle did not forget Lucius's mockery of his little nose that day. Thus, many years later, under Riddle's relentless pressure, Lucius profoundly reflected on his earlier misstep, expressing boundless remorse, and wept rivers of tears, a tale for another time. Extra 4. Restraint. Dumbledore had always embodied justice and kindness, but did not consider himself an unprincipled saint. However, in Grindelwald's eyes, raising his nemesis as if he were his own child was an act only the Virgin Mary could accomplish. To prevent this dark wizard from unleashing chaos upon the world as an adult, Grindelwald repeatedly urged Dumbledore until he finally relented. While the child was still in swaddling, the two quietly laid down a restriction. Yet both were aged and required someone who could both subdue Riddle and share a similar lifespan to wield this restriction. After much deliberation, young Lucius emerged as the prime candidate. Thus, a magical array was subtly inscribed upon Riddle's heart, one that only Lucius could activate, directly controlling Riddle's body upon initiation. They chose not to reveal this secret to the two children, intending to observe young Riddle's development before deciding whether to activate the restriction. However, this secret was ultimately discovered by the children themselves. This occurred during their second year at Hogwarts. Initially, their fathers hesitated to allow them a return to the magical school, but as the two little rascals grew older, their mischief escalated impressively. Riddle, of course, being close to the Potter household, caused no small amount of trouble for the residents of Godric's Hollow alongside Harry. With Sirius frequently swooping in to rally the children, Lucius found himself swept up in the chaos, transforming even the previously well-mannered Lucius into a wild child. Thus, the fathers, without a shred of hesitation, promptly enrolled them all in Hogwarts. To return to the main narrative, in their second year, Riddle inexplicably recalled that an old friend resided within the Chamber of Secrets. Stealthily, he snuck into the subterranean chamber, listening to the basilisk lament its profound solitude. Softened by its plight, he contemplated letting it out for some fresh air. However, as soon as he opened the chamber door, he was caught red-handed by Lucius. Furious, Lucius's robes fluttered slightly with indignation. Riddle, however, feigned innocence, as if he were merely taking a common pet for a stroll. "I was merely letting it enjoy some fresh air. Look, I even covered its eyes," he asserted, lifting his chin defiantly. Lucius followed Riddle's gaze and indeed saw that the serpent's eyes were obscured by a crooked silver-green velvet tie, a sight most comical. "It can still swallow you whole." Lucius fumed, the veins in his temple throbbing, his wand barely contained within his sleeve. "I never consume humans," the basilisk hissed, its voice a sibilant echo. Riddle immediately translated. Adopting a nonchalant tone, "It claims it never eats humans. You expect me to believe that nonsense?" Lucius retorted, hands on hips, his expression darkening. Riddle shrugged indifferently, fingertips caressing the basilisk's cold scales. "Believe it or not, it's your choice. I'll just take it for a quick spin in the Forbidden Forest and return without alarming anyone." "Stop." Lucius's fury reached its peak, his voice laced with ice, disappointment bubbling in his eyes. "Have you forgotten it has killed before? I once believed you had truly changed, yet you remain indifferent to the lives of others." His chest heaved violently, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "You have deeply disappointed me. How can I trust you in this state? If you are still as cold-hearted as before, I would rather perish alongside you." Amidst the emotional turmoil, the magic within him surged uncontrollably like a tidal wave. That heart-wrenching agitation collided directly with the hidden mark upon Riddle's heart. Riddle abruptly arched his back, clutching his chest as violent spasms nearly curled him into a ball. And in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Lucius, terrified, scrambled over, and as his fingertips touched Riddle's feverish skin, he witnessed a swirling golden magic circle emerge from Riddle's chest. The radiance intensified, tightening inward in concentric circles, as if to crush his very heart. "No, no, don't do this." Lucius panicked, attempting to support him, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Stop. That was not my intention." Before he could finish, the menacing golden circle abruptly receded like a receding tide, its brilliance dimming rapidly until it vanished entirely beneath Riddle's pale skin. Gasping for breath, Riddle slowly sat up, clutching his chest, his gaze towards Lucius filled with confusion and lingering fear. What just happened?" "This is a twin bond." The basilisk nearby slithered closer, its tongue flicking as it hissed in explanation. "One individual possesses absolute control over the other." When he spoke of dying together, the magic was activated, nearly crushing your heart. It was only when he recanted that the magic ceased. Riddle fell silent for a moment, his eyes lowering to the location of his heart. A flicker of understanding glimmering in his gaze, likely the handiwork of those two old fools. Strangely enough, with his life in the hands of this small white ferret, he felt it was not as dreadful as it could be. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely fought to the death. "I'm fine now." Riddle met Lucius's worried gaze, clutching his chest as pain flickered across his face. "It's your fault for saying you wanted me dead. It grieved me deeply." My heart felt as if it would shatter. He lifted his eyes to Lucius, his lashes seemingly glistening with moisture. "I have already died for you once. Cannot that earn me a modicum of your trust?" Lucius felt his heart soften at Riddle's words, guilt washing over him like warm water. Yet he maintained a stubborn facade. "But you cannot simply unleash the basilisk to wreak havoc. It must be returned to the chamber at once." The residual power of the magic still lingered in his bones, and Riddle distinctly felt a force compelling him to acquiesce, leaving him unable to argue. He pouted, reluctantly conceding, and followed Lucius down to the dungeons. Lucius deftly tied his own green tie around the basilisk's mouth in a tight knot, firmly grasping the ends. Thus, in the stillness of the Hogwarts night, an unusual scene unfolded. Lucius led the way, holding the basilisk like a pet, followed by a visibly disgruntled Riddle. The three of them parading back to the chamber under Lucius's watchful eye. Despite Riddle managing to evade scrutiny that day, Lucius never forgot the magic circle that had suddenly manifested upon his chest. Before long, piecing together scattered clues, he uncovered the truth. He could control Riddle. This revelation thrilled Lucius like a child with a newfound toy. For an entire week, he found ways to command Riddle through this magic. One moment, he would have him serve tea. The next, he would request a shoulder massage, treating the once mighty dark wizard as a domesticated house elf. Each time he witnessed Riddle's reluctant compliance, he couldn't help but revel in secret delight. Riddle could only laugh in exasperation. Within the entire wizarding world, it seemed only Lucius, upon mastering such formidable magic, would occupy his thoughts solely with trivial tasks, finding immense amusement in them. If it were Ron, he would have long since concocted schemes to have him devour slugs. As he gazed at Lucius's triumphant profile, sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate his slightly raised chin, a wave of tenderness washed over him. His beloved truly was a soft-hearted little ferret. Epilogue 5. Learning. Lucius had always held confidence in his scientific approach to studying, coupled with his considerable talent. He never imagined he would be outdone in academics. In his past life, Voldemort frequently scrutinized his assignments, meting out punishments, and though he bore a deep resentment, he ultimately succumbed to the Dark Lord's intimidation. Ever since entering Hogwarts alongside Riddle, he had harbored ambitions to compete with him, only to discover he was consistently outshone, which left him deeply vexed. The highest grade for assignments was merely an O, yet Riddle's papers effortlessly earned the professor's unreserved praise. In his 5th year, Riddle penned an essay titled On the Symbiotic Relationship Between Magical Creatures and Their Environments and Its Impact on Wizarding Society. He meticulously observed and documented the behaviors of various magical creatures, such as unicorns, centaurs, and spiders, and their interactions with the surrounding magical environment. In his writing, he posited that magical creatures do not exist in isolation. They influence one another and collaboratively construct a delicate ecosystem, and that the development of wizarding society should acknowledge and judiciously utilize this ecological relationship. The professors were astounded by the depth and foresight of this essay, recommending its publication in the global wizarding journal Magical Frontiers. Numerous research forums extended olive branches to this yet-to-graduate student, inviting him to serve as a mentor in relevant academic discussions. In contrast, Lucius felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and resentment. His own essays were commendable, but compared to Riddle's, they lacked innovation and breakthrough. It took him 3 long years to transition from initial indignation and relentless study to ultimately surrendering to the chasm between them. "You've done remarkably well." Riddle patted Lucius's shoulder, pride unabashed in his tone. "Most would feel inadequate in the face of my excellence and bow their heads in submission. Yet you stubbornly held out for 3 years before conceding. That takes courage." Lucius rolled his eyes, tilting his chin towards his shoulder. "Right there, a little more pressure, please." Riddle hesitated momentarily, but ultimately persevered, massaging him patiently. In truth, it wasn't just academics. Even among students, he found himself eclipsed by Riddle's influence. In terms of lineage, he bore the illustrious name of the Malfoy family, while Riddle concealed his true identity and entered the school under the surname Dumbledore, which was loathed by Slytherin. Logically, he should have been the center of attention, while Riddle would be the pitiful outcast. Yet reality defied expectations. In his first year, Riddle became the undisputed leader of his peers, commanding respect with his adeptness in defense against the dark arts. Those once drawn to Lucius found themselves unwittingly captivated by Riddle's charisma. By the 3rd year, he was elected Slytherin's prefect with overwhelming votes. Even the proudest of prefects yielded to him. By 5th year, he ascended to the role of head boy, and even the most unruly students subdued their arrogance in his presence. By 7th year, the badge symbolizing the highest honor at the school, that of student council president, was firmly pinned to Riddle's chest. Lucius gazed at the gleaming badge, sighing inwardly as he acknowledged the chasm that lay between them. Since their first year at Hogwarts, they had been assigned to the same dormitory, their mahogany 4-poster beds positioned side by side against the wall. Lucius's silver and green crest pillowcase always nestled against Riddle's simple black silk one. By the 5th year, it was only natural for them to transition to the Slytherin common room, sharing a suite adorned with velvet carpets and a fireplace that perpetually crackled with warmth. This familiar room inevitably stirred memories of their past. Lucius would express his discontent, lamenting how Riddle always relished in making his life difficult, while Riddle would chuckle, remarking that Lucius had once been obedient and demure, a stark contrast to the commanding figure he had become. As they progressed to their 7th year, Riddle was elected student council president, and the opulent presidential suite, complete with a private balcony and scenic windows, became their new abode. The balcony was graced with potted silver daisies, Riddle's unfinished thesis sprawled across the desk, and even the robes hanging in the wardrobe, one embroidered with the Malfoy crest and the other adorned with the president's badge, were closely intertwined. From the ages of 11 to 17, they remained inseparable through every dawn and dusk within the castle's embrace. In an epilogue, Riddle graduated not long ago and, bolstered by impeccable grades, 3 award-winning papers, a Merlin's Medal, and the support of the Malfoy family, became the youngest minister of magic in history. As for Lucius, he comfortably secured the position of secretary of the ministry, standing steadfastly behind Riddle each day, his gaze fixed upon him to ensure that the newly appointed minister would adhere to his responsibilities. In Lucius's own words, he was determined to see whether, now that he was the minister and the entire wizarding world had its eyes upon him, Riddle would dare to indulge in all-night gaming sessions and skip work at whim. On this day, they attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the magical public library. Just as the event was reaching its midpoint, a throng of reporters surged forward, hurling questions that had little to do with the ceremony. "Mr. Riddle, there are rumors that you bear a striking resemblance to the late Dark Lord. What are your thoughts?" A shrill voice piped up first. Without lifting his eyelids, Riddle coolly replied, "Just watching." Ahem. Lucius, standing behind him, coughed lightly twice, a clear reminder. Riddle pursed his lips, reluctantly adding, "It's merely a coincidence. I have no connection to him whatsoever." Another reporter immediately pressed on, "Mr. Malfoy, you have consistently claimed to be the son of the former minister, Lucius Malfoy. How has your father's heroic demise alongside the Dark Lord impacted you?" Lucius had just begun to smile and respond when Riddle abruptly interjected, "That's a personal matter. It's not your place to inquire." Riddle raised an eyebrow at the questioner, his tone decidedly ungracious. At that moment, a shout erupted from the edges of the crowd. "Minister, when do you and Mr. Malfoy plan to marry?" Riddle's eyes sparkled instantly, his expression brimming with uncontainable excitement as he stood on tiptoe to peer toward the source of the voice, exclaiming, "At the end of the year. We shall marry at year's end. If anyone is free, do come join us for the celebration." "Be quiet," Lucius hissed, pinching him sharply at his side, his voice low and seething with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. This was precisely what one would call private. Yet, his words were drowned out by the reporters' uproar and the surrounding crowd's chatter. That declaration of a year-end wedding took flight like a bird, swiftly becoming the most sensational topic throughout the wizarding world. Ultimately, the wedding was set to take place at Malfoy Manor. As the morning mist lingered, White roses adorned the intricately carved stone pillars, and silver-green satin billowed gently in the breeze, exuding a soft sheen that rendered the ancient estate even more exquisite. Senior officials from the ministry, heads of pureblood families, affluent merchants from Diagon Alley, and a group of somewhat out-of-place young wizards gathered in the garden, some holding champagne glasses with dignified smiles while others jovially mingled, neglecting even the exquisite treats presented by the house elves. Harry Potter, clutching a glass of butterbeer, stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze fixated on the newlyweds kissing before the fountain. Riddle's black dress robes were adorned with a serpentine brooch, accentuating the sharp lines of his profile. Yet, when he cast his eyes down at Lucius, the shadows cast by his lashes were unexpectedly gentle. Lucius's silver hair was tied back with a green gemstone band. His chin, usually held high, now rested lightly against Riddle's shoulder, their platinum and ebony locks entwined as morning dew slipped quietly from the rosebuds in his hands. Harry tapped his beer glass with a finger, swallowing hard as he turned to Ron and Hermione beside him, murmuring, "Isn't this all rather peculiar? Back when the three of us used to tumble on the grass in Godric's Hollow, fighting over the same branch to use as a wand, who could have foreseen this?" He paused, watching a swan in the fountain flap its wings in alarm, his face a mix of confusion and absurdity. And now, years later, those two rascals are actually getting married? With his mouth full of foie gras sandwiches, Ron mumbled, Maybe they were rolling in the mud together while you were on your own." Hermione patted Harry's back with a sigh. "Don't look so despondent, Harry. Look at old Mr. Malfoy. His expression seems like he might crush that champagne glass. He probably finds this even more baffling than you do." Following Hermione's gaze, Harry indeed spotted Abraxas Malfoy standing not far away, his platinum brows furrowed in a tight knot, his face clouded with gloom, knuckles whitening from gripping his glass too tightly. Harry couldn't help but smirk at the sight of him, feeling an unexpected twinge of sympathy. Sunlight filtered through layers of decorative gauze, casting speckled light upon the entwined hair of Riddle and Lucius, resembling a scattering of crushed gold leaf. In the distance, the loud crack of magical fireworks ignited by the Weasley twins startled a white peacock, sending it flapping up to the branches. Harry, startled, nearly spilled his butterbeer, the pale golden foam spilling over the rim and splashing onto his hand with a cool touch. Yet his gaze never wavered from the couple before the fountain. Amidst the rising cheers, Riddle leaned in slightly, Lucius placed his hand on Riddle's shoulder, and they embraced amidst a shower of rose petals, as if even the wind had softened its pace. As Harry beheld that moment, the inexplicable heaviness in his heart suddenly dissipated. Perhaps there was nothing amiss about it after all. After all, in this world, those who genuinely love one another deserve all the blessings they can receive. In the subsequent epilogue, not long after their marriage, Riddle suddenly expressed a desire for a child. Lucius, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I have always supported you. If you wish for one, then you may bear it yourself." Riddle was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his voice. "Shouldn't it be you who bears the child? Where is the rule that states I must?" Lucius shot him a sidelong glance, his tone laced with casual mockery. No, it cannot be me." Riddle shook his head vehemently, clearly unable to accept such a proposition. Yet, it was evident he had no intention of conceding easily. The following morning, as Lucius entered the dining room, he was taken aback to find Riddle unusually positioned at the preparation counter, clumsily extracting apple juice. "Oh, my dear, you're awake. Come and taste the juice I made with my own hands," Riddle said, approaching with a cup, his tone imbued with an almost suffocating tenderness. Lucius raised an eyebrow, accepted the cup, placing it aside, and proceeded to sit down to breakfast without uttering a word about the juice. Riddle, seated beside him, found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the untouched cup and could no longer contain himself. "My dear, wouldn't you like to sample my handiwork?" Lucius looked at him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently caressed Riddle's cheek. "Of course, I wish to taste it, but more than the juice, I long to admire you. The fact that you would go to such lengths for me fills my heart with joy, sweeter than any nectar." His tone was sincere, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. "However, I cannot allow myself to indulge in your creation without sharing. Why don't you sample it first for me?" Riddle was momentarily taken aback, realizing the understanding in Lucius's gaze, and hesitated to reach for the glass, remaining frozen in place. Observing this, Lucius let out a soft laugh and returned to his breakfast. Thus, the round ended in a stalemate. From that day forward, Malfoy Manor became a battleground of wits between the two, each determined to make the other consume the fertility potion first. Today, Lucius had mixed the potion into Riddle's customary black coffee, only to be swiftly unmasked as Riddle poured the entire concoction into the house elf's cleaning bucket. Tomorrow, while Lucius indulged in a bath, Riddle stealthily added the potion to the wine by the tub, only to have Lucius pour it straight into the toilet. Lucius would offer Riddle spiced milk while he perused the newspaper, and Riddle would retaliate by adding the potion to Lucius's celebratory elixir. This back-and-forth battle of subterfuge continued without a clear victor, yet both seemed enchanted by the game, the tension escalating. Only Severus Snape, caught in the middle, was left to endure the excruciating process of brewing the potion. The Half-Blood Prince found himself compelled to concoct the fertility potion for an entire month, ultimately reaching his breaking point one fateful morning, beset by Lucius's threats of burning his private stash and Riddle's ominous warning of imprisonment in a cell with a Dementor. As the two argued vehemently over who should bear a child, Snape silently dragged over a cauldron taller than himself and unceremoniously dumped the eerie, silvery potion into the main water supply of Malfoy Manor. Coincidentally, that evening, the manor hosted a wizarding gala, as Parkinson toasted with Erin. The bubbles in her drink carried an unusual sweetness, while Sirius, oblivious to the potion's subtle shimmer at the bottom of his cup, wrestled with Remus for pumpkin juice. Meanwhile, Lucius and Riddle continued their contest on the terrace, one insisting, "You drink first, and I'll join you," while the other turned away, huffing that he wouldn't drink unless the other tried first. Unbeknownst to all, the potion had silently infiltrated everything from the fountain to the wine cellar, from the lemonade in the banquet hall to the bedtime tea in the guest rooms. A month later, the British magical community was thrown into utter chaos. As Lucius gazed into the mirror, perplexed by his suddenly rounded waistline, Riddle clutched his abdomen, a look of pallor on his face. Parkinson screamed, shattering her new perfume bottle, while Erin's trembling hands attempted to support her. In the living room, Sirius, holding Remus, danced about, exclaiming that it must have been last night's overindulgence, adamantly denying any possibility of pregnancy. This unforeseen turn of events, instigated by Snape, left no one unscathed. Consequently, the following year, the magical community witnessed an unexpected surge of twins, many families suddenly welcoming 2 babies overnight, leading to a noticeable spike in the number of newborns in the British magical realm. This abrupt increase left the Ministry of Magic's population division utterly baffled, attributing it to particularly favorable planetary alignments for conception, unaware that the source of it all lay in that secretly enhanced soiree at Malfoy Manor. In a different timeline, Lucius lay lifeless. Voldemort watched helplessly as he was swallowed by the relentless waves, staining the sea crimson. He perished before Voldemort's eyes, without confronting the betrayal, slipping away without even a final glance. A seething tempest of anger and despair ignited within Voldemort's chest, threatening to consume his sanity. Unrestrained magical power burst forth, rampaging like a violent tsunami, uprooting everything in its path, reversing the flow of the sea, and shaking the very air. Even the once formidable duo of Dumbledore and Grindelwald could not withstand the ravages of time. Faced with this nearly self-destructive surge of power, their combined efforts faltered, ultimately casting them into the depths of the churning sea. On either side of the English Channel, both Death Eaters and Aurors witnessed the fierce clash among the three. Voldemort's terrifying might, unleashed against 2, injected adrenaline into the British ranks. Death Eaters howled in frenzy, while the Aurors found their morale soaring. Meanwhile, the forces of France and Germany, stripped of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's leadership, descended into chaos, their already fragile alliance crumbling, scattering like birds. The smoke of battle settled amid the sea breeze, the last vestiges of resistance dissipating into the morning mist. Voldemort hung, suspended in the air, his dark cloak billowing in the wind, surrounded by the churning gray-blue waters, the world enveloped in a haunting silence. He had won. The landscape of the European magical world was irrevocably altered by this conflict, stretching from the British Isles to the banks of the Rhine. From the shores of the Seine to the Baltic Sea, none daring to question his authority. He surveyed the devastated battlefield, the remnants of his power still tingling at his fingertips, yet his heart felt desolate. The vastness of the world lay before him, all bowing in submission. Yet the victory he had secured suddenly appeared devoid of color. Memories of Lucius flooded his mind like a relentless tide, the warmth in his gentle smile, the redness of his eyes when sorrowful, the barely contained joy upon receiving a gift, the elegance of his fingers dancing over piano keys, and the intoxicating allure of his vulnerability. Yet, in the next moment, those memories were violently torn asunder by visions of blood, Lucius's blood, splattered as he fell. The frozen expression on his face in that fleeting instant, and the unvoiced question lodged in Voldemort's throat, a hesitation he desperately denied, even amidst betrayal. The dark marks swirled ominously in the clouds. The cheers of the Death Eaters carried on the wind, muffled and distant, amplifying the thunderous roar in his heart. He had conquered all of Europe, yet in this vast emptiness, he felt an agonizing hollowness. Those powers he had trampled upon, and the territories within his grasp suddenly seemed as inconsequential as the pebbles along the shore. At that moment, a piercing wail broke through the wind's howl. jarringly piercing his ears. Voldemort looked down sharply to find, inexplicably, a massive cauldron bobbing upon the tumultuous sea. Inside it lay an infant, wailing with a volume that threatened to upheave the very waters. He dove down, his fingers softening instinctively upon contact with the child. The infant boasted a head of soft, curly platinum hair reminiscent of Lucius, yet the eyes that opened were pure black, akin to the deepest night, staring directly into his soul. In midair, Voldemort stood frozen, the small life in his arms still kicking its tiny legs and crying, warm breaths brushing against his cold hand. He gazed down at the cherubic face, with its platinum hair and dark eyes, two contrasting symbols that curiously melded within this diminutive form. For a fleeting moment, the sounds of the wind and the distant clamor faded away, leaving only the wails before him. He gently cradled the child to his chest, his black robes parting to envelop the fragile body. No one had ever witnessed such a Voldemort. There was no ferocity, no brutality, only an almost bewildered stupor. In the next instant, a drop of scalding liquid fell upon the infant's face, followed by another upon its crown of platinum hair. The invincible lord, suspended above the vast strait, shed tears unseen by any soul. "Lucius," he murmured in a voice hoarse as if sandpapered, his crimson eyes swirling with emotions he could scarcely identify. An ethereal daze of loss found anew, an unspeakable pain, or perhaps a fragile tenderness grasped just before shattering. The infant seemed to comprehend the name, its cries gradually subsiding, tiny fingers gripping one of his. That faint strength shone like a beacon, unexpectedly illuminating his desolate world. The Dark Lord's paternal existence unfolded amidst the morning mist, thick as ink, enveloping the Dark Lord's manor like a slumbering behemoth. The pointed spires pierced the gray sky, resembling the menacing spikes of a beast's spine, exuding a silent threat. Though the dawn was yet to break, the inhabitants of the manor were devoid of any slumber. Within Voldemort's chamber, 5 house elves scurried about in a frenzy. Voldemort, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and disheveled hair akin to a bird's nest ravaged by a storm, tightly clutched a wailing infant whose piercing cries could shatter eardrums. Tears, like pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, dampening the luxurious silk of his robe. "Cries. All it knows is to cry," he muttered under his breath, yet his bony fingers awkwardly patted the infant's back, clumsily handling this volatile entity as if it were a ticking time bomb. "You lot are utterly useless. Wasn't it said that every house elf is born with the ability to soothe children?" He bellowed in a suppressed rage, veins throbbing at his temples. "Particularly at you, Cece. Abraxas clearly stated you raised 3 generations of Malfoy heirs. He specifically summoned you. Can't you keep him from crying?" The house elf named Cece, terrified, began banging its head against the wall. "It's Cece's fault. Cece cannot soothe the young master." "Silence!" Voldemort roared, his robes swirling as an invisible force slammed Cece against the wall. The infant, startled by the outburst, let out an even louder wail. Voldemort, frightened to unleash further fury, furrowed his brow, an unusual hint of helplessness flickering in his crimson depths. He could compel the most defiant Death Eaters to beg for mercy. Yet he was utterly confounded by a ceaselessly crying infant. "Go fetch Abraxas," he commanded through clenched teeth, his voice reminiscent of a cornered beast. He had at least raised Lucius, which was certainly better than this inept crew. In but a moment, Abraxas stumbled into the manor, his unruly golden hair in disarray, his mourning robe askew, crashing through the entrance as if summoned by matters of great import to the entire wizarding world. Upon entering, he froze in place, the heart-wrenching wails piercing his eardrums, sharp enough to puncture the ceiling. When he finally raised his gaze, he beheld Voldemort's visage, darker than the surrounding obsidian walls, with shadows beneath his eyes like congealed ink, while his usually sleek black hair stood on end, resembling a thicket struck by lightning. A few house elves huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. The cries of the child clashed with the elves' whimpers, creating a discord that disrupted the usually eerie and enigmatic ambience of the Dark Lord's manor. Though Abraxas fancied himself a responsible single father during Lucius's infancy, it was primarily the Malfoy matriarch who attended to him, with Abraxas occasionally lending a hand. Now, faced with this red-faced infant, even the self-proclaimed composed master of the Malfoy family found himself thoroughly flustered. For half an hour, the two men, capable of inciting a bloodbath within the wizarding world, struggled with the tiny creature, both appearing utterly disheveled as the baby's cries intensified. In the end, it was Voldemort. His expression darkened, who summoned the elder Mrs. Black, and finally, the baby was soothed. "You all overfed the child. A baby this small cannot consume so much in one sitting," she scolded, gently rubbing the infant's belly with her fingertip and assisting with leg exercises. "He needs to move about. Once his gas is released, he shall cease crying." To her delight, the little one indeed quieted, offering a few delighted giggles in response to Mrs. Black, and soon curled up in her warm embrace, drifting into peaceful slumber. Voldemort's tense shoulders slumped in relief, while Abraxas produced a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his brow. They exchanged a glance, both reflecting a sense of relief mixed with a hint of unspeakable disarray. Perhaps it would be best if the elderly lady stayed here for a while, Voldemort suggested, his tone losing much of its indomitable authority. This child truly requires proper care. Abraxas nodded in agreement, observing the peacefully sleeping infant in Mrs. Black's arms, and for the first time, he perceived this typically stern matriarch as a veritable savior descended from the heavens. Thus, Mrs. Black made the Dark Lord's manor her long-term residence, nurturing the infant to plump perfection. The baby's name, Draco, emerged from a near altercation between Voldemort and Abraxas, devoid of a surname. Yet this absence of a surname did not diminish the child's significance. Anyone who had witnessed Draco at a Death Eater gathering could never forget the sight. The Dark Lord sat upon his throne, flecks of milk staining his robe, while the cherubic child rested securely upon his shoulder, pudgy little hands tugging at a lock of black hair with delight. Voldemort, devoid of any wrath, instinctively extended a hand to protect the little one, fearful of his fall. That unmasked indulgence proclaimed Draco's identity and status more explicitly than any surname ever could. From an early age, Draco displayed an extraordinary affinity for magic, his prowess far surpassing that of his peers. While other young wizards struggled for precision and flickering sparks of light, he wielded dark magic with nonchalance. A mere utterance from his lips could send the lower-ranking Death Eaters trembling in the shadows. Not a mere child's bluster, but a chilling aura steeped in inherent control, exuding an undeniable pressure. Even Abraxas's gaze towards him gradually transformed from pure admiration to an unmistakable wariness. Since the dawn of his recollection, the flattery surrounding him had never ceased. Members of pureblood families bowed and scraped before him, respectfully addressing him as Master Draco, while the children of Death Eaters mimicked his tone with wide-eyed reverence. Even the house elves, serving hot cocoa, trembled as they carried the tray, their fingers quaking uncontrollably. These sounds encased him like a gilded shell, prompting him to learn early on how to elevate his chin in disdain and measure distance with a languid tone. In the graceful elegance that belies his years lies a calculation far beyond that of a mere child, coupled with an unfathomable coldness. Upon entering Hogwarts, presided over by Severus Snape, it merely became a grander stage for him to reign as a prince. The hearth in the Slytherin common room eternally blazes with the fiercest flames, and his solitary armchair is draped in silver fox fur, causing younger students to tread lightly as they pass. He need not wield his wand personally to chastise any provocateurs. His devoted followers readily clear the path for him. The professors regard him with a mix of trepidation and indulgence, yet all are invariably awed by his astonishing magical prowess. His dominion stretches from the estate to the very confines of Hogwarts Castle, the essence of power becoming increasingly palpable. He has witnessed his grandfather Abraxas bowing before Voldemort, his face a mask of strained restraint, and has seen rebels tortured beyond recognition. Such images have never stirred a hint of fear within him. Rather, they serve as a sharpened blade, cleaving through chaos and leading him to a singular truth. Power is the sole ruler of this world. He began to actively explore darker, more formidable magics, the twisted runes shimmering enticingly before his eyes, as if beckoning him to become their master. His strength burgeoned in the shadows of night. He could conjure entirely new spells, commanding the green light of Avada Kedavra to linger at his fingertips. To him, manipulating magic was as effortless as toying with a moth. Those once regarded as adversaries faded into inconsequential dust. Harry Potter? Merely a jester living within the confines of a false prophecy, easily relegated to a position of greater humiliation than death with but a flick of his hand. Draco gradually matured into a tall young man, his features increasingly mirroring those of Lucius, the arc of his brow, the outline of his lips, all strikingly similar. Voldemort often gazed at his face, lost in thought, his eyes swirling with complex emotions, as if peering through him to another. Draco understood precisely to whom he was referring, the man he had never met yet who had granted him existence. He understood even better the depth of Voldemort's love for that individual, for the unspent fervor now flowed unreservedly upon him, elevating him to the pinnacle of power. On the day of his coming of age, Voldemort personally escorted him to the upper echelons of the International Confederation of Wizards. This place, once a symbol of the highest authority in the magical realm, had now become Voldemort's dominion. Outside the expansive windows, London lay shrouded beneath heavy clouds, robed Death Eaters patrolling the streets, while the distant spire of the Ministry of Magic flickered with an eerie green light, casting a deeper gloom upon the sky. Voldemort gently clasped Draco's hand, his voice unusually gentle. "Look, Draco, every soul before you, Every inch of land beneath your feet belongs to you. Draco tilted his head slightly, his platinum hair catching a cold glimmer in the dim light. He gazed upon the minuscule, ant-like populace, observing the entirety of the magical world prostrating beneath the shadow of dark magic. Voldemort's voice resonated in his ears, laden with unmistakable pride and satisfaction. Only you, Draco. Only you, who flows with the blood of both myself and Lucius. Only you, endowed with such formidable dark magical talent, are worthy to stand here and possess all of this. The corners of Draco's lips curled slightly. There was no youthful excitement upon his face, only an almost indifferent calm, as if all that lay before him was his birthright, requiring no surprise or exuberance. I know, he replied softly, his voice clear enough to pierce the silence of the upper chamber. From the very beginning, I have known. Adult Routine Chapter 1. Riddle pulled back the velvet sheets, his bony fingers pressing against the edge of the bed as he rose. Barefoot, he stepped onto the icy marble floor, yawning, his hair disheveled, radiating a languid drowsiness as he shuffled toward the washroom. Lucius had evidently been awake for quite some time, at least half an hour before him. When the washroom door swung open, Riddle stumbled upon his platinum prince adjusting his bow tie in the mirror. Lucius donned a smoke-gray silk morning robe today, his platinum hair meticulously styled, even the faint red marks from the previous night artfully concealed. A grand bathtub still brimmed with delicate, milky bubbles, slowly siphoning down the drain in a whirlpool, while the air was infused with a blend of iris and sandalwood, Lucius's favorite scent. Good morning, Riddle greeted, his voice hoarse from slumber, his gaze sweeping over Lucius's flawlessly sculpted profile. He often felt that Lucius possessed two visages, one of artful grandeur and another of enticing, tousled allure. As for which he favored more, Riddle quirked the corner of his mouth, dismissing further contemplation. You're late, Lucius remarked. Riddle replied nonchalantly, ambling closer. The ministry staff are just as idle with or without me. He refrained from touching the freshly tied bow tie and instead leaned down to nip at the exposed skin of Lucius's nape, seizing the moment when Lucius shivered to deliberately ruffle his meticulously styled golden locks. You. Lucius whirled around, his platinum hair now resembling crumpled silk, and raised a hand to tidy it, only to have Riddle seize his wrist. Lucius snapped. How many times have I told you not to disrupt me after I've gotten it just right? Indeed, Riddle chuckled softly, his fingers tracing the pale blue veins at Lucius's wrist, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He had heard it countless times. He simply relished this, enjoying the way he could disrupt Lucius when he was so meticulously composed, relishing the glare from those silver-gray eyes that always bore an air of arrogance, and taking pleasure in helping him tidy himself when he became disheveled, watching as Lucius averted his gaze, a blush creeping up his ears. Like a cat that endlessly bats at a silver candlestick upon the table, he delighted in teasing apart the seams of Lucius's perfect facade, only to mend those very seams with his own hands, repeating the cycle with unabated joy. Riddle's gaze met Lucius's in the mirror. In that moment of collision, Lucius suddenly smiled, a hint of cunning calculation lurking within that smile, reminiscent of a silver fox stalking its prey. Just as a flicker of wariness brushed through Riddle's mind, Lucius abruptly twisted away, freeing himself from Riddle's grasp. With lightning speed, Lucius's left hand darted toward Riddle's midsection. Riddle instinctively raised his hands to block it, just as Lucius's other hand swooped down from above, precisely pinching his chest. Oof! Riddle fell to the ground, clutching his chest. Lucius raised an eyebrow, observing Riddle's disheveled state with a leisurely air, brushing non-existent dust off his morning robe, his tone laced with triumphant nonchalance. Get up and tidy yourself. If you arrive late to the ministry meeting, certain individuals will have the prophet writing scathing articles about you again. With that, he stepped over Riddle. At that moment, Riddle suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lucius on the backside. The sound, reverberating through the spacious washroom, was unexpectedly crisp, echoing off the walls. Riddle's heart sank. He hadn't meant for it to be so forceful. To his dismay, Lucius had halted in his tracks at that very instant, the impact evidently more substantial than intended. The next second, the golden-haired lord whirled around, one hand covering the spot that had been struck, his silver-gray eyes wide with shock, his ears reddening at a visible rate. Riddle. The three syllables escaped Lucius's lips, simmering with suppressed ire. I truly didn't mean it, my dear. Riddle hastily rose from the ground, intending to grasp his hand, wondering why he had suddenly halted. However, Lucius abruptly shook off his grip, the ends of his platinum hair trembling with barely contained anger. He ceased speaking, merely casting a fierce glare in Riddle's direction before swiftly exiting the washroom, the hem of his robe carving an irate arc through the air. Riddle watched that resolute silhouette, his fingers suspended in midair. It dawned on him, albeit belatedly, that when Lucius had turned, not only were his ears flushed crimson, but a faint blush had also crept up his neck, suggesting was he embarrassed? He pondered, stroking his chin as he stood there, realizing that amidst Lucius's fluster and rage, there seemed to be an undercurrent of something else. Throughout the entirety of the day at the Ministry of Magic, Lucius, in his capacity as the chief secretary, ignored Riddle, save for official matters. During afternoon tea, where his lover would typically accompany him to savor tea and pastries, he found himself alone, staring at a plate of lemon cake, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of a fine china cup, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lucius shouldn't really be angry. His reaction didn't quite align with that sentiment. Yet, why was he being ignored? He had even apologized that morning, leaving Riddle feeling somewhat aggrieved. In a daze, his thoughts drifted back to a time long past, so distant it felt like an old dream from a previous life, when he was still Voldemort. Those memories felt overwhelmingly remote, incomprehensible even to himself, filled with obsession and madness. Yet, he distinctly recalled Lucius's demeanor from that time, perhaps due to the frequency with which he reminisced. All images of Lucius seemed etched deeply in his memory, never fading. In their past relationship, equality had been a foreign concept, so much so that during the period he regained his memories, he often found himself questioning whether Lucius had been deceiving him all along, pretending to love him, feigning trust, when in reality, he had never truly cared. The thought alone brought him heartache. However, after all these years, Riddle was certain of Lucius's genuine feelings, the evidence glaringly apparent. If Lucius held no affection for him, why would he willingly keep him by his side, providing for his every need, even in his current state of destitution? This was unmistakably true love. With this realization, Riddle couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. But wait, today was not the day for such musings. Shaking his head, he redirected his scattered thoughts. He recalled how, in the past, Lucius had always approached him with a hint of timidity, his respect so meticulous that it bordered on rigidity. Yet, in moments of deep emotion, he would shed all defenses, surrendering in a way that sent shivers down Riddle's spine. Even if at times, he may have acted excessively, he was well aware of how overbearing he could be. But how could all the blame fall solely on him? It was evidently the result of Lucius's indulgence. That man had a penchant for gazing at him with those eyes, looking up at him in a way that was both submissive and restrained, with a tone so soft it resembled a gentle spring stream. Even saints would likely find it hard to resist a little teasing, Riddle thought, with a sense of justification. So, back then, when he found ways to tease Lucius, wasn't he quite fond of it? Perhaps it was then that he had first stirred feelings for him. Why then did a mere playful tap today result in Lucius adopting such a frosty demeanor, remaining cold towards him all day? As the workday concluded, Riddle, having not spotted Lucius, made his way directly to his office. Upon entering, he found Lucius still engrossed in work, glancing up at him but offering not even a fleeting glance. Riddle closed the door behind him, leaning against it, and bluntly inquired, "Why are you ignoring me today?" Lucius merely lowered his gaze, continuing to sift through the documents before him as though he hadn't heard. Riddle stepped closer, glancing at the desk. There was nothing of great importance, only tedious reports. He wrapped his fingers on the edge of the desk, causing the scattered papers to automatically arrange themselves neatly to one side. "You." Lucius suddenly stood, anger knitting his brow. But Riddle was quicker, practically closing the distance as Lucius rose. Warmth from Riddle's chest pressed against Lucius's back, his arms like iron vices gripping Lucius's wrists, firmly securing them behind him. Lucius froze, as if scalded, instinctively struggling. Yet Riddle's hold was unyielding, infused with an irresistible force. Warm breath brushed against Lucius's ear as Riddle's voice dropped to a hushed tone, laced with an unnameable quality. "I have never harmed you, have I, Lucius?" Lucius's movement stilled, his taut spine gradually relaxing as Riddle's strength nudged him towards the cold tabletop. Turning his face slightly, his platinum locks cascaded to one side, accentuating his pallor. His black wizarding robe remained impeccably tailored, though his eyes still shimmered with residual anger. "Riddle, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" His voice was as frigid as ice. "Do you comprehend what you are doing?" Riddle countered, his tone now tinged with ire. "Just because I playfully tapped you this morning, you choose to ignore me all day? Moreover, I have already apologized." He scrutinized Lucius's tense profile, his conviction growing stronger. "You know what I think. I think you deserve a good thrashing." "You." Lucius spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You enjoy this, don't try to deceive me." Riddle's gaze, sharp as a hook, meticulously traced Lucius's expression. "Look at you. You're glaring at me, yet your ears and neck are flushed. Even your eyes are tinged with pink." "I am not." Lucius struggled to break free, but the initial moment of acquiescence had cost him dearly, now pinned to the desk. He could not escape. From the corner of his eye, Riddle reached for a ruler from a nearby pen holder. It was a 30-centimeter steel ruler, sent alongside blueprints from the engineering department days prior. gleaming coldly under the light. No, Riddle, stop. You can't do this. Lucius's voice finally betrayed a hint of panic. Why can't I? Riddle swung the ruler through the air, creating a sharp whoosh. Lucius closed his eyes, attempting to reason with him. Riddle, no matter what you intend to do, this is the office, a place of work. Don't you think you're being excessive? Oh, it's quite excessive, but I enjoy it. Riddle replied with a wicked smile. You wouldn't want me to activate the twin bond, would you? You Haven T truly tried to stop me. It's all just talk. He pressed the cold ruler against Lucius's backside. The icy metal against the fabric sent a shiver through Lucius, the chill slithering against his skin. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed, followed by a sudden, searing sting. Ugh, Lucius groaned, the veins in his temple throbbing. That blow seemed to drain him of all strength, and Lucius, in a moment of surrender, relaxed completely, laying still upon the desk. Riddle released Lucius's limp wrist, his arm encircling his slender waist, fingers wandering downward. Lucius abruptly seized Riddle's wrist, a flustered urgency propelling him to shake off that hand, yet the frantic movement only betrayed his true feelings. But Riddle had already gleaned the answer he sought. He slowly withdrew his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The next instant, he pressed against Lucius's waist, the ruler descending with increasing force. Lucius turned his face away, burying it deep within the crook of his arm, muffled, stifled sounds escaping beneath the fabric. You clearly enjoy this. Riddle's tone brimmed with pride. I do not. Lucius's voice was muffled in his arms, a deep, trembling resonance. Suddenly, Riddle sensed something amiss. He halted his actions and gently turned Lucius's face from the crook of his arm. Those eyes, typically imbued with a chill or restraint, were now veiled with a layer of moisture, tears cascading down his cheeks. My heavens, why are you crying? Riddle, flustered, discarded the steel ruler and wrapped his arms tightly around Lucius's back, lowering his head to kiss his damp eyelashes, his voice laced with panic. Please, don't cry. My heart is breaking. It was my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. I thought you would enjoy it. I am so sorry, my dear, truly sorry. Gradually, Lucius ceased his sobs, though his speech remained thick with emotion. Have you had your fill of games? May I rise? Riddle, observing the remnants of tears on his face and the palpable coldness in his demeanor, felt a jolt of realization. He had likely made a grave mistake. He stammered an explanation. I merely thought you might appreciate this. Lucius ignored him, pushing his hands away and sitting up to adjust his disheveled robes, his movements imbued with a deliberate calmness, as if the earlier tears had merely been a figment of imagination. Riddle's gaze fell upon his abdomen, brow furrowed. He was certain that initially, Lucius had reacted positively, yet now, it was evident that he was genuinely displeased. Lucius caught his eye and suddenly smirked with self-mockery. His tone icy. What? Do you wish to take me here? Yes, in the secretary's office. How thrilling. If someone were to walk in on us, it would be even more entertaining, wouldn't it, my lord? Or should I call you master? Riddle stared in horror at his reddened eyes, as Lucius's words came faster, each sentence a bullet fired from a gun. You must enjoy me calling you that, don't you, master? Does it excite you? Treating me as a pet to be humiliated at will, too frightened to escape. Gazing down upon me as you did in the conference room and behind the curtains at the banquet. He fixed Riddle with a fierce glare, his voice trembling uncontrollably, the end of each phrase laced with suppressed tears. Riddle's eyes widened, his heart racing. If he did not speak soon, he might truly lose his treasure. He abruptly embraced Lucius, his hands flailing as he patted Lucius's back, stumbling over his apologies. I'm sorry, my dear. Please don't be angry. You can hit me however you wish. I will let you retaliate, truly. He thrust the steel ruler into Lucius's hands. I never intended to insult you. I thought it was merely a game. I cannot bear your silence. My God. Believe me, he leaned in to kiss Lucius's face, tasting the dampness, his voice growing more frantic. I promise. I have never seen you as a pet. I simply could not control myself. I was overwhelmed. If it bothers you, then let me have my revenge. With that, he turned and lay on the nearby desk, deliberately glancing back with a playful, inviting expression. Lucius, witnessing Riddle's brazen demeanor, felt a surge of emotions mixed with a newfound boldness. He seized the ruler and swung it toward Riddle's pert backside. Ow! Riddle yelped in pain but stubbornly remained in place, obediently lying there, his eyes filled with a pleading inquiry of whether Lucius had calmed. Lucius, amused by Riddle's exaggerated yet sincere reaction, let out a chuckle, a smile creeping onto his lips despite the lingering moisture in his eyes. Seeing Lucius smile, Riddle's anxious heart finally settled, and he chuckled while covering his rear. Look at you, so merciless. I would never dare strike you that hard. You have no pity for me. Lucius, observing Riddle's shamelessness, lost interest in punishing him, returned the ruler to its holder, and turned to leave. Riddle quickly rose to embrace him, arms wrapped tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at a moment's notice. Are you going to ignore me again? I beg you. Please don't. I will do anything. Adulting, Daily Life 3. Lucius regarded Riddle, who clung to him like stubborn gum, and a surge of resentment erupted from his core. He smirked coldly, eyebrows raised. Anything? Riddle, having spoken impulsively in his prior panic, sensed the ominous tone of Lucius repeating his words. He clenched his fists, knowing retracting his statement would only infuriate Lucius further. Resolutely, he nodded, albeit almost inaudibly. Lucius did not leave. He turned and gracefully sat back in his chair, crossing his long legs with a languid elegance, indicating that Riddle's earlier force had been negligible. Riddle, at this moment, felt averse to sitting still. You said it yourself. Anything goes, right? Lucius's tone was flat, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, but he emphasized further, Riddle, this is your final chance to retract. Riddle clenched his jaw, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, ultimately responding through gritted teeth. Yes, anything goes. But you must promise not to ignore me again. Lucius nodded slowly, his fingertips casually drumming against the armrest. Then, esteemed minister, please lower yourself and crawl over to me. Riddle's eyes widened in shock, as if encountering Lucius for the first time, frozen in disbelief. Lucius's face suddenly donned a heavy mockery, yet his gaze concealed an almost imperceptible weariness. What? Unable to comply. He scoffed lightly. Riddle, one cannot always perceive matters with such ease. You claim you never intended to insult me, nor viewed me as a pet. Yet when faced with the prospect yourself, you find it impossible to bend your knee. He paused, softly continuing. It is simply a matter of perspective. Yet you refuse to consider my position. Speaking of being overwhelmed, in the end, it is merely he fell silent, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his silver-gray orbs were left vacant. Lucius, expressionless, stood and tightened his grip on the fabric of his clothing. If you cannot do it, refrain from boasting about how anything goes. I had no expectations. His words trailed off. Lucius suddenly widened his eyes as Riddle met his gaze, his left knee slowly bending. Those dark eyes, akin to ink-drenched depths, surged with an intensity Lucius had never witnessed before. The fabric brushed against the floor with the faintest sound as Riddle's left knee firmly met the cold ground, followed by the right. The entire process unfolded with the solemnity of a ritual. Riddle's gaze remained fixed, transitioning from a level stare to one of reverence. His penetrating gaze locking onto Lucius's eyes as if attempting to etch a hole into that emptiness. His spine remained unwaveringly straight, every line of his neck taut and defined. This should have been a posture of utter humiliation, yet upon this man who had always stood at the pinnacle of power, it lacked any semblance of disgrace. Instead, the slow, graceful movements exuded an unmistakable possessiveness. Riddle's gaze remained glued to Lucius's face, unwavering. He gradually bent down, his distinctly articulated fingers lightly grazing the frigid surface, propping himself up before slowly advancing. The aggression in his eyes, fixated on Lucius, threatened to spill over, a fervent fire flickering within. Like a creature of the night poised to strike, once it had locked onto its prey, it would not relent. Intent on devouring the very essence of the man before him. Lucius's Adam's apple quivered slightly, causing him to involuntarily retreat a step. A flicker of disarray flashing through his silver-gray eyes, one he was not even aware of. Yet Riddle did not halt, maintaining his stance as he drew closer. With no avenue left to escape, Lucius fell back into his chair. Riddle had already positioned himself beside Lucius's legs, his breath brushing against the fabric of his trousers, radiating an intense warmth. His hand pressed against the arm of the chair between Lucius's legs, knuckles blanching from the exertion, and when he raised his gaze, the flames in his dark eyes had somewhat receded, leaving only a profound, unwavering affection. Noticing that Lucius made no effort to push him away, he seized the opportunity to climb onto the chair, kneeling before Lucius, close enough to discern the reflection of himself in Lucius's pupils. In the next moment, he leaned in, capturing Lucius's lips. The kiss commenced with fervor and depth, yet upon contact, it softened, an exchange filled with a long-suppressed yearning. Moments later, Lucius, unable to restrain himself any longer, wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, his fingers instinctively clutching at his collar. Lucius, Riddle murmured, pulling back slightly, his forehead resting against Lucius's. Their heated breaths mingling. He lowered his lips to kiss Lucius's eyes, then his nose, his cheeks, and finally took his earlobe into his mouth, his voice husky, as if worn down by sandpaper. I love you, Lucius. I beg you, never doubt my love. He paused, his fingertip gently caressing Lucius's cheek. His gaze intense yet fragile. If one day you no longer love me, then in my life, at least that way, every day I live will be filled with your love. He unbuttoned his shirt, the motion imbued with a near-sacrificial reverence, revealing a well-defined chest. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his voice fractured. If only I could, I would extract my heart for you to see, so you would clearly know that it beats solely for you. Lucius pressed his lips against the moving Adam's apple, warm liquid silently cascading down, striking the skin of his neck. "If you seek proof," Riddle said, kissing away his tears, "then come, possess me." Riddle grasped Lucius's shoulders with a grip so fierce it felt as though he might embed himself into Lucius's flesh, akin to a drowning man clutching at the only piece of driftwood. They were so close that their warm chests pressed together, each heartbeat resonating against one another's bones, creating a delicate symphony of echoes that intertwined through their veins. Their breaths had long since intertwined, indistinguishable in their fervor. Riddle's breath brushed against Lucius's ear, searingly hot. The fabric of their garments crumpled under their movements, the silk shirt adhering to their damp skin, gliding against one another. Riddle straightened, gasping, his gaze fixated on the flushed corners of Lucius's eyes, still glistening with unshed moisture. He leaned down slightly, tucking a strand of platinum hair beneath his nose, inhaling the gentle fragrances of iris and sandalwood that clung to Lucius. Lucius, too, raised his eyes to meet Riddle's, reflecting the extraordinary sight before him, a visage he had never witnessed. Riddle's dark hair danced with movement, beads of sweat forming at his temples, damp strands curling against his full forehead, water droplets trailing down his neck and over his exposed chest. His black eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, akin to obsidian immersed in boiling water, wide and round as they stared at Lucius, swirling with a hint of restrained pain and a tempest of desire, intermingled with a subtle tremor that was more intoxicating than the strongest of spirits. Unbeknownst to him, Lucius's hand had found its way to Riddle's exposed chest, his palm resting against firm muscle, feeling the frantic rhythm of a heart pounding within, as if it sought to break free from flesh and leap into his hands. The points of contact ignited with heat, yet were gently caressed by the coolness of their breaths, creating an intoxicating blend of warmth and chill, leaving only their intertwined heartbeats, echoing increasingly urgent rhythms in the silence. Adult life 4. It proved that engaging in clandestine activities within the office indeed invites retribution. When Riddle and Lucius heard hurried footsteps approaching the door, it was already too late. There came a series of rapid knocks, followed by the familiar voice of Harry Potter. "Lucius, I hear you're working late. I have some fantastic news for you." They exchanged a swift glance, barely having time to devise a plan, when they heard the doorknob turn with a click. Harry burst in, exuberantly exclaiming, "I've secured VIP tickets for the Quidditch World Cup." In that critical moment, Lucius and Riddle instantly exhibited the prowess of the formidable leaders they had once been during the Wizarding Wars. In a flash, as Harry entered and had not yet completely raised his head, Riddle swiftly waved his hand, sending a coat flying directly at Harry's face. "What the—" Harry instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Almost simultaneously, Lucius, concealed from Harry's view, waved his wand, casting a stunning spell that struck Harry squarely in the chest. Riddle followed suit with a locking charm, slamming the office door shut with a resounding thud, the lock clicking into place. Harry let out a muffled grunt as his head lolled, his back colliding heavily against the door before sliding down to the floor, unconscious. "You didn't lock the door?" Lucius hissed, his voice low, filled with incredulity. His clothes remained relatively neat, but he was now hurriedly attempting to smooth down his disheveled hair, trying to mask the earlier chaos. Riddle was nearly undressed, his discarded garments a tangled heap on the floor, as he hastily performed cleaning charms while feigning innocence. "I came here to reconcile with you." Who could have predicted this would happen? Harry Potter, having undergone professional Auror training, would not remain under the effects of the stunning spell for long. And with his keen observational skills, upon awakening, he would undoubtedly deduce much from the scene. They needed to act swiftly to clean up the mess. Before long, Harry's fingers began to twitch. Riddle was still scrambling to pull on his trousers. His wrinkled clothing was no longer wearable, and worse still, they could not possibly explain Riddle's presence in Lucius's office, nor why the door had been shut. "Riddle, get under the desk," Lucius urged in a hushed tone. Harry's eyelids were beginning to flutter, clearly about to awaken. They exchanged a glance and hurriedly waved their wands, casting cleaning spells across the desk and chairs, attempting to erase all evidence. The moment Harry opened his eyes, Lucius lunged forward, supporting the back of Harry's head with one hand, an expression of perfectly measured concern on his face. "Harry, what happened?" He positioned himself in front of Harry, effectively obscuring much of his line of sight. Harry rubbed his heavy head, his gaze still somewhat dazed. "I think I saw a piece of clothing flying towards me." "Clothing?" Lucius feigned bewilderment, scanning the surroundings. Riddle had already hidden himself from view, and Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, quickly adopting a pained expression. "You must be exhausted. You're seeing things. You collapsed as soon as you walked in. I didn't even have time to help you. I've told you before. Balancing Auror training with Quidditch practice is too much for your body to handle." Harry nodded. "The training has indeed been intense. I am a bit worn out." Then hurry back to rest, Lucius urged, swiftly moving to open the door and usher him out. Oh wait. Harry slapped his forehead, finally recalling the matter at hand. I came to give you the tickets. He turned back to close the door, unceremoniously dragging Lucius toward the desk. Lucius's heart raced. Fearing Riddle would be discovered hiding behind the desk, and he quickly scanned the area behind it, empty. He then cautiously glanced under the desk, finding it just as devoid of presence. He suppressed his apprehension and reseated himself in the chair. Harry settled into the chair opposite him, seemingly intent on engaging in a thorough conversation. However, just as he got comfortable, he suddenly twitched his nose and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What is that smell?" Lucius's heart sank, and he hastily inhaled deeply, yet detected nothing unusual. Perhaps he had grown desensitized to certain odors after spending too long in this room. Just as he felt a surge of anxiety, Harry unexpectedly rummaged through a pile of documents beside him and produced a bag emblazoned with the Honeyduke's emblem. His eyes lighting up. Oh, it's the new milk coffee candies. I knew I would find something delightful here. Lucius's tense shoulders relaxed as he secretly exhaled in relief. With the candy in his mouth, Harry animatedly recounted how his team narrowly qualified for the World Cup, vividly describing his standout performances during crucial matches. He then triumphantly waved the tickets in his hand, exclaiming, "It's nothing short of a miracle to have snagged these VIP seats. You absolutely must come and witness my World Cup debut." Lucius feigned gratitude with a nod, yet his gaze involuntarily darted around the office. Where on earth had Riddle hidden himself? At that moment, a cool, slippery sensation began to creep up his calf, and Lucius's expression shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" Harry perceptibly noticed his unease and paused his chatter to ask. "Nothing." Lucius forced a smile, discreetly pointing his wand to fill Harry's cup with hot tea. Perhaps the office was just a bit stuffy. The damned serpent had already slithered up to Lucius's thigh, and he could only press one hand firmly against his trousers, desperately restraining the chilling creature. Unexpectedly, it twisted violently and bit him on the inner thigh. Hiss! Lucius gasped in pain, his hand jerking back. Harry immediately halted his conversation, staring at him with concern. "What's wrong with you today? Are you unwell?" Lucius feigned calmness, managing a smile. "It's nothing. Just your tales of flying techniques are quite thrilling. They took me by surprise." Of course. Harry was indeed diverted, excitedly continuing, "When I slipped off the broom, I truly thought I was going to break my leg. Meanwhile, the serpent had stealthily taken advantage of Harry's distraction, making its way to his groin, its frigid scales brushing against his skin with a spine-chilling sensation. Lucius gritted his teeth internally, well aware that the scoundrel was fixated solely on such matters. With Harry's eyes upon him, he dared not reach for that area. Although a desk shielded him, any significant movement would be too conspicuous, and he could only remain rigidly seated, allowing the icy touch to roam freely, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lucius was thoroughly vexed by Harry's incessant chatter and the serpent Riddle's mischievous antics. Finally, unable to contain himself, he raised a hand to interrupt. "Wait, I just remembered the Department of Magical Games and Sports instructed that the application for the World Cup key must be submitted to the Department of Transportation before the end of the day, or it might delay the key's setup." He glanced at the wall clock, his tone feigning urgency. How could it already be past closing time? He still had a mountain of documents to address and could not spare the time to make the trip. "That is simple. I'll deliver it for you." Harry sprang from his chair, eyes sparkling. "Such an important task could not be delayed. Leave it to me." "Oh, look at me. Nearly forgetting you are the most suitable person for the job." A faint smile crossed Lucius's face as he reached into his drawer and handed over the documents, his tone laced with just the right amount of gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance." "Not a problem at all." Harry took the documents and dashed out the door, his footsteps fading swiftly down the corridor. The moment the door clicked shut, Lucius sprang from his chair, hurriedly rummaging through his clothing. Should anyone witness this frantic display, it would surely raise eyebrows. Never had anyone seen the usually elegant young master of the Malfoy family in such a state of disarray. Yet at this moment, Lucius cared not for appearances, his mind solely focused on extracting the nefarious culprit concealed upon his person. However, when it came to insidious cunning, Lucius was evidently no match for Riddle. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the slick, cold entity, the serpent within his clothing suddenly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, the once slender snake swelled into a massive constrictor, its scales glimmering ominously under the light. Hiss! The enormous serpent coiled around Lucius's torso, the force so great it tore through his impeccably tailored fabric. His muscles ached as the constriction intensified, and he crashed to the carpeted floor with a dull thud. "Riddle!" He gritted through clenched teeth, veins throbbing at his temples. His arms were tightly pinned at his sides, rendering him incapable of even drawing his wand. Riddle, however, feigned ignorance to his furious outbursts, tightening its grip even further. The cold scales grazed his bare skin, sending shivers through him. You are finished. Lucius's voice strained as he struggled for breath. For the next month, you shall not touch me. This declaration, however, only seemed to provoke a reaction. The constrictor's movements abruptly halted, and in its dark, slitted eyes, a glimmer of calculation flickered. Since the next 30 days promised misery, why not indulge today? It proceeded to tighten its grip even more, the pressure mounting with reckless abandon as if determined to savor every moment. Lucius felt his vision dimming, the air in his chest nearly expelled. He realized this creature would not relent today. He had to save himself. Suddenly, a silver-blue aura enveloped him, and his figure vanished from sight. A pure white creature burst forth from the serpent-esque coils, creating a gust of wind, an albino ferret. The constrictor let out a dull hiss as its grip loosened. The ferret, breathless, dashed towards the door, scrambling to reach the doorknob. But its slender frame lacked the strength to turn the lock, futilely shaking at the metal handle. The massive serpent had already reacted, its colossal form springing forward. The ferret hastily released its grip and deftly maneuvered around the office, leaping onto a low stool and then springing onto the desk. Just as it prepared to leap atop the bookshelf, its hind legs suddenly went numb, the strength draining from its body. With a thud, it fell back onto the desk, rolling twice before steadying itself. It was then that it remembered. The infernal creature had bitten its thigh. At that time, it had still been in human form. And the serpent's body was small, the venom injected so weak that it had been nearly imperceptible. Now, transformed into a ferret and exerting itself in flight. The toxin spread rapidly through its system like a creeping blight, the numbness crawling from its limbs towards its heart. Damn it! The ferret propped itself up, attempting to escape once more, only to find the massive serpent's head looming before it, its forked tongue brushing against its nose, exuding a damp chill. In desperation, the ferret emitted a faint, plaintive squeak, its round black eyes wide with terror. The serpent leisurely ascended the desk, scrutinizing the diminutive ferret, and then, with a swift contraction, transformed into a form slightly larger than the ferret itself, though its girth still exceeded that of the ferret's head. Having adjusted its size, it began to leisurely crawl toward the ferret. The ferret rolled its eyes dramatically, squeaking incessantly, its exasperated demeanor suggesting that, if it could speak, it would have unleashed a torrent of invectives. Yet, in its current state of weakness, all it could do was lie obediently on the desk, helplessly at the mercy of the serpent. In the serpentine gaze of Riddle, a gleam of excited crimson flickered as he affectionately entwined the white weasel within his coils, mischievously probing with his slender, tapered tail beneath the weasel's fluffy, plumed appendage. A sharp squeak escaped the weasel's lips, two beady black eyes brimming with tears, its entire body quaking uncontrollably, whimpering in a manner that radiated pure indignation. To an outsider, this scene would undoubtedly appear as though the poor weasel was on the brink of becoming a meal for the python. Yet, from another perspective, the weasel was indeed ensnared, tightly bound by the serpent's embrace. Though immobilized, its limbs and tail twitched sporadically, tears cascading down its furry coat, presenting a pitiable visage that even softened the heart of the python. The serpent flicked its forked tongue, tenderly licking away the tears from the weasel's eyes, then nuzzling its delicate snout. Noticing the weasel's continued indifference, it slipped its tongue into the weasel's fuzzy ears. The weasel quivered at the sensation, and the python, clearly pleased with this reaction, proceeded to lavish attention upon both ears, inciting the weasel to resume its pitiful whimpering. As night enveloped the world, the Ministry of Magic lay deserted, and Minister Riddle leisurely exited the office of the secretary, cradling a pristine white weasel in his arms. The little creature curled feebly in the crook of his arm, its tail occasionally brushing against his sleeve. Riddle's demeanor was evidently buoyant, a faint smile gracing his lips, even humming a tuneless melody as he strode vivaciously through the empty corridors, vanishing into the shadows leading to the fireplace. In the mist-laden bathroom of Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere was thick with steam. A grand bath brimmed with warm water infused with the fragrance of roses, delicate bubbles floating atop the surface, gently enveloping the two figures. Riddle was in high spirits today, his arms tightly wrapped around his platinum-haired beauty, whose chin rested against his shoulder. He would occasionally nuzzle against the porcelain-like skin or turn his head to plant soft, scattered kisses on the reddened earlobes and elegantly contoured jawline of Lucius. Lucius, feeling increasingly ticklish, could no longer resist and raised a hand to push Riddle's face aside. "My dear," Riddle's voice, enveloped in steam, carried a lazy rasp. "Do not be difficult, all right? Ultimately, it was my fault today. I should not have patted you like that this morning. I merely thought you enjoyed it when I did so. In fact, I noticed you seemed quite excited the first time I patted you in the office. Do you understand what I mean? I thought you liked it, and I recalled that while you may not have respected me back then, it was still a delightful time for us." Lucius's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, his lower lip pressed tight, long lashes casting butterfly-like shadows on his eyelids. Even the roots of his ears blushing faintly. Why must you conceal yourself before me? Riddle's fingertips glided gently to Lucius's lips, his thumb caressing the soft petals. This shyness of yours, I have always enough. Lucius could no longer contain himself. How could Riddle always bring such intimate matters to the fore? Discussing them as casually as the weather? Did he not feel a shred of shame? In an impulsive gesture, he raised his hand to cover Riddle's mouth, only to find that the soft, warm lips pressed against his palm left him flushed, causing him to retract his hand as if scorched. My dear, why do you always refuse to speak the truth to me? Riddle's tone carried a hint of grievance, his lashes lowered, presenting a visage reminiscent of one who felt neglected. Lucius's gaze remained fixated on the floating bubbles in the water, his voice barely above a whisper. I simply do not wish for you to witness my excitement over such matters. The sense of shame ensnares me like a fine net, rendering me breathless. To lose composure over such things feels utterly undignified. He could not bear to meet Riddle's eyes, yet his ears burned as if aflame, fingers whitening beneath the water. Moreover, I am perpetually caught between fearing your disdain and yearning for your ferocity. His voice trembled, the turmoil within him becoming an unbearable torment, leaving him restless. Goodness, Lucius. Riddle's tone shifted sharply, laced with incredulity and barely suppressed anger. Why would I ever disdain you? He cupped Lucius's face, compelling him to meet his gaze. You consistently top the list of the most beautiful wizards each year. How many in the wizarding world covet you, wishing to spend a night by your side? And yet, you are mine, solely and exclusively mine. His thumb brushed against Lucius's cheek, his tone unyieldingly assured. To possess you is my utmost satisfaction. How could you think I would ever look down upon you? He let out a soft huff, tinged with incredulity. In your eyes, am I truly a blind fool? You are the most exquisite being I have ever encountered. No one has the right to belittle you, not even I, nor you yourself. Lucius turned his head, gazing into Riddle's face, still flushed, but now softened with tender ripples, like a lake disturbed by a pebble, sparkling with fragments of light. Riddle fell silent, merely tilting his head before capturing Lucius's lips in a kiss. Their mouths entwined, mingling the warmth of the water with the sweetness of roses, tender and lingering. As the kiss ceased, their foreheads touched, breaths mingling with the warm steam. Riddle regarded the flushed corners of Lucius's eyes, his voice barely a sigh. So, did I guess correctly? You actually enjoy it when I treat you this way, do you not? Lucius closed his eyes, long lashes fluttering in the mist. After what felt like an eternity, he subtly nodded. The bubbles on the surface shimmered, reflecting his crimson cheeks, as if painted with a soft glow. Riddle found himself utterly defenseless against the sight of his beloved in such a state. He felt a stirring within him, yet feigned irritation, murmuring, I am always so candid with you, yet you never reveal your true feelings to me. It saddens me. You ignored me all day, leaving me to guess endlessly. Do you have any idea how tormenting that is? Lucius's heart softened at his words, guilt flooding his silver-gray eyes with a sheen of moisture. Riddle enveloped his lover, whispering into his ear, I fear I must punish you. Lucius's spine shivered at the implication, prompting Riddle to chuckle softly. The sound like a feather brushing against his neck. Do you not like it? Riddle playfully nibbled at the heated earlobe, his voice sticky with teasing. Or perhaps, you actually enjoy it? Lucius felt the warmth spread across his face, even his neck tinged with pink, yet he made no move to retreat. He did not respond, instead wrapping his arms around Riddle's sturdy waist. The sound of rushing water in the bathroom intensified, mingling with muffled breaths, intertwining in the steamy air. On the other side of London, at number 12, Grimmauld Place, warm yellow lights spilled over the carpet. Sirius sat cross-legged on the floor, hurling his game controller in frustration, exclaiming, I died again. This wretched game is utterly inhumane. Remus glanced up from his book, about to speak when he saw Sirius darting to the sofa like a gust of wind, an arm draped over his shoulder. Hey, Moony, he grinned, next full moon. Shall we revisit that last game? Remus's ears flushed crimson as he hurriedly buried his gaze back in the pages, feigning annoyance. What game? I do not understand what you are talking about. That one. Sirius tugged at his sleeve, voice urgent and breathless. The one where you drank the new wolf venom potion, and that one. The wolfhound. The wolfhound. Can you not be serious? Lupin's face instantaneously flushed a deep shade of crimson, and he forcefully swatted away Sirius's hand, exasperated by the incessant nonsense that occupied his mind. What utter nonsense? What impropriety could there possibly be? Unfazed, Sirius shrugged nonchalantly, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. In all honesty, I even recommended you to Riddle. I recall his two companions are also animagi. Small, serious, black. Lupin felt a wave of shame surging up his spine, his head nearly ablaze with embarrassment. Gripping Sirius's shoulders, He vigorously shook him, incredulous at how he could dare to speak of such matters aloud. What is there to share? How could you possibly disclose something like this? Why are you so prone to blushing? Sirius teased, playfully nudging against him. I was even considering consulting Snape to further refine the Wolfsbane potion. Although the potion allows you to maintain your sanity, you still grow weary soon after. If only we could concoct something that keeps you alert and invigorated. We could revel until dawn. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Lupin retorted, his face still aflame. If you dare to divulge our secrets to Snape, I shall move out. Overwhelmed by frustration, he turned on his heel and stormed upstairs. Hey, wait. What is there to be angry about? I'm willing to indulge you tonight. Isn't that permissible? Sirius called out, hastening to follow him.